He was a master of cursed artifacts, expelled from an S-rank party for being useless. They didn't realize his cursed items rivaled relics, and terrified even death itself. He forged power through curses no one dared to touch. From crafting forbidden artifacts to breaking the Demon King's own curses with his bare hands, his name spread in whispers. With strange tastes and darker creations, he became something far more dangerous than a support class. How did the man they discarded become a craftsman rewriting the rules? Let's find out. This story begins with the protagonist, Gale Hamilton, a master of influence, writing something in a notebook. He wondered if it would be possible to work in a team because of the curse. If possible, gradually, could he create something effective today from the materials he had? At that moment, the leader of the wolf pack, Paladin Cash Bilboa, called out to him and told him that they were terminating his contract. They were expelling him from their team. The protagonist didn't immediately understand the meaning of the leader's words. He asked him in confusion. Why? Cash exclaimed irritably. Why? Because he was fired. MC, confused and incomprehensible, thought, what? Fired? Melissa, a warrior by profession, mockingly patted the protagonist's face and exclaimed, let everyone just look at his face. He's such a poor guy. Luke, a rogue by profession, told her to stop. She asked the protagonist with a sly smile. Should she console him one last time? Norris, the team's black mage, said, it seems someone hadn't considered the possibility of being fired. The MC abruptly rose from his chair and exclaimed, let them wait. Why did they suddenly decide this? Cash said, suddenly. He doesn't understand the reason? The protagonist answered with a dejected voice. He doesn't understand. He thought, they created the team 3 years ago. Due to his low rank, he contributed to the team by creating suitable effects. Cash sighed in irritation and lamented how slowly he was getting it all. His class is a terrible support. All he can do is weaken a mob with a consumable effect and nothing more. Besides, he's the lowest level one on their team. The protagonist countered. He knows his class has no potential, but with his effects, quests can be easily completed, and even if the effects aren't very effective and priests can remove them, it's not just consumables that are used. He removed the amulet, which was a severed bird head, showed it to the team, and added that this decoration affects mobs passively. The team grimaced at the sight of the amulet, as if it were awful. They should remove it. Was he even sane enough to wear something like that? Cash impatiently told him they were already S-rank and could do without its effects. Besides, they now had the support mage Mora Glaris. At that moment, a girl with a hood pulled down over her head approached the team. The leader added that she could both buff and debuff. Mora looked at the team and told them she was glad to meet them. The entire group greeted her with smiles. The protagonist thought she was beautiful. Cash asked him, now does he understand? They no longer needed him. The MC turned to the exit and heard the team start murmuring. Wow, the leader just said it outright. Gale was a poor guy, but he was no use. His class was low, and there was nothing he could do. The protagonist turned sharply and asked them for another chance. He had powerful influences he hadn't used yet, and lots of them. The team looked at him meaningfully, letting him know he had no chance. The protagonist bitterly asked them, will they regret their decision? Cash answered frankly and decisively, no. Tears welled up in the protagonist's eyes, hurt. Since the team's formation, he had always supported them. And even if not on his own, he was happy to complete quests with them, always together in the wolf pack. Cash asked him, if he said so, why not give up and try his hand at the influence shop? Melissa confirmed, right, and sell them to suspicious people. Norris noted with a grin that he would even advertise his shop under the name Permissive Influences. Luke said, well, at least he didn't hate him. Mora, unlike the others, remained silent. Gale turned to leave and thanked them for everything. Gathering his things, the protagonist walking down the hall indignantly said, what's wrong with them? They'd been together for so long. Besides, Cash irritably told him he was paying for the accommodation, so he should get out. He'd also deducted the cost of his idiotic influences, so no salary for him. So it turns out he'd been working for free. He approached the receptionist and told her he wanted to check out. Looking at his former allies, he muttered, well, he'd have to say goodbye to them. He looked at the sheet with the magical drawing and thought he couldn't tell them everything to their faces, but he had enchanted their equipment to enhance their abilities. It wasn't his concern now, right? So he decided to cancel the spell. As soon as he activated the spell, he started to tremble. His legs went weak and he fell to the floor. It occurred to him that affecting items aren't just affecting. There are also those that improve stats by a certain amount. The effect on Cash's equipment was to increase stats at the expense of experience gain and weakness, and he absorbed all these debuffs. This made them stronger. He sat down on the floor, unclenched his hand, and thought, a slight recoil. Now everything was fine. It became easier. Cash's team was no longer affected, but he didn't care now. He would join another team. The protagonist activated the system window and said, well, Cash's level is about 50. Since he absorbed this 20% experience reduction, a passing adventurer told him he wouldn't be sitting here. MC ignored him. He thought, finally. His stats showed that he had increased to level 48. His class was an effect master. His health, attack, defense, magic, agility, and resistance were also increased. The remaining points plus 875 were also increased. The skill levels for creating, modifying, enhancing, and combining effects were also increased, as were Dispel, Trap Device, Sword Mastery, and Throw. The protagonist muttered thoughtfully, Cash has about 5,000 attack points and 3,000 defense points. so he's leveled up quite nicely. At that moment, the receptionist asked him how long he planned to sit here. Since he'd checked out, he should get out. The protagonist jumped up in surprise, apologized to her, and went outside. Stretching his body as he walked down the city street, he muttered, "What's he supposed to do now?" He had no money, but effects were plentiful. At that moment, he heard the apple vendor say to a customer, "Welcome, the fruit is fresh, just picked today." MC paused, thinking, a stall? He remembered Cash's words about opening an influence shop. Even though they were their words, he really did dream of opening his own shop. An influence shop in the village sounded good. He could sleep whenever he wanted, perform any influences, conduct research, complete freedom. He raised his hands and exclaimed, "Excellent. Sounds exciting." But first he needs to earn enough for his travel expenses. Meanwhile, at the Silver Wolf Inn, the protagonist's former team was enjoying themselves. Sitting at a set table, holding Melissa on his lap, Cash said, "Well, it's good that Gale bailed." Norris remarked that since he was one of the original members, he'd become spoiled. Luke said, "Yeah, they should have replaced him earlier." Only Morris still didn't participate in the protagonist's discussions. Cash said, "Melissa, they've known Gale since the team's creation, right?" She asked him. Did he know? One day, he spent a long time fiddling with their equipment, saying he didn't understand how to use it. Suddenly, something incredible began to happen. Magic circles appeared above the team, and their equipment began to shimmer. Mora exclaimed in surprise. "Dispel? That's it." Suddenly, everything went dark, and all the magic circles dispelled. Cash asked in surprise, "What was that?" Melissa told him she didn't know. Norris noted with surprise that it felt like his magical power had diminished. Luke said he felt heavy. Mora asked in confusion, "What just happened?" It looked like Dispel. Cash asked her in surprise, "Dispel?" Melissa exclaimed, "Maybe Gale did something." Norris remarked that he was probably angry that they kicked him out. Luke said angrily that he knew he should have killed him. Mora thought, this is all very strange. If you wanted to cast an effect on them, then a simple Dispel won't cause any negative effects. For at once, it looks like the caster simply removed the effect. Nothing bad. Cash spoke up. He didn't quite understand, but it was time to do something about him. Melissa supported him. Right? No matter what happens, they will destroy him single-handedly. Mora, not accepting their aggression, exclaimed, "Let them calm down. He wasn't trying to attack them." She wanted to explain about Dispel, but Cash interrupted her, telling her, he is the leader of this team, and if he considers him an enemy, then he is an enemy. He added, "There is a saying, when in Rome, a person should do as the Romans do." Norris asked him if he could burn him to death after they met. Luke laughed and said, and he thought his magical power had weakened. Norris answered, he just imagined it. Luke remarked, it would be funny to watch this guy end up homeless. He'd cut off his fingers so he wouldn't be able to perform his effects anymore. Norris taunted him, asking if he'd be able to strike like before. The guy was indignant. What had he said? He'd get up now, and his attacker would lie down. Melissa shamed them, asking what kind of kindergarten was this. Cash exclaimed, but no one allowed them to fight. Mora, looking at the mage, wondered if he'd imagined it. Weakly, but she felt it too. This activation of Dispel. They all felt their status worsen, as if it had always been under the spell. The girl considered various options and muttered, "No, maybe she'd imagined it." Melissa brought her some wine and asked her, "What's wrong?" Mora took the mug from her, thanked her, and thought, impacts can't give buffs. If an impact had such an effect, they would have immediately become in demand. A regular impact master couldn't do that. So who did it? Luke and Norris continued to bicker over who would finish off the other with what. Cash shouted at them to stop arguing and approach him. Melissa fawned over the leader, and the boys looked at them with irritation. Mora continued to ponder. The mage who did this isn't here now. Could Wolfpack be S-ranked thanks to a skill? It couldn't be. After all, everything points to him, the protagonist, having done it. The protagonist, meanwhile, was pondering where to go and where to start. Cash told his allies he didn't want to think about him now. They would do it tomorrow. Now they needed to go on an S-ranked quest. Melissa supported the leader, and that was true. She urged the team to advance. Norris spoke, his impatience burning. Luke exclaimed, they will show this guild their true strength. Cash told them they'll start with a catastrophe-class monster. They'll finish off the giant. The allies perked up, the leader adding, this hunt will be a warm-up for them. They raised their mugs of drink and toasted their health. At that moment, they knew nothing of the protagonist's strength or the true strength of their team. Gale, meanwhile, was irritably shouting at the bird that stole his amulet to return its power. Sometime later, the protagonist arrived at the Merchant's Guild. The seller cautiously asked him if he wanted to open a shop. The MC replied that he did. He asked the man if he could, but he'd like a space in the capital's central square. The seller told him he first needed to register with the guild at the nearby counter. He would also pay 4 gold coins per day. The area is quite popular, hence the price. The protagonist looked at his remaining 3 silver coins in confusion and said, but this is all he has. The vendor remarked that the stalls along the road leading to the square were cheaper. Would that suit him? MC had no choice but to agree. Looking around, he thought, well, this place was nice. It might be a little dirty, but cleaning up was a piece of cake. He set up his stall and thought gratefully of the vendor, who had told him he was still new to the trade. Then, let him take a used starter kit. The protagonist thanked him for his concern, telling him he was so kind. And now, having set up a trading space, he mentioned that he should probably start by selling the unwanted effects and interior equipment. He'd sort everything out while he was at it, but But how much should he sell it for? He decided, who cares? He'd sell it for the price of the materials used. Having laid out his merchandise, the protagonist looked at the counter and mused. Does something seem strange? The salesman called out to him, waving a piece of paper, and told him he'd forgotten to explain something. Approaching the counter, the merchant handed the protagonist a piece of paper and began arranging the merchandise, saying that his counter was unpresentable and that this wouldn't do. Having put everything in its place, he told him, this is how it should be. Gale looked at the counter. Everything was now in its place and everything looked beautiful and neat. The protagonist thanked the man for everything he'd done. The salesman told him to come to him. He added that a store should have its own unique charm. If the merchandise is poorly arranged, the customer will have problems. If he doesn't sell anything, the store will have problems. The man waved his hand at him, saying that he seemed to have explained everything to him and retreated to his place. The protagonist, with tears in his eyes, thought about how kind the seller was. He immediately pulled himself together, thinking he'd become so sentimental because he'd been kicked out of the team. He took the amulet from his neck, looked at it and thought, he really likes this thing. At least he won't go hungry. The protagonist hung the amulet on a hook and nervously said, well, time to sell. It was his first time opening a business, so don't get nervous. After a while, customers appeared. The protagonist looked at them and wondered how they'd react to the effects. Would they buy them? Would they be satisfied with their purchase? The MC felt nervous again but tried to correct it. Taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly, letting everyone listen. Offer for adventurers. Enhancement items. Very inexpensive. Interested buyers began approaching him. The adventurer buyer remarked that amulets like these are rare. A female adventurer asked him about the effects. They're not as good as mages, right? The protagonist assured her it wasn't. He explained that effects are consumable, of course, and seem less effective than mages. But they do have their advantages. Anyone can use them, so they're often in demand among adventurers. One of the customers remarked in surprise, a poisonous amulet for only 5 iron coins? That's cheap. The protagonist answered, yes, he recommends it, and it's cheap because it's made from cultivated herbs and monster parts. The price is only for the crafting. There are other things too. For example, an amulet that induces a bad condition in a person, or an amulet with a status-lowering effect, and others. The customer exclaimed, excellent, effective and cheap. He's buying it. The protagonist exclaimed joyfully, it's a pleasure to deal with him. Suddenly, the customer's attention was drawn to a blade. Gale noticed his interest and said, it's a dagger under influence. In exchange for slightly reduced mobility, it imposes a defense-decreasing effect on monsters. As a side effect, everything except his agility is almost doubled, and he's under the influence. The buyer abruptly dropped the blade and fearfully asked him what he said. The protagonist asked him in confusion, defense decreasing? The buyer objected. No, after that, the protagonist noticed he was under the influence. The guy excitedly ran his hands over his head and asked the MC who would buy things under the influence anyway. The protagonist said, those who want home decor items, for example. Let him see for himself. Doesn't this have a cool handle? The buyer carefully touched the blade again and said, well, it's not for home decor. It's not for him. He doesn't like designing. After a moment's thought, he said, okay, he'll buy this as a charm for the house. It looks nice. The adventurer took all his purchases, thanked the protagonist, and left. Gale stopped him and gave him 3 dispel spells as a gift. The buyer smiled and remarked that gifts are always a pleasure, and he owed him a special thank you. The main character told him at parting that it was a pleasure doing business with him. He thought, this is how he sold influence spells, explaining everything and giving dispel spells as an example. The next day, his goods were in even greater demand. The protagonist explained to a man who wanted to buy a certain item that the necklace was under influence. It affects a person, but it increases their status by 1.5 times. He thought the design was good for such a trinket, and of course, the dispel spell was a bonus. He advertised the shoes as under influence, but they only give 2.5 points to dexterity, but they remain under influence. Someone wants to force a slave to wear them? Of course, there's a dispel spell bonus. And, of course, the crossbow under the influence. All statuses are multiplied by 1.3 with a mandatory effect, but they have an impact on a person. This was used for annual hunting competitions. A man bought everything from him, an amulet, boots, and a crossbow, and left, satisfied with his purchase. The protagonist thought after he left, no, is that even possible? He distributed about 5 dispels. At that moment, another customer approached him and asked if those were the items under the influence. The protagonist remarked, oh, he's talking about them. He'd heard this story before. They say the legendary hero had a berserker as an assistant. They say he wore armor under the influence, so powerful was his under the influence equipment. The very word effect seems to evoke a feeling of disgust, so the effects of influence, the method of removing influence, and the secondary items under influence are also explained as a set of spells for removing influence. While the protagonist was pondering this, a crowd of people formed in front of his stall. They were all discussing MC's goods. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, wow, come on, let them buy his goods. It's cheap. He also offers equipment with a dispel spell. After some time, his stall was empty. The protagonist shook the bag he brought the goods in and was surprised. Even that was empty. He had sold everything. There were various customers, one of them a man who told him he liked his things, like metal death. That man was so active. Items changed depending on the people looking at them. Gale was about to leave when 3 people ran up to him and asked him, Do they sell items under influence here? Anything left? The surprised MC told them he'd sold out. The customers immediately sank. It couldn't be. The protagonist remarked that it was surprising that items with a dispel effect were so popular. Customers had noticed, but they were necessary before each quest. The MC offered them that if they handed over their gear now, he could make them with the dispel effect plus a dispel effect. His shop would be open tomorrow. The guys agreed and left their gear. Sometime later, in the tavern, an adventurer invited his friend to look at the items they'd bought from the shop. He joked, "I hope he doesn't faint from the effects." The adventurer, putting the ring on his finger, laughed and told him, "Don't be afraid." The guy activated the system window and exclaimed in surprise, "That's just so cool." He looked at it in bewilderment and looked at its stats. Suddenly, he exclaimed in bewilderment, "Wow!" He seriously raised his status by half. Could such an effect be achieved with just one ring? The other adventurers became intrigued and began checking their stats as well. The old man sitting next to them said, "It doesn't really matter, even if they're under the influence, right?" The adventurer said that dispelling the status is very expensive if he does it in the temple. They could make a ton of money selling this dispelling item. The friend called him an idiot and added that he shouldn't say anything that might anger the people at the temple. If they found out, they would do something about it. The adventurer replied, "Because they want to get a gold coin for dispelling the status." The friend objected, but such a powerful magic caster would be the talk of the town. The adventurer agreed with him. No group or guild would let him in. The friend said, "Then who is he?" He didn't know if he'd ever seen a magic caster with such power before. The adventurer remarked, if he had to say it, he had a feeling he'd seen him somewhere. The adventurers whispering among themselves wouldn't notice that now. Despite the influence of 4 people and despite his illness, there was a magic caster who constantly contributed to the group. Furthermore, there was a magic caster who created spells with such incredible effects that they could reach S rank. No one would ever guess that he'd been expelled from the group and was selling items like a huckster at the street market. And from that day on, the mysterious magic caster, who occasionally opens a stall and is secretly rumored to be in King's Landing, is a true master. The protagonist opened the window, took a breath of fresh air, and said, "When I hear something good said about myself, it warms my heart." A few hours ago, Cash's group was defeated. No one on the team realized what was happening. One monster completely smashed everyone. The leader, struggling to his feet, said in amazement, "That's strange, they're S rank. And yet, why can't they defeat him?" The monster picked up its enormous club and approached Cash menacingly. No one in the group except Mora knew that the protagonist had left something behind before leaving. Cash's group was going hunting. Melissa dejectedly asked if it was really a good idea to take a newbie on an S-rank quest. Cash told her not to worry. He'd found her himself, and he'd heard she was one of the best in the guild. Luke remarked that then she could match their coordination. Mora smiled. Norris told her he was counting on her. Suddenly, the leader stopped, listened, and spoke. Just in time. "They'll warm up a bit now." The same enormous monster with the large club appeared before them, letting out a blood-curdling roar. The team attacked him from all sides. Luke fired his crossbow, narrowly missing Melissa. The girl shouted at him indignantly, "What is he doing?" The boy answered, "He doesn't have proper control." Melissa sneered, even for such an ordinary opponent as an ogre. At that moment, she received a crushing blow from the monster's weapon. She flew back, taking Luke with her, and they both crashed into a tree trunk. Cash, also battered, cursed and shouted at Norris, "How long did he plan on casting?" The mage asked him to wait a second. He activated his magical power, but it was very weak. He muttered in bewilderment, "What kind of magic is this? There's no way he could defeat him with this." Cash cursed, "Damn him." He didn't notice the enemy approaching him from behind and raised his club to strike. Mora activated her dodge and threw the leader to a safe distance, but she couldn't control his fall. So Cash crashed to the floor with all his might. She asked him if he was okay. The boy answered her irritably, something like, "What is she doing? Let her give everyone a buff." Mora snapped back. "She's already done it. That buff, but she'll run out of magic soon. In that case, she'll make a final push." The girl slammed her conductor onto the ground, and magic circles appeared under all the party members. Mora shouted at them. Now their statuses are twice as high as usual, and they can defeat A-rank monsters as fast as they want. Cash exclaimed, "Twice as high? In that case, he's attacking." He shouted at his opponent to disappear already and rushed at him. The boy swung his sword so hard, he cut off the ends of his hair and shouted, "He's in." But then something incredible happened. The ogre calmly caught his sword, pressed its blade to his chest, and challenged the leader to a game. Cash was shocked. Are they kidding? How could anyone stop his attack like that? The monster tossed him aside like a useless element, sending the leader flying a fair distance and landing on his back. Meanwhile, the ogre attacked them. Cash barely managed to dodge its blow. Having retreated to a safe distance, he told Mora, "She's just a pathetic imitator. No good support buffs, no good status boosts. She's simply useless." The girl angrily retorted, "If only he'd just shut up," and asked her normally from the start. He'd said at the start that they didn't need buffs and that they'd save them for the behemoth. In that case, she'd use this. Mora showed him the scroll and declared, "This is a weakening item left by the previous user. With this, they can weaken him." Cash jumped up to her, grabbed her by the clothes, and shouted angrily, "She's going to use an item influenced by Gale? They can't use that now." The girl remembered his letter. He'd written to her, handing over the case to her. that he wanted to share with her some of the tendencies of group work and the support he provided in this group. She would also be able to use the influenced item he left for her if she wanted it. Mora, without telling the leader about the letter, exclaimed she heard that before she showed up, he used influenced items to weaken himself before battle, right? The leader irritably pushed her away so hard that she fell and said angrily, "Scale, it's all him. His magic circle from yesterday. He knew it was an influence, not a dispel." Melissa said, "Exactly." She thought so too. Norris remarked, "It looks like they really are influenced." Luke said it, but he knew from the start. They started to get indignant. Damn him. He's the scum of his profession. They'll have to go back to the mountain where the behemoth lives. It's really far away, the ogre said in confusion. Are they done playing? Cash thought irritably. Even though this is a dangerous road where A-class monsters appear, it's a regular road used by most adventurers everywhere. He said, he's an S-rank, and he should be able to live up to this road. Luke told him, he knows it upsets him. Norris said, they're not even in the best shape right now due to Gale's influence, so they better be ready for a challenge. They looked at the ogre building sandhouses, tired of waiting for them. Norris said it was a tactical retreat. Melissa noted that the monster wasn't on guard now either. Cash, ready to give up, said, well, yeah. He decisively exclaimed, okay. There's nothing we can do about the impact. They're retreating now. They need to get back quickly. Norris said, if they need acceleration magic, let them give it to him. Mora stopped them in surprise and asked, are they retreating already? Isn't it too early? They're an S-rank group, aren't they? Cash said in confusion. Oh, that's what she meant. They were pretty battered, and she hadn't received a single wound. Melissa noticed it was true. She's a rookie and didn't even get involved in the fight. She's a respected figure among them. Mora, a support mage by profession, who had no means of attack, shouted at them. Even so, she doesn't know what to do. Cash mockingly told her, they believe in her. The team abandoned the girl, leaving her completely alone and completely bewildered. Even the ogre looked after them in surprise. She thought Cash and the others had fled. Only she and the ogre remained. The monster said, it seems she's having a hard time. The girl let out an irritated sigh and shouted at him, they're making fun of her. She threw the protagonist's scroll at the ogre, which emanated magical power, and rushed at the enemy, furious at her allies. The team paused for a breather. Norris sighed wearily and said, he feels terrible. His beloved guide was lost. He thought he'd die. Cash cursed foully and lamented, losing to an ogre is too much. Melissa said, no matter how they looked at it, it was all because of a newbie. She was completely useless. Norris pointed out, though he usually dealt with several ogres without a problem. Luke said, even so, today was very strange. They didn't get tired even if they jogged a little, did they? Cash replied, he knows what he's talking about. Melissa said, exactly. It was all because of Mora. All she knows is how to show off her body. The boys remarked in surprise, isn't that relevant? The girl asked them what they were talking about. Norris replied, but that didn't explain anything. In any case, even before they were hit by the support spell, their movements were imprecise. Luke replied, didn't it take him twice as long to create the magic? It was so-so. Norris said, may he forgive him, but that was true. And if he'd been in his previous form, he would have put him out of his misery long ago. Cash said, in any case, the protagonist is to blame for everything. How could they get revenge on him? At that moment, Mora joined them and spoke up. She'd finally caught up with them. Cash crouched down and told her she was late, but he thought she understood what they meant. At that moment, he jumped up in surprise. A small ogre climbed Mora's cloak and looked at them. The leader exclaimed in surprise, what is that? Meanwhile, the protagonist walked briskly toward his shop, laden with merchandise. He laughed and said, how fun it was in the shop. If he wanted, it would be better if people other than adventurers bought his wares. Although there were regular people who stopped by his shop, they never actually made a purchase. Even if the items were sold, the adventurers wouldn't leave him alone. After all, there were plenty of people who wanted to get their hands on these items. Suddenly, an interesting thought occurred to him. He approached the shopkeeper. The man greeted him with surprise and asked if they hadn't seen each other in a while, or if it was just recently, and how were his sales. The MC happily thanked him and replied that everything was fine. In fact, he'd like to change the location of his shop. The shopkeeper was surprised. Where would he move to? When the protagonist told him his desired location, the merchant nearly dropped his pipe in astonishment. Ultimately, the protagonist set up his stall 10 meters from a small aristocratic town. He thought, his place is very close to this town. Wealthy aristocrats are better than commoners. They seek practicality. They have refined taste in fashion and keep up with it, and his interior design might interest them. In other words, his sense of fashion should please them. He was called upon as a palace designer. Also, some of the adventurers he'd sold to previously kept out of sight, perhaps for the best. But when he saw the look on one of the adventurers' faces, it was frightening. The MC set up his stall, laid out his items, and declared, we need to sell well today. At that moment, Kara was watching him from around the corner of the building. At that moment, the cash team was completely perplexed. Mora exclaimed in irritation. She hadn't come here to be flattered. At that moment, the affected item left by the protagonist expired, and the ogre returned to its previous state. Now the enormous monster loomed before the allies once again. Mora shouted at them. I can handle this myself somehow. Now she was passing the baton to them, and with that, she ran off, leaving the team alone with the ogre. Cash responded, I don't care. Whatever she was planning. The team members looked at their adversary with fear. Melissa nudged Luke and Norris in the back and told them to do something already. Norris was indignant. What was she talking about? Luke told the monster that women's flesh was tastier and softer. They unanimously decided to flee and raced to leave this place. The surprised ogre declared, he's kind of a vegetarian. 4 days later, the entire team was exhausted and holed up in the hotel dining room. Cash declared, he just needs some water. Melissa, almost in tears, said she wanted to take a bath. Luke said he hadn't thought they'd be so desperate to escape that they'd end up in another forest. Norris remarked, that would be terrible. The adventurers present held their noses. Those 4 smelled terrible. Mora sat alone at the counter. The receptionist asked her if those 4 weren't from her group. The girl answered gloomily, they deserved what they wanted. She heard Cash start blaming the protagonist again. Melissa called out to the hostess and asked if she could get them water or a towel. Luke grumbled, where's their service? The hostess glared at them, slammed the water down in front of them and said, just 1 glass of water, because it's not free. Cash answered angrily, does she think it's okay to talk to them like that? Who does she take them for? The hostess mockingly said, don't refuse their accommodation expenses. They're low-class clients. Cash exclaimed angrily, what did she say? The woman said sternly, she was paid in advance for yesterday. If they drink this water today, they'll be leaving the inn. Or do they want to pay extra for 1 more day? The leader irritably told her not to underestimate an S rank. The hostess glared at him, and Cash fell silent. Melissa told him, what's wrong? Let him pay already and be done with it. Norris pointed out, that's right. The hostess shouldn't underestimate them. Luke was surprised. Their leader's face had turned pale. The leader looked at his team and thought, Melissa is associated with beauty. She's covered in scars from her battle with ogres. She has a new dagger. She likes new things. Luke, a full set of gear, but the gloves were shattered in battle. Norris, a new spellbook and a guide that had been lost. His custom-made sword, which was already crumbling from that battle with the ogre. Their group had no money. The hostess asked, what is it? 5 silver coins a night for 5 people, or 6 if food is included. Can they afford that? Melissa thought, looking at a glass of water. She was tormented by thirst. She muttered, I'm very sorry, and grabbing the glass, drank it down in 1 gulp. Her allies were outraged. What was she doing? At that moment, Mora asked the hostess for a glass of ale and something to eat. The woman kindly replied, okay, and went to fulfill her order. Mora looked at the team and asked them what was wrong. They sheepishly told her they had problems. She didn't pay a penny into the communal treasury. That's simply astonishing. The girl snapped back. It's her personal money, and the group's treasury comes from quest rewards, right? Cash said irritably. She doesn't need to worry about money, does she? They'll be paid well and then they'll figure it out themselves. They are S-ranked after all. She looked at them pitifully and noticed they'd said so themselves. Cash laughed to hide his confusion and told her not to talk nonsense. It had to do with completing the quest. Melissa, placing her hands on her shoulders, said, exactly. Everything that's hers is shared, and what's shared belongs to everyone. They surrounded her from all sides. She tried to stop them, but they took her purse with money. Cash told her that if she had a grudge, she should hold it against the protagonist. She alone would serve for everyone, and her purse too. Peering inside, the leader exclaimed joyfully, wow, there's plenty of money in here. Norris said, Mora, she's rich for a support mage. The girl angrily told them she'd beat them all. Cash said mockingly, what's she talking about, a support mage attacking? It's like a mosquito bite. Suddenly, he received such a powerful blow to the jaw that he was sent flying and fell to the floor. The entire team watched in amazement. Melissa grabbed a chair and shouted, don't let this brat get the better of them. She slammed the chair onto the girl, but was surprised to realize all that was left was her cape. Mora struck her back from behind with such force that Melissa passed out. Norris and Luke stuttered, telling her to calm down. It wasn't proper for a girl to behave like that. Mora angrily advised them, small fry, to shut their mouths. Luke told her to stop joking around. Norris pointed out, it'll hurt. They tried to activate their magic, but the girl activated her enhancement, leaped high, and struck them with all her might, nearly slamming them to the floor. Everyone present watched the scene in surprise and admiration. Mora wiped her sweaty forehead and apologized to her hostess for making a mess. The girl assured her she would pay for everything. The woman countered, no, it's just the opposite. Mora remarked with surprise, oh, so that's how it is. She sat down in front of Cash and Melissa and told them she was leaving their group today. Meanwhile, a young noblewoman approached the protagonist's shop and admired the bizarre antiques, especially the lizards, whose live performance was unusual but interesting. The protagonist, looking at the vessel with the creatures, thought with a smile, these aren't lizards, but a basilisk. He turned to a man named Sebastian, standing next to the woman, and told him his wife had a keen eye. Was that Cantera under the influence? The girl asked him in horror. Under the influence? Oh, how frightening. Sebastian, shielding his companion, exclaimed, let her leave the matter to him from now on, and pointed his sword at the protagonist. He indignantly told him he dared sell something under the influence to a nobleman. The protagonist objected. What's he saying? It's just decoration. The man, surprised, asked him about the interior, and asked him to explain it in more detail. Gale explained everything, and the customers left. The protagonist took a deep breath and said, she really was a noblewoman. He told them that it was actually a lamp, and that it had an enchanting effect. After these words, she turned to her husband and delightedly told Sebastian that he would have to pay more for it. MC thought that even if he set a high price, they would buy it for more than its actual value. But even if they sold, it was his own creation. He had no interest in consumable combat spells. After a while, the protagonist stretched tiredly and happily said, "Well, everything sells well, so he can close up shop. It's just that, whoever it was, the first time they saw his items with effects, they shuddered. Although, every nobleman says it's unusual and interesting, but no one said they liked it. They simply said, a fancy design, and that was it. That's how he learned his sense of design wasn't appreciated." At that moment, Kara called out to him and asked if his shop was still open. He wanted to tell her to come back tomorrow, but something stopped him. He thought she was a noblewoman too, but she looked too plain for that class. Maybe she was hiding? He also noticed that she was being followed. The girl looked closely at the remaining items and smiled. "It's a strange design, but she likes it. This ring is so cute." MC replied with a happy smile, surprised that she liked it. The princess confirmed that she did. She liked it. The protagonist thought, he doesn't know who she is, but she's here on business. It would be a shame if he didn't offer his hand. The protagonist told Kara that he's already closing, so he can give it to her for less. The girl was surprised. Is he serious? She laughingly told him that, frankly, she'd forgotten her wallet at home and didn't have much money. Gail laughed too and sheepishly said, "Oh well, the price of affection was as high as she could afford." She was the first to praise his design, and he offers a discount for regular customers. After these words, he gave her a conspiratorial, awkward wink. The princess laughed, thinking he wasn't good at winking. Out loud, she said, "Well, she's keeping his word. Then let him keep this." With these words, Kara gave him the payment for the ring. When the protagonist saw that it was a large gold coin, he was shocked. She considered this coin small. While he was pondering this, the girl ran off, waving the ring at him goodbye. The protagonist also broke into a smile and, waving at her, thought she was cute. Vivian peeked around the corner again, thinking angrily, how dare he do this? Suddenly, Gale caught himself, horrified. He'd forgotten to explain the effect and how to dispel it. He looked around and exclaimed, "Where is she? She's nowhere to be found." He clutched his head and muttered dejectedly, "What should I do now?" Fortunately, this thing, the memory ring of influence, doesn't have particularly strong effects. The effect is minor and the protective power is triple. Even if a person only has instant death resistance, once they put it on, they won't be able to simply remove it because it's under the influence. The protagonist tried to calm down. The girl looked rich, and he was sure she could lift the spell at the temple. The next time he saw her, he'd apologize and give her the spell under the influence. By the way, when she mentioned the palace, didn't she mean the real palace? At that moment, the princess was grabbed from around the corner of the building. She screamed in surprise and began to protest. What were they doing? Let them let her go. Where were they touching her? Vivian looked at her carefully and said, "They've got her." The guards confirmed that this was true. She ordered them to move forward, and the guards carried the indignant princess, who tried to break free from their grasp. After a while, Vivian, looking at the tired guards, chided the princess for not even caring about them. Let her be aware of her situation. The girl looked at her with a displeased look. Sometime later, as the protagonist was returning home, a guard stopped him from behind and told him he was looking for a young man with black hair and a blue jacket who worked in a shop there. He looked very much like him. Could he show him his face? The protagonist cast a senile grimace through a spell and turned to the guard, laughing. "Wow, he still looks young." The guard recoiled from him and said, "It seems he was mistaken. Please forgive him." When the guard left, the protagonist crouched down and thought, he was so scared. Why are the royal guards looking for him? He needs to get out of this city quickly. He stood up and was just about to leave when children appeared before him, asking him to do it again. They asked him if it was magic or a trick. Panicked, the protagonist asked them to be quiet. Vivian continued to scold the princess. She told her that the item she bought was blasphemy against the church. The girl countered, "Come on, there's nothing wrong with that. Isn't it important to get to know the city's residents?" Vivian said thoughtfully, "That's true," and looked around the princess's room. There were various items, seemingly incompatible in design. She muttered, "She still can't understand her taste." The princess exclaimed, "She still has a long way to go, oh well." Vivian chuckled and reminded Kara that they had a meeting with ambassadors from a neighboring country in the morning, so they'd better prepare. The princess, looking at her warily, began to slide the ring onto her finger. Vivian exclaimed indignantly, "Was she really thinking of trying this on?" The girl answered, "No, she's just trying it on." She pulled the ring on, thereby activating it. The protagonist ate breakfast with gusto in the Adventurers Guild, enjoying the taste of the food. He said peacefully, he kept wondering what would happen to him when he was alone, but now he could do anything, and he was talented. He needed to remember to get the materials soon. The quarry was on the brink of collapse, and collecting and repairing items that were on the verge of being scrapped wasn't difficult. He wondered if he was ready to move to another city during a good quest. After thanking them for the food, the protagonist went about his business. Suddenly, he heard familiar voices and crouched behind a column to avoid being seen. Meanwhile, Kasha's team was harassing the guild registrar. They were genuinely indignant. They were an S-rank group, after all. Why couldn't she lend them some money? Let her lend them 10 or 20 gold coins. The appearance of the protagonist's former allies left much to be desired. The registrar replied with a smile that, frankly, they hadn't made any progress on their quest since their promotion, let alone funding. Had they? Had they met the client? Or hadn't they? They were getting complaints about being S-rank, but they still weren't there. Cash exclaimed, so they still have time. It was just an unexpected monster. The receptionist remarked in surprise, are they talking about an ogre? He was A-rank, and they were S-rank, weren't they? Melissa said, he was some kind of mutant, an unusual ogre. The administrator laughed and told them she knew that he, Mr. Cash, and the others were training an ogre near the city. Regarding training an ogre, she meant that Mora had brought the ogre with her, leading everyone to believe Cash's team was training a monster. She added, and they did something else, didn't they? Are they underestimating the guild? Cash said, irritably. She may be the administrator, but she acts like a minister. The girl looked at the documents and said that Mora left their group a few days ago. She had a complaint and a bill from the innkeeper at the pavilion, and they had to pay her back with guilt. This case is unparalleled. The protagonist, hearing all this, muttered, Cash and the others are really screwed. What a face he has. The administrator suddenly became serious, looked at them sternly, and asked them in a stern voice, and now, after all this, they want to borrow money? Let them ask again. Cash exclaimed angrily. This is all Gale's doing. The protagonist nearly jumped out from behind the column, outraged. What was he even talking about? Melissa said in a pained voice. Because of his influence, their statuses had dropped. The buff was useless. MC sighed, thinking, it wasn't just the influence. Luke added, and Mora was useless too. Norris confirmed. Exactly. The administrator sighed wearily and said, let them listen to her. Suddenly, her face twisted in irritation, and she angrily replied, Mora's one of the support mages, one of the top 5 in the capital. She had some problems with her previous group, and she offered them a new, good group as a replacement. The team stared at her in surprise. In the top 5? The protagonist thought in surprise too. She was that good, and they managed to lose her. The receptionist continued, regarding Gale. She didn't know if he was a bad person, but few influence spellcasters were as good as him. She lowered her voice. Antidote spells. I wonder how much they cost. The protagonist remembered, right? He'd made spells for the guild. The girl turned to Cash's team and asked them if that was enough. Please let them pay off their debt before borrowing. Cash exclaimed in a displeased tone. He'll pay it off right away. He called his team to follow him. Melissa asked him, what about Gale? Norris remarked. They need to choose a quest they can handle. Luke added, exactly. While they were under the influence, S-rank quests were fatal for them. The leader irritably told them to shut their mouths. Are they S-rank now? Norris said so. He thought so, but it seemed he was wrong. The protagonist wondered if they were all right and what they meant by influence. His influence had long since worn off. He decided to keep going before he encountered them again. Stepping outside, the protagonist heard guards' voices. The first urged the second, they need to move faster. The second guard asked his friend, what's the rush? Were they being attacked by an enemy? The first guard replied. He heard the princess and Vivian arguing again, and this time it was a fierce one. It'll take a lot of adults to stop them. MC thought in surprise, watching them go. Even for such a case, they send the kingdom's army. Passing a clothing store, he suddenly heard a threatening voice. Come on, let him come here. There was a sound like a small bell or the clash of sword blades. The guards were trying to calm Vivian down. She was in the palace. Let her calm down. The girls struggled and tried to hit the guard. Let him not stop her. The princess, wrapped in a blanket, looked at her with irritation. Vivian exclaimed, that ring the princess is wearing is under the influence. As she slipped it onto her finger, a shadow suddenly appeared above her. This greatly frightened them both. The butler approached Kara and asked her to quickly remove it from her finger. The girl replied that she couldn't take it off. She couldn't. Vivian exclaimed, therefore there is no other choice but to cut off her finger. She drew her sword and, swinging it, told Kara that they have little time before the meeting, so she should get ready. The butler shouted to the guards to protect the princess. After some time, the girl, accompanied by Vivian, went down to the arriving guests and apologized for the wait. The guests bowed politely, greeted her, and asked what was wrong with her finger. On her hand, on the very finger where the ring had been, a ribbon was tied. The princess laughed and answered them carelessly, she's slightly injured. It was the butler's idea. When the guard informed them that the guests had arrived, Vivian exclaimed in panic, already? The butler suggested the princess cover it with a ribbon. Kara told the guests that she thought they were tired from the long journey, so they would have some tea now. The guests assured her that there was no need. They pointed to a large crate and said, here, high-quality tea and delicious sweets produced in their country. Please, let them try them. The princess exclaimed joyfully, well, she will try them. It looks like there are plenty of them. The guests remarked, yes, they brought a lot. Let them devour the sweets of their empire. After these words, mercenaries jumped out of the crate. Vivian shouted to the guards, there are enemies here. Everyone get ready. When all the bandits emerged from their hiding place, one of the guests pointed a crossbow at the princess and told her that the arrow had fast-acting poison, so it would allow her to die quickly and without suffering. Vivian ordered the guards to protect Kara. The mercenary shouted, it's too late, she's going to die now, and fired at her. The princess sat down on the floor and screamed with fear. Suddenly, something amazing began to happen. All the arrows aimed at her hit an invisible wall and bounced off in different directions. No one understood what was happening. The lead mercenary ordered another round of fire at the princess. The enemies attacked her again, and again all the projectiles bounced off the invisible defense. The mercenaries were perplexed. Why was this happening? Kara exclaimed in surprise. When had she managed to set up the defense? Suddenly, she realized, that guy in the shop, could this really be his work? A token of gratitude for her praise of his work? Vivian, without wasting a second, ordered the guards to seize the mercenaries. The assassins resisted, but the guards bound them tightly. Vivian rushed to the princess and anxiously asked her if she was injured. The girl fearfully thanked her for her concern and assured her that she was fine. The maid wondered why they were pretending to be an empire. No, first they needed to go to a safe place until things settled down here. She led the princess to another room. After this event, some time later, the princess told the priest, the high priest named Uriel, and the appraiser Arazul the whole story of the ring, after which she asked them, "So, is this a terrible effect?" Uriel said in amazement, "No, it's not that. The removal of the spell itself is simple. It's just too advanced here. It was likely crafted by someone who had mastered the art of creating things under the influence. This ring has been given the highest level of sophistication to maximize the benefits it provides. In exchange, of course, the person's status will be extremely high. This item has been subjected to a number of influences to make it disappear. And not only that, Arazul will handle the matter next." The appraiser asked for the princess's hand, which held the ring, and began to examine it carefully. His surprise knew no bounds. Incredibly, the protective power had tripled. Moreover, it resisted instant death. The princess asked him if he could explain it in other words. The young man said, "This ring is under the influence of a relic." Without letting go of the princess's hand, Arazul exclaimed in bewilderment. He never thought that in his more than 10 years of life, he would see such a wondrous thing under influence. At that moment, Vivian flicked his head and asked in an irritated tone, how much longer was he going to hold the prince's hand? Arazul, embarrassed, released Kara's hand. Vivian said she believed the church's angel shield also had this effect. The appraiser remarked, "Yes, that's right. If he wasn't mistaken, he had this skill too." Uriel had mentioned it, but he'd never heard of something of that size providing instant death resistance. Kara exclaimed, "There is one, the Empire's treasure, the Demon King's heart. It's a legendary item that grants various powerful effects, such as increasing the Empire's instant death resistance status and reducing the casting time of magic. However, it drains a person's life force during use. If the dispelling spell isn't cast in time, it will kill them." Vivian said that to obtain the powerful effect, one must pay a high price. The princess looked at the ring and thought, this is the truth of this world. The thing is, there's no price to pay. It's not a relic. It's more than just a relic. She turned to her faithful assistant and asked her if she remembered that young man. The maid told her she remembered him. Did she really think it was him? Kara wanted her to find him and kill him? There she was, their true princess. The girl exclaimed indignantly, "No way." She wanted to thank him, so let her bring him here. She touched the ring and remarked that even though it was under the influence, it had saved her life, and that was the main thing. Therefore, she wanted to see him again. After some time, the protagonist admired his new equipment. He had a new cloak with pockets for storing spells with effects, gloves, and boots with built-in shin guards. The rest of his clothing was durable, reinforced with steel wire. Like the cloak, this clothing could also store spells. He checked the contents of his backpack again and told himself, his luggage consisted of spells and a homemade dagger. Now he just needed to deliver them where he was going. It was time for him to set out. After a while, he looked down at the city from the high wall and thought, the cool morning air, people working in peace, a city beginning to flourish. I wonder what it would be like to see the royal capital? After a while, the protagonist, walking down the street, saw his former team. They were sitting outside near the wall of a building, wrapped in their cloaks. Cash, his voice trembling, said how cold it was. Melissa shouted at Norris, telling him not to touch her. The mage was indignant, but there was nothing to touch. Luke added, exactly. The girl angrily protested. Who were they calling aboard? The guys denied it. They never said anything of the sort. The protagonist thought there was something familiar about them. He grinned and said, of course. Moving on, he bought himself an apple and suddenly heard a knight shout, they need more men. Let them hold on. Royal knights galloped past the surprised protagonist, asking him to let them pass. Along the way, one shouted at the other that he was a fool. The palace gates were guarded by guards. Everything would be fine. MC wondered in confusion. Why were they here? And even the royal guards were here. Why? He was about to move on, but suddenly saw a notice on the wall of the building. It said a wanted man, approximately a teenager. His description was of a young man selling uninteresting jewelry with dark hair. Witnesses are asked to contact the royal guard, the knights, or the nearest palace. The chief knight asked his subordinates if they had searched the square. They replied that they had. The Royal Capital Army was patrolling there right now. They wouldn't miss a fly. The chief knight exclaimed, then where is he? At the inn or at the guild? They need to search everything. The protagonist thought, having been stopped earlier, it had been a bit nerve-wracking. Well, this time he didn't fit those descriptions. Knights kept passing him, complaining about how little information they had. Where could a dirty young man have disappeared to? Suddenly, the lead knight turned his attention to him and said, he looks a bit like the man they're looking for. MC exclaimed in surprise. What? One of the knights remarked. He doesn't have that kind of feeling for jewelry, and it doesn't look like he sells it. The protagonist was offended, indignant. It sounded rude. Does he look like someone who doesn't have that kind of feeling for jewelry? The lead knight said he'd been told this guy wasn't dressed so neatly. The jewelry he sells has destructive power. Therefore, they'll look even dirtier. His companion agreed with his friend's arguments. He was right. The protagonist was allowed to proceed. Gale muttered. He didn't have to say that. Out of sight of the knights, he caught his breath and muttered, I feel like an idiot. He must have let his emotions get the better of him at that moment. He needed to get out of this city quickly. Approaching the main entrance gate, he saw numerous horse-drawn carriages. He could choose where to go. If he wanted to work, he needed to go to a big city. The protagonist looked at the map and realized the nearby trading city of Ambalons and the military town of Gracias Fort. Maybe he should go to the ancient city of Grandstadt. Yes, there were only 2 seats left, and they were leaving soon, so they were offering a discount, and they were going where he needed to go. The driver informed him that the agricultural town of Farm Age was just 1 silver coin away. The protagonist thought in surprise, there was a farm there. He immediately imagined a pile of vegetables. The protagonist shouted to the driver that he was coming with him. At that moment, a man in a hooded cloak also shouted in a female voice that she was coming too. Mora asked him if he was Gale by any chance. He thought he'd seen her somewhere. The girl took off her hood and told him they'd seen each other a few days ago. Wasn't he Gale? The MC exclaimed. He remembered. She was in Cash's team and her name is Mora. The girl confirmed his guess. Yes, it was her. The protagonist looked her up and down in surprise, and the girl jokingly asked him what he was looking at. The protagonist became embarrassed and muttered something about how she'd misunderstood. They set off in a carriage. Gale remembered how she'd slapped him, telling him that he was just like them. That was so rude. His cheek was swollen. He told her they wouldn't be together for long, but thank you. The girl replied that she hoped so too. After a while, he yawned and dozed off. Mora confronted him about being too close. The protagonist began to justify himself to her, saying it couldn't be helped, it was cramped. He looked at the other passengers and their luggage and thought, imported goods from neighboring countries, iron products for sale in agricultural towns, and a mercenary escort, plus a few ordinary civilians, and also a strong girl who feared nothing. By the way, wasn't she leaving the group too early? He wanted to rest, but he couldn't. The protagonist told Mora that he was sure they both had their own opinions, but they shouldn't interfere too much. She replied that she hadn't thought about anything like that. He said, I see. He thought, well, yes, it wasn't because of her that he was expelled. Most likely, Cash was attracted to her beauty. Judging by the way he acted, it seemed like he had been trying to do something with him for a long time. So, it was probably for the best. The protagonist asked the girl why she left the group. Mora looked at him and said, that's what she wanted to tell him. She doesn't know how he managed to stay with them for so long. MC was surprised. Couldn't Cash handle an ogre? Mora answered him. Seriously, he was useless as a leader, he couldn't fight, and the other 3 were so bad at magic and swordsmanship, she'd better not mention the bow. She was still wondering why she joined this group of idiots. Gale asked her if it was definitely Cash. Mora answered him, who else could it be? Because of this story, the guild took her in, and so she can't stay in the capital for a while. Whenever they have problems, they blame him, and then forget about it. She's sure he knows about this, or not? The protagonist chuckled, and the girl apologized to him, adding that she shouldn't have spoken about him like that. MC assured her that everything was fine. He was just sorry that his former friends caused her so much trouble. Mora pointed out that he shouldn't apologize for that. He looked at her sad expression and realized she was traveling lightly. She must have left the group right away and was leaving the city. The protagonist pulled out his backpack with supplies, made a quick snack, and offered the girl a homemade sandwich. He added that they were both victims of that group, so it was to get to know her better. Mora grinned and said, you couldn't have said it better. She thanked him, and he sheepishly told her there was no need to do that. Everything was fine. The protagonist distributed the food to the other travelers. The girl took a bite of the sandwich and admitted it was delicious. He made them in such a short time. Gale laughed and said, well, he just has excellent ingredients, and he even has wine. Mora exclaimed with a grin. He even has alcohol. What does he want to do by getting her drunk? When she saw the wine he'd pulled out, she exclaimed delightedly, it's a wonderful Rome drink, isn't it? It's a very expensive thing. Is he sure? The protagonist assured her. Yes, he'd earned some money. He had a stall in town. The girl mused. A stall? By the way, there was a lot of fuss in the streets about the artifacts found in the stall. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. Artifacts in a stall? Who could it be? He couldn't tell her they were talking about him right now. Mora, sipping her wine, answered him. It's true, and it seems the princess herself is looking for him. MC pondered. Stall, princess, palace. He remembered Kara, who let it slip about the palace, and that, in fact, she'd forgotten her wallet at home and had only a little money on her. Suddenly, a thought struck him. But that couldn't be true. Mora pulled him out of his thoughts, telling him she didn't know he made money at the kiosk. He laughed and replied, does he look like someone who owns artifacts? She admitted he was right. He continued, it was terrible. He wished she'd said it that way, even if she was lying to herself. The girl said it because if he was going to create something so great, he'd have to go to a more sacred place than the city. He rolled up, or like a hermit. Mora laughed and said, that's possible too. She admitted he made her laugh. Extending her palm to him, she added, and she liked him. The protagonist clapped her hand in friendship and said he didn't dislike her either. He added that if one of them were the vanguard, they could team up. She with support and he with his spells. If one day that happened, he'd be glad. At that moment, the carriage shook so hard that everyone was thrown into their seats. Mora screamed, "What is that? And where is he even facing?" Someone shouted, "Orcs! Orcs are attacking them." The girl noticed. It looked like they were attacking the column. The protagonist answered, yes, he understood. It's the orcs. From the sounds outside, the combat situation didn't seem very good. At that moment, the driver peered into the carriage and asked for help because the mercenaries were dead. The passengers panicked. It couldn't be happening. What should they do? Mora peered out and said, "This is bad. It looks like they've spotted their carriage." She thought even though only she and Gale could be at the rear, it would be difficult. But there was no one else to fight here. The girl looked at the woman riding in the same carriage with them, how she clutched her child to her, and decisively asked the protagonist, "Does he have a weapon?" He exclaimed in bewilderment. "Does she really want to fight them?" Mora said, "They have no other choice. She only has a magic staff and a small knife. And what about him?" The protagonist had one-use weakening spells and a small dagger. She said he had a melee weapon. That would do. They'd go and show those monsters something. MC tried to reason with her. What was she talking about? They were both the rear guard and fighting on the front lines. Mora said she understood it was reckless, but dying without doing anything was much worse than falling in battle. She was confident in her support magic, so let him trust her. The protagonist was silent for a moment, processing what she'd said, and then said he understood. Then, he'd be on the front lines, so let her make sure the enemies didn't sneak up on him from behind. Mora answered, "Okay, of course," and let him forgive her if anything happened. Gale told her not to apologize. Letting a girl fight was the worst thing a man could do. Well then, now they'd show them their former S-rank power. Stepping out of the carriage, the protagonist thought, perhaps they were still underestimating them. He needed to attack immediately and kill at least one. He activated the carriage's defenses. This protective wall could withstand several attacks. Mora shouted at him to go ahead and not to worry. She would enhance him. The protagonist thought this was perfect and pulled a blade from his belt. Mora held her staff forward, granting him a boost. But then she stared at him in surprise. What was that? His knife, under the influence, began to emit a dark shroud that began to spread at the protagonist's feet, rising higher and higher, forming a dome around him. Before the fight, the girl had told him their strategy was simple. The boosters didn't work quickly, so timing was crucial. If they got the timing right, they could defeat the ogre with one fatal blow and then stop the enemy with a boost. In that time, he would kill another one. MC remarked, "Okay, if they stall, a patrol will come to see what happened." The girl said, "Exactly. So, they can't lose," she said just now. She asked him what kind of thing he was holding. He answered her, "This is just an ordinary dagger with an effect." The girl exclaimed in surprise, "What do you mean, regular?" The protagonist didn't answer her, only asking her to stay behind him no matter what. Mora wanted to stop him, but didn't. She activated her magic and said, even though it won't be as stable, they still need to be stronger than them. The girl summoned a boost to maximum power. 4 additional circles formed around the large magic circle, emitting such a powerful light that the protagonist closed his eyes for a second. Then he hurled a scroll of spells at the orcs. Noting that he had a good position and good range, he shouted, "Now's the time." At that moment, the scroll fell to the ground and opened. The protagonist cast a spell on the mountains, which turned into enormous piles of corpses. The orcs looked around in confusion, then began to weaken before their very eyes. Mora, confused and amazed, exclaimed, "Wow, what is this? Is this Gale's effect?" She looked at the open scroll. It seemed to only work on monsters. Their condition was only getting worse. The protagonist jumped and shouted at the orcs, "Come on, let them come at him. He would chop them into pieces." Mora warned him that it was too early. He still had the buff. Assessing the situation, she thought he wasn't completely suspended in the air. MC stopped right in front of the monster, which opened its mouth and was about to rip it apart. The protagonist hadn't expected such a turn of events. Mora froze in place in horror, unable to even shout a word. The protagonist felt an extraordinary surge of strength, spun in the air, and severed the orc's head. Landing, he rushed toward the next enemy and finished him off with all his might. MC laughed in surprise and, turning to the girl, admiringly declared, "Her buffs are simply magnificent." She, finally recovering from her astonishment, countered, "No, it wasn't related to buffs." The girl thought this weakening was an area of effect. It wouldn't be easy to survive in such a place. At the very least, fear, vulnerability, and ultimately paralysis. She'd never heard of an effect that worked that way, and that dagger of his, ignoring defenses, stopping recognition. Even if it were true, it wasn't much different from a permanent effect. And calling a legendary item ordinary, what an idiot he was. She clutched her head and said it out loud. The protagonist felt a change in his aura and was surprised to realize that Mora's effects had increased his status. He exclaimed, turning to the girl, "It's all thanks to her support magic." Mora retorted in surprise, "He's mistaken. It's completely wrong." MC, ignoring her, said, "So he can keep fighting." The girl added, "It looks like he can do this even without the boost." His status had been lowered. She forgot to add magic power and the boost wore off. She apologized to him and added, She'll do it now. He replied that she had nothing to apologize for. As long as their combination worked, he was invincible. Mora exclaimed in bewilderment, have he completely lost his mind? The protagonist effortlessly dispatched another orc. At that moment, more enemies appeared. MC exclaimed, have there been more? What if that's true? He cast the slow spell again and effortlessly cut off their heads. He was overjoyed. It was so wonderful. Thanks to Mora's boost, the orcs caught in his slow spell seemed to freeze. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. She thought he was seriously calling it slowing down. Well, that's not quite true. Suddenly, an orc appeared before him, several times larger than the previous ones. The protagonist, unfazed, leaped high with the help of his boost, and, plunging his blade straight into the enemy's neck, severed his head. The monster fell as if mown down. Mora couldn't believe her eyes. The instant of death. This was incredibly rare, and it was far from something that could be created by hand. She seriously didn't understand. The protagonist looked at her and declared, they won. The girl said in bewilderment, well, yes, he did defeat them, didn't he? Gale exclaimed, and yet that was awesome, especially her support magic. He thanked her for it, his emotions overwhelming, causing her to whirl around in a dance. The surprised passengers, along with the driver, looked at them in amazement. The protagonist waved at them with a smile. Having come to their senses, they rushed to their allies, eager to thank their saviors. The travelers decided to spend the night in a safe place. The protagonist, sitting by the fire with Mora, confessed to her that this was his first time fighting monsters like this. To be honest, he was a little scared. Mora grinned in surprise. He was the one who was scared, but he'd been on Cash's team for quite some time. Right? The protagonist told her he was just one of the first members, nothing more. He was just an item master under the influence. The girl looked at him silently, then said something about Cash being a fool to kick him out of his team. MC replied that he'd said as much himself, but he felt that kicking him out was the only right decision. Mora remarked that he had low self-esteem, and besides, the dandelion coffee was delicious. Gale sheepishly said, well, he knows a lot of things. Mora said, it sounds like he's all-powerful. The protagonist countered, she's exaggerating. His skills aren't very useful in combat. Mora thought irritably, oh, please stop it already. Having finished her coffee, she stood up and told him she was going to bed. She thanked him for the coffee. He wished her good night and added that she could use his bag as a pillow. The protagonist looked at the men who were also drinking his coffee, rested his chin on his hand, and stared into the starry night sky, lost in thought. He was omnipotent, right? He'd never thought about it that way. Even today, only thanks to Mora's support, he'd managed to win. He recalled the moments of victory with his former team. He'd always been behind them. Replayed today's battle in his mind, and decided he'd agree that when he fought the monsters, he didn't feel bad. Mora must be kind. At these thoughts he laughed, and the girl listened to his laughter in surprise. The next day, the passengers said goodbye to their saviors, and the protagonist dozed off. Mora nudged him in the side with her elbow, and he opened his eyes and asked her if they had arrived yet. She told him they had. Leaping from the wagon, they sped toward a rural townland dominated by farms. A settlement on elevated ground met their gaze, with a road running down the middle. Somewhere in the fields and plots, people were working, and cows and other livestock were grazing. The protagonist and Mora stopped for a rest. The protagonist said it was about an hour to the border. He should have stayed in the wagon. Mora noticed, as expected, solid steppe, farmland, vast pastures. She asked him what he was going to do. The MC replied that he would go to the guild, hand over materials from the ogres, and then look for quests. After some time, when the allies reached the guild, Mora said they should check if anyone in the guild was looking for people to join their party. Until then, they'd be together. Doesn't he want to recruit people for the group himself? The protagonist answered, yes, but right now he wants to be around ordinary people. Besides, their mission won't be that simple. For example, an adventurer's guild on the edge of a farm. The girl grimaced and said, he's really gonna do this? The protagonist replied that she understood him correctly. She asked, could one person handle it? MC replied, everything will be fine, but then, maybe she could go with him to get rid of the undead? He showed her the request. Mora said, an A-class mission, so how does he picture it? They're both rearguards, it's unlikely they'll succeed. The protagonist thought, so she's ready to help him. He told her out loud that this type of mission was his only salvation. The girl was about to object, but at that moment, Gimli quietly approached them and said, this is an additional clue. The allies looked at her in surprise, and the protagonist spoke up, understanding. Gimli asked them, so they're new here? Mora thought she hadn't noticed her. The girl looked closely at the protagonist and said, she doesn't remember them. Are they really new? The MC answered with a smile, yes, they're from the royal capital, and they've come to help them. Gimli exclaimed enthusiastically, that's so wonderful. Since their city is primarily agricultural and trading, the number of adventurers has dropped. They're really helping them out. The protagonist blushed at such a joyful reaction. Mora looked at her with irritation. She asked them offhandedly, are they friends? The support mage answered, no, they're just companions. She told her name and added that she was very much counting on her support and that of the guild. She was the rearguard. Gimli cried out joyfully, wow, so she's a support link. The rearguard position is also very popular. Gimli turned to the protagonist and asked him how he was. Judging by his clothes, it was difficult to tell what his role was. Gale answered that he too was a rearguard, a master of influence. Gimli, confused, asked him again. Influence? The protagonist, smiling, hastened to explain that his primary role was support, but he could also fight. The girl said sheepishly, he'll forgive her. It's not that it's bad. It's not often you see a master of influence. He must have chosen the right job for himself. That's what she's thinking now. He looked at her in bewilderment, and Mora snorted with displeasure. Gimli continued, first of all, to get them accustomed to the city's layout, she'd like to offer them a couple of missions. They'd chosen a good task. There were a couple more like it. This one, there are a few priests here, not to mention any evil spirits who could destroy them. Moreover, few are willing to risk this mission right now. Although who knows, maybe they'll get lucky. Wouldn't they be willing to take it on? He's a master of influence. It's like fighting death. Mora was indignant. How could she say such a thing? The protagonist responded. He was already accustomed to this. Gale agreed to her proposal. Gimli looked at them sympathetically and said she would give them some advice. As she'd said earlier, no one had dared to take on this task. Therefore, she couldn't send a rescue team if they suddenly ran into trouble. The protagonist told her he understood everything and was ready to start tomorrow. He asked her about a map of the area. Gimli got what he asked for, along with holy water and magical items. The girl asked her allies if they needed it. MC refused, only needing a map of the area. Gimli stamped the quest form and said, okay, they can take it. She added, there's one more thing. There's the skull of a man who was recently found. It turned out to be one of the adventurers who wanted to complete this mission alone. She warns them to be careful. They're already short on adventurers, and the situation in their city is precarious. Mora stepped on the protagonist's foot, and he yelped in surprise. Gimli laughed and remarked, yes, indeed, they are friends. Suddenly, she remembered what she had said and exclaimed, yes, they are welcome to the agrarian city of Farm Age. Gimli apologized for not introducing herself and told them her name. The girl added, at least now we've met. The MC thanked her, and handing her the dripping blood bag, asked if she could take it instead of money. Gimli immediately agreed. Sometime later, when the allies left the guild, the protagonist said, great, they'll start the mission tomorrow. Mora said, unbelievable. Why such a rush? He should rest after the journey. And then there was that girl. She was just terribly persistent. The MC asked her, perplexed, what she was talking about. The ally waved him off, nothing. She simply had to go with him now. The protagonist, surprised, asked her, will she go with him? He wouldn't mind. Mora answered irritably, she didn't care at all. She was just worried about him. That's all. The protagonist laughed and countered, no, she should say. She shouldn't get her hopes up. It would be easier if he went alone. The girl furiously told him he'd got it all wrong. People who challenge the undead will find themselves in great danger. That's why she's worried. Gale replied nonchalantly, no problem for him. After all, the influences will help him. He's looking forward to tomorrow. Late that evening, Gimli sat on the edge of the watchtower wall, thinking about the protagonist. She thought he had an unusual influence. The next day, the protagonist said at dinner, excellent. Mora reprimanded him. He sleeps too much. It's already dinner time. The protagonist confessed to her. He couldn't help himself. After a while, they set off for their destination. As they walked, they heard the locals calling them newcomers. Mora looked at the sparse terrain, the curious inhabitants, and noted, yes, as previously stated, this is a city that specializes in agriculture and trade. The protagonist replied that there were practically no armed men or adventurers, which is why they were keeping an eye on them. Although he didn't care. To earn money, they must complete this mission. The protagonist looked into the girl's storage, saw holy water, an incense amulet, and a silver knife, and uttered something rather meager. Mora irritably replied, don't let him say that. MC reassured her, it's fine. The undead are his specialty. The girl said, she's more worried about this place. If anything creepy happens, she'll run away. Gale said, okay. Although, it would be great if she were nearby. As expected, the dungeon is not simple. She countered, he should run away with her too. Suddenly, they saw an opening ahead with light shining from it. MC suggested, is that where it is? Entering, they saw an arena with gravestones, and the stands, instead of spectators, were filled with tombstones. The protagonist admired the beautiful view. Mora was horrified. The protagonist saw skeletons underfoot and muttered, is this the work of the undead? He began to push aside the bones, clearing a path. The girl begged him to stop. Gale, ignoring her plea, told her that if she could see, there were traces left. She said that this was where the dungeon had once been, and now it had become a cemetery, a rather depressing place. So many human bones, and they get away with nothing. The protagonist noted, correct. But if they went deeper, would she say the same? Mora said a prayer over the dead, saying, may they rest in peace. MC was surprised. She was religious apparently. The girl snapped back. He should learn that. They were undead, and yet, they sleep during the day, but they might come here at night. MC held the skull up to her, as if he wanted to draw her attention to something. When Mora brought her face closer to examine it, the jaw snapped open, startling her. The girl angrily swung her arm, screaming that she would finish him off. Offended, She turned away from him, pulling her hood over her head. The protagonist was ashamed of his actions and apologized, adding that he hadn't meant to scare her. She said it with resentment. Even though they were undead, they were monsters. She was asking him not to do that again. The protagonist thought in surprise, if she was so afraid, then she could have waited for him outside. He told her not to worry so much. This cemetery had already turned into a dungeon. She was unlikely to see anything creepy here. Mora noted that this was no consolation at all. Gale said that he wanted more rewards, so he would go deeper. If she was scared, she should wait for him outside. Mora sprinkled holy water all around. MC said that it was a waste of time to do something like that she should take the lantern instead. The girl apologized to him, took the lantern and stayed where she was. The protagonist told her, well, he went and began to move deeper, humming about rewards. Mora was perplexed. He just left, leaving her here? She began to feel like someone's shadows were walking around her. Unable to bear it any longer, she ran after the protagonist, shouting at him to wait for her. As she followed, she whined from time to time that she wanted to go home. Suddenly, she screamed, which greatly frightened the protagonist. The girl said she heard something and clung to MC's clothes. Gale assumed she must have just imagined it. Mora apologized to him and said, she's really scared. Really? The girl shuddered at every rustle and sound, clinging to the protagonist. He couldn't bear it any longer and told her he's asking her to calm down. Suddenly, she heard the rustle of wings from above, and she was ready to jump on Gale in fear. He reassured her, it's just a bat. The girl answered hysterically, she knows it. She was just a little surprised, that's all. Besides, there are all sorts of undead here. At that moment, a skeleton approached her and laughed right in her face. Mora shrieked in terror and leaped into the protagonist's arms. He hadn't expected such agility from her and barely managed to hold her back. The girl screamed hysterically. They're moving. The protagonist tried to call her to reason, but she was screaming like crazy. It was simply impossible. The protagonist winced and asked her not to scream so loudly. His ears were about to go deaf. She came face to face with the undead again. MC placed a hand on her shoulder and activated the panic attack. Mora suddenly broke away from the protagonist and began attacking the undead, smashing them to smithereens with the protagonist's flashlight. The undead, like the protagonist, were surprised by what was happening. He couldn't keep up with her movements. She was so fast. Gale himself was caught in her power, carried a distance away, and fell along with the undead. A short time later, when Mora calmed down, he asked her, "Are you okay? Has she calmed down at least a little?" The girl told him that it was true and apologized to him. The protagonist told her he was surprised she was so afraid. Why did she go with him? Mora was embarrassed and told him how she couldn't go, how dangerous it was to go on missions alone. She was worried about him. The protagonist smiled and said that he had told her everything was fine, and besides, he loved fighting the undead. He extended his hand to her and thanked her for caring about him. Helping her up, MC said he was going to reach the very depths. Was she ready to go further with him? She told him she was ready. Gale advised her to simply close her eyes when she was scared. Mora worriedly noted, what if she got lost? The protagonist pointed to his hand and told her to just grab his hand and follow him. Mora sheepishly took his hand and followed him. The protagonist thought, confused, he was joking, but she actually took his hand. Shortly before Gale left town, Cash's team came to the forge and offered to buy equipment from the master. The man looked them over from head to toe and declared, "They're too dirty. Let them leave." The allies settled back against the wall of the building, and Cash said he was hungry. Melissa said it was cold. Nora said they needed to get money. Luke remarked that it looked like they'd have to spend the night in the fields again. After a while, Luke went off somewhere and brought several orders from the guild. One was an A difficulty order, kill an ogre in the city streets. The second was a C difficulty order, deal with skeleton knights in the church ruins. The third was an E difficulty order, drive away the goblins of this difficulty that were trampling the crops. And the fourth was a D difficulty order, kill an orc in the D difficulty wastelands. Cash was indignant. Was he an idiot? They're S rank. These quests are too easy for them. Melissa called him a fool too. Norris told them both to calm down. He added that everyone was exhausted today. They couldn't handle a difficult quest. They needed this to get back on their feet. Luke said he'd catch a rabbit. Cash snapped back. He got it. Looking at the quests, he noticed that there were only low-paying orders. The most expensive was killing an ogre, which paid 60 coins. The allies introduced this monster and decided they had no other options. They weren't afraid, of course, but since there was nothing at their level, this one would do. Melissa suggested that maybe they'd take C, D, and E. They were too cheap. Norris said that even C, there were plenty of them. They'd be better off going with the ogre. Cash called him an idiot and advised him not to even say no. Level C was the maximum. Melissa exclaimed, "Skeletons are a piece of cake," especially since he suggested it himself. Luke wanted to object, but he didn't, and just sighed. He didn't think he'd have to spend the night in the field on an empty stomach. Norris told him, "Okay, they'll do it since they're going." Luke muttered, "Yes, skeletons are just ordinary small fish." Norris, looking at Cash and Melissa, said, "But how much magic can he accumulate? Will everything be okay with these two?" Cash, meanwhile, Melissa said, "They'll quickly kill them and eat a steak on the bone." The girl laughed and noted that he knew how to pun. Norris thought, they're the first line. If he trusts them, then everything will be okay, right? They're the ones who get seriously injured. Luke noted that the most important thing is his health. Finally, they came to an abandoned church in the suburbs. Luke climbed the wall and looked around. Cash asked him how the situation was there. The guy answered him that there were a lot of monsters there. Behind the gate, after the main temple, in the cemetery. There are 20 hiding in the darkness. Cash laughed and said, 20? That's easy. Melissa chimed in. Easy as pie. She asked the leader if she and he could break in. Cash told her yes, he'd show her what a holy knight can do. He told his allies the plan. He and Melissa would head deeper into the church. Appearing before the skeletons, he'd summon a magic circle, activate his power and shout at them to eat it. Next, he'd summon holy light and prepare to attack. The enemies would be demoralized by the holy light and Melissa would join in, giving Norris the command to cast spells. While he was doing this, they'd destroy all the skeletons. Victory would be theirs. He exhaled and finished, something like this. Holy Knight abilities and Melissa's attack. Norris would devour them. Luke would finish them off. The perfect plan. Norris spoke up. It should work, right? Luke said, then they'll wait here with Norris and provide support when it's their turn. Cash agreed and asked Melissa if she was ready. The girl answered affirmatively. The allies temporarily unlocked the cleric barrier and entered. They were met by a multitude of skeletons. Cash angrily told his opponents, he'll take them all now. Melissa remarked, it was a shame they came out into the sun. The leader laughed and shouted about the quest reward. But at that moment, both were struck by skeletons, without even realizing it. The skeletons surrounded them and began to hit them with bones. All that could be heard were Cash and Melissa's screams of pain. Luke told Norris, this is bad. They could die. The mage exclaimed, now fire magic. He summoned Inferno and unleashed his power on the opponents. Luke asked, puzzled, what good was his fireball? The mage's summoning looked like a small blob. Norris protested, no, let him see. He'd concentrated the heat in it. It may be small, but it was very powerful. The skeleton barely felt the magical force and turned angrily on its allies. In the end, Norris and Luke grabbed Cash and Melissa and fled from the skeletons. The C difficulty mission to deal with the skeletons was a failure. The next day, the team decided to deal with the orcs. Luke warned his friends about the monster coming towards them. Melissa exclaimed, she'll deal with it. Screaming for the nasty pig to die, she struck the enemy with such force that the monster fell. Her allies rejoiced. It had worked, but the girl's blade got stuck in the orc's thick hide. Cash shouted at her, what's taking her so long? Let her finish him off. But at that moment, the monster she had defeated stood up, grabbed her hand, and pulled her in front of him. Melissa, not flustered, shouted at him. What? He wants her? The orc shook her, and she screamed. Let him help her. The monster released her and turned away from the girl with disdain. Before Norris could express his suspicions, Luke burst into laughter and declared, she's not his type. Melissa angrily shouted at him. What's so funny? Cash ran up to the monster, swung his sword, and exclaimed, he shouldn't have turned away. He struck him, but something incredible happened. The sword flew out of the leader's hands, and a small amount of smoke appeared on the enemy's back from the impact. The orc was enraged, and Cash noticed that things were bad. The monster struck all four of them with such force that they were sent flying. Thus, the D difficulty quest to kill an orc in the wasteland was also failed. A few days later, the team came to the guild, and sitting around the table, they again blamed the protagonist, claiming it was because of him that they were failing again and again. Everyone's wallets were empty, Cash said, and he sold all the cool equipment. Norris said sadly that, whatever the case, they needed to make some good money and catch up with the protagonist. Luke suggested that if they were so powerless, maybe they should open a shop. Cash answered him, as an option. They had a quest with goblins today. They should be able to do it. As had happened recently, they returned from this quest again, battered and without a victory. The administrator asked them if they'd failed again. Cash was furious, crawling helplessly across the floor, shouting, idiots, idiots, this is some kind of scam. After a while, the team headed to one of the villages. The village leader exclaimed joyfully, yeah, S-rankers rarely come to them. Cash replied that since they had come, the villagers needn't worry anymore. Let them entrust this to them, the S-rank Wolfpack team. The man said, though, to their great shame, this was their first encounter with goblins. The leader assured him not to worry. They would take the initiative. He thought they wouldn't get anything. The villagers, along with the adventurers, went to fight the goblins. As a result, Cash and his allies, who had taken the initiative, were dealt a severe blow by the monsters, and now they simply couldn't move. Cash wondered if they'd gone to the wrong village. The villagers remained behind to fight the goblins. When it was all over, the group returned to the guild empty-handed. The leader told the receptionist that the villagers had called them useless, that they were useless, and therefore they wouldn't receive any money. The girl sighed sympathetically and suggested that maybe they should lower their rank while they still had their skins intact. Cash grabbed her by the shirt and demanded an easier quest. The receptionist grabbed his hand and slapped him hard, causing him to collapse to the floor. It was his fourth defeat in a row. Meanwhile, the protagonist saw the undead. He thought, the deeper he goes, the higher the density of lost souls. This underground cemetery could wait. He felt more close her eyes and tremble. She asked him if there was anyone there. There is, right? The protagonist chuckled and told her there was no one there. She exclaimed, he's lying to her. MC thought, spot on. There's nothing to grab onto. The girl protested, but she felt something very heavy and terrible. At that moment, an undead hand emerged from the pile of dead bodies, with a skeleton dangling from it. Then, from the pile, emerged the enemy itself, an undead of enormous size. Mora cried out in fear. She knew it. Can she open her eyes? It's even scarier with them closed. The protagonist thought it would definitely be scarier with her eyes open, so he confidently answered her. Yes, there's no one here. He silently cast a dispel spell and activating it, aimed a blow at the enemy. 3 seconds later, he was finished. Mora, still trembling, gripped the protagonist's hand tighter. He told her that she could probably open her eyes now. The girl did so, looked at the fallen undead and asked him in surprise, "He just killed the undead with dispel, right?" The protagonist exclaimed, "She saw it. So simple." Yes. The girl asked him in amazement, did he even know the meaning of the word simple? Seeing his puzzled expression, she said, "Dispel. It's a spell for dispelling influences, right?" She'd never heard of it working on the undead. He drew her a picture and told her to watch carefully. Priests and others often do this. It's an exorcism. Priest's job is to perform purifications using divine magic. Yes, he knows it's not exactly good. Mora asked him in surprise, "What do you mean?" The protagonist sighed heavily and decided to explain everything. He said they'd start with the premise. In his case, he wasn't really expelling the undead, but rather listening to them. The girl's amazement and confusion knew no bounds. He was listening to the undead? What was he talking about? How did that relate to the work of priests? MC told her to take her time. He'd tell her everything. Did she know what spawned the undead? Mora guessed magic. Evil. He told her that was it. At that moment, an undead creature appeared behind him, and the girl screamed in fear. Gale destroyed the enemy with a single wave of his hand and continued, something like that. This tendency is especially strong in cemeteries. Undead hate exorcisms and purification, right? Mora answered him, of course, they are undead. The protagonist said that, from their point of view, exorcism is when a stranger suddenly shouts condemningly at a person, something like telling them to leave, fool, and experience the wrath of God, although a person holds a grudge in this world. She looked at his actions in surprise and asked him with disgust, what was he doing? The protagonist, crawling over the undead and working with test tubes, told her that he was collecting ghoul fluid. He returned to the topic of conversation and asked her if it made her angry when people scolded her as a child. Mora hesitated. She remembered how they laughed at her. And an adventurer? She couldn't handle it. Although Mora tried to defend her point, there were plenty of female adventurers. Her father slammed his fist on the table and rudely told her to shut up. For a girl, she was talking too much. MC called out to the girl, bringing her out of her reverie, and she apologized to him for it. Gale continued, so if there's a grudge, he'll listen. If a person dies of hunger, they want to eat their fill. If no one noticed them and they die alone, they're sad. Sometimes a person is slandered and subjected to cruel torture, which results in their death. Everyone has grudges, it's part of their life. So maybe it's better to let them know he understands them, then the person will calm down and everyone will be happy. It's that simple. He knocked on one of the coffins and a real monster emerged from it, a black undead creature. Mora screamed in fear and lunged at the protagonist. The protagonist realized they were facing a skeletal dark knight. A support team couldn't handle such a monster. If it got any closer, it would become far more dangerous than the liches. He tried to pull the girl away from him, telling her she would strangle him. He couldn't breathe anymore. She indignantly asked him why he was trying to hug her. The protagonist responded in amazement, well, she's the one who won't let go. At that moment, the undead swung its sword at them. Mora, terrified and tearful, screamed, no. The protagonist threw her over his shoulder and, summoning a dispel, deactivated the enemy. Then he asked the girl to get off him. It was all over with the undead. She had nothing to fear. When Mora descended to the floor, they witnessed something interesting. A phantom of a handsome young man appeared above the fallen undead dark knight. He stayed there for literally a second, then he dissolved, leaving behind a thank you note. The protagonist turned to Mora and said, well, something like that. She shook her head in confusion and said she didn't understand. It was a B-level monster, and then a young man came out of it and disappeared. She clutched her head, feeling like she was going crazy. The protagonist answered her that he never got to say goodbye to his fiancée, which he deeply regretted. Mora, confused, asked him how he knew that. MC, confused, answered that for some reason, by creating objects under the influence, he learned to read the souls of the dead. Then, after listening to his story and understanding him, he calmed down. The girl, in disbelief, asked him, does he mean they only want sympathy, not advice or help? But sympathy? The protagonist answered, well, they were people before. This is his unique exorcism. Compared to the crude refining of priests, this is the best method for obtaining high-quality materials for creating items under the influence. After dispelling with holy magic, no components with residual effects will remain. The undead are an immortal enemy, Mora said in surprise. She was listening to him, and she understood. He had shattered her entire preconceived notion of the undead. Continuing on her way, the girl looked at him carefully. He asked her if something was wrong. She asked him if he probably thought the undead were so easy. Gale answered her with bewilderment. He didn't think anything of the sort. He only saw the undead as materials. Mora looked at him irritably, pointed a finger at him, and said, now he'll apologize for what he said to her. That the best way to fight the undead? That the undead are materials. That the undead are so easy. He needs to quickly apologize to all the priests. The protagonist asked her in confusion, what's wrong with her? Using dispel against the undead is a win-win situation. It's not that simple. Mora gasped, His way of thinking was simply terrifying. The protagonist covered his ears and asked her not to shout so loudly. He offered her his hand again. She took it, and the allies advanced further. Finally, the protagonist said, "They're here. This is the bottom floor." Mora looked at the gathering of undead and thought, even though it was the bottom, it was brighter here than on the upper floors. The girl spoke up. "Skeleton knights? Throwing ghouls? Are they also connected to this world? There are even dark phantoms and wights here. There are about 50 of them here. That's why it's so bright. So many undead have gathered here. A light blue spiritual light emanating from them." The protagonist asked her if she would close her eyes. Mora answered him irritably. She had already gotten used to it. He chuckled and called her a liar. Suddenly, something puzzled him, and he cautiously peeked out from his hiding place. The girl asked him what had happened. MC told her that there was no lich here. She thought sarcastically, "Thank goodness. Without the lich, there's nothing left to do but leave and start over." Mora suggested they turn back then. At that moment, her magic staff fell, creating a noise and attracting the attention of the undead. She looked at her opponents in fear and noted with surprise, "Aren't they attacking?" The protagonist was also puzzled, then quickly told her to hide. The allies saw a monster that was clearly different from the previous undead. It was enormous, with a human head protruding from its chest, and the monster itself didn't even have a proper face. Mora panicked, thinking this creature definitely owns this place. Gale told her it was a sorcerer who brings misfortune, the most powerful sorcerer among the undead. If he emerges on the surface, he could single-handedly create an army. They say they sow the scourge of death upon humanity. The girl exclaimed, "What is he doing here?" The protagonist spoke up just in time. He had been looking for him too. She was indignant. Had he lost his mind? A priest of the highest caliber would be needed for such a monster. He remarked in surprise, "Is that true?" He hadn't even known that. Mora responded irritably, "He clearly doesn't go to church on Sundays." At that moment, the column the allies were hiding behind exploded. The protagonist, through the dust, told the girl that yes, he doesn't go to church. On weekends, he uses powerful items and a side job to create marks to dispel influences. He told her to hold on. Mora pushed him away, and the spot where he had just been standing was struck by an undead strike. A two-pronged pike with a skull on the hilt. The girl suggested the protagonist go around the monsters and run for the exit. One attack from them, and there'll be 2 corpses. The protagonist, clutching the undead weapon, said, "1 piece left." Mora asked him, perplexed, "What?" At that moment, the MC knelt down and thrust the undead's weapon into the ground, invoking a dispelling blessing. A large magic circle formed in the air. All the undead began to dissolve. Mora thought in amazement, this is a secret art of the high priests for saving people who have been affected. He acquired this sacrament during his extra work. He dispersed such a large herd at once, and immediately a human spirit appeared. And then, one by one, they dissolved, emitting an atmosphere of peace. After all this, when the allies left the ominous place, the protagonist stretched, took a deep breath, and declared, "The air is so good." Mora, sitting on the steps and covering her face with her hands, declared, "I will never go to the cemetery again. I swear it. Defeating an army of undead in one day is simply impossible." The protagonist told her she was exaggerating. Sorcerers are everywhere. Usually, the church forms temple knights and eliminates the threat with strike forces, but if they are everywhere, it's the end of the world. He continued, "Usually they're found in old, large cemeteries. That sorcerer used to be a nobleman who ran this place, so he'd been wandering through cemeteries all over the city." The protagonist patted the bag containing the contents and happily declared it was cool when he got a lot of materials. He could create tons of spells with them. Mora remarked, yes, that's great." She looked at him carefully and declared, "He really does like items with effects." Gale told her that creating them was a lot of fun. He showed her his favorite necklace, a blade left behind by knights, and exclaimed, "Isn't it cool?" The girl said skeptically. She wouldn't agree with his sense of beauty. The protagonist remarked that she was missing out if she didn't understand that. He felt sad. No one understood. Mora looked at him and asked, "He said he once had a shop, right?" The protagonist exhaled loudly and replied that there were girls who really liked his design. Many said it was fresh and cool. Items with effects are in demand, as they can be used for interior decoration and serve as talismans. He thought of Kara with her cheerful laugh. Mora looked at him irritably. He asked her, what did she think? The girl didn't answer. The protagonist smiled and said, "Great, the world will catch up with this sense of style someday." Mora countered with a sly smile. She assures him that's not true. Gale exclaimed, "But why?" After a while, he thought, he'll make a few items with effects, open a shop, and try trading. Mora looked at him with a smile and remembered their first meeting. She had come to the guild and been greeted as a new adventurer invited to a party. Then she heard Cash rudely tell the protagonist to move. "Why is this idiot taking so long?" Melissa asked the leader. Why couldn't he be more patient? Mora thought the girl was kind. The receptionist looked at them and sighed. "Oh, this party! Wolfpack. The members have complex personalities. They're an S-rank party with proven abilities." Mora looked at the protagonist, who was trailing behind everyone with a huge backpack, and said, "I see. If there was any money to be made, she'd like to try. She'd take it." And then the protagonist was told he was fired, probably because even his friends, Cash and the others, despised him. When she first met him, he was so scared. His eyes were so downcast that he even squeezed them shut. And now he's free and dazzling next to her, his eyes shining with hope for the future. She smiled and said, "It's fine as it is now." The protagonist asked her what she meant. Mora told him with a smile that it was fun spending time with him. Tears welled up in her eyes. The protagonist was embarrassed and, turning away, wondered how she could say such a thing with tears in her eyes. The girl countered that they weren't tears at all. The MC apologized to her and added, since it came down to it, he was grateful to her. He'd been kicked off the team and come to the village. If he were alone now, it would be even sadder and harder for him. Even if you have money and the city isn't so bad, if you're alone, none of it brings you joy. It's nice to have someone to laugh with, and all thanks to her. Mora was touched by his speech and to hide it, exclaimed, "Why is he so blunt? How shameful." "Oh well, thank him for such words." The protagonist, perplexed, asked her what she said. Mora pulled her hood up tightly and thought how insensitive he was. Then she asked him what they were going to do with the reward. Gale remarked in surprise, "Wouldn't they split it in half?" Mora was indignant. She hadn't done anything. She had gone on a journey with him, but in the end, she had simply walked with him. Nothing more. The protagonist had told her, but everyone has a role in the team. The girl said, "He says his role." The most she could do was carry a small amount of his things. That's what she meant. The MC shouldered the enormous load, and the girl exclaimed in surprise, "How strong is he? Even a high-class porter couldn't carry that much stuff." He showed her the hand with the ornament and said, "It's all thanks to this thing." Mora thought in surprise. She had a bad feeling about this. She asked him what it was. Gale told her it was a bracelet that had the ability to increase the carrying capacity of objects, boost physical strength, and enhance endurance. He had crafted it for carrying things. Mora exclaimed in bewilderment. Could such a thing possibly even change the entire concept of warfare? Unable to contain herself, she covered her face with her hand, unable to contain her astonishment. The protagonist asked her in surprise, "Haven't you ever seen items with effects? Like in stores, for example?" The girl snapped back, "How impolite." The protagonist pointed out that he was a master of items with effects and researched what was popular, and they all looked pretty bad. Mora replied, she wasn't talking about appearance. If he possessed them, he'd know, right? Usually, each item has one effect. Otherwise, the vessel might not withstand it. It would be nice if it could increase its effect by at least 10%. Items that have 2 or more effects and significantly increase strength are called artifacts. The MC, who had initially looked at her in bewilderment, suddenly laughed and exclaimed, "A national treasure or something? These are nothing more than primitive trinkets." Mora answered him irritably. "That's why she's talking about it. The effectiveness of crafted magical items increases, but so do the abilities of the craftsman who makes them, especially the ability to understand and think. Let him at least listen to people sometimes." The protagonist said, "It doesn't matter what effect the item will produce. It all depends on a person's ingenuity. They can combine as much as they want. Well, it's the same with magic." The girl thought, it all depends on the ingenuity. No one can acquire an item with an effect without spending a huge amount of money. She said, "If we follow his logic, then items with an effect are just toys." Gale countered, "No, not quite. It depends on how good the item is." Mora thought, everyone knows such items have terrifying effects. But out loud, she said, she will refrain from answering. She thought, however, the risk of being affected is too great. Once a person equips such an item, they will not be able to remove it on their own. Removing this requires a special skill. Furthermore, the price for using the item's effects is also high. In exchange for increased striking power, a person may weaken under the sun on the battlefield, falling to the ground, unable to do anything else. They may fall into a state of insanity and attack their allies without distinguishing them from their enemies. However, what if the master of such items can control them? If the effect is removed, the effect will also disappear. But what if the creator of such an item really can control it? What if the effect is not removed, and only the positive effect of the item remains? She asked him. Perhaps he wants to undermine the very foundation of their world? He is a terrifying master. The protagonist answered her. Probably. Therefore, he needs perfect item design. The girl smiled and thought, and yet, no. She thinks the era of Gale will not come, but that is no reason to give up. Yes, as long as there is a limit to the power of such items, the world will not notice the protagonist. After some time on the road, the protagonist exclaimed, he sees a village. He offered her a cart. MC introduced himself to the driver as a master of powerful items and told him his name. Mora remarked, what a funny guy. Could she even team up with him sometimes? After a while, the allies arrived at the guild. Gimli greeted them joyfully. She mentioned that Gale had arrived early today. Perhaps he had retired? The protagonist smiled and answered, alas, no, quite the opposite. He showed Gimli the materials and told her they weren't fakes. She could verify that, let her check. The girl peered into the bag and held it out in amazement. From a black skeleton to a dark skeleton of the night. Seeing the mask, she exclaimed in bewilderment. That too, a lich? If that's the case, she'll buy his goods for 10% more than usual. Mora decisively declared, 30%. Gimli stared at her in confusion. The protagonist's ally explained that the written request clearly described the task as clearing the area. In fact, after advancing further into the dungeon, a lich suddenly appeared. They were extremely lucky not to die in that dungeon. Not only was the information unreliable, but she only wanted a 10% bonus for it. Is that acceptable for a guild? The protagonist looked at her in amazement. Gimli was taken aback and muttered, "She's begging their forgiveness." They were still too small and weak a guild, so the information could be inaccurate. Let them at least agree to 20%. Mora, after thinking for a moment, replied, "Fine." The MC wondered why Mora was angry. She responded irritably because she should have said it to him. Countermeasures are also crucial when completing a quest. After all, she could take a contract to destroy fire monsters and go complete it. But in reality, only later would a person discover that instead of fire monsters, the area was teeming with ice ones. The protagonist smiled, confused, and said, "And yet, she's kind." The girl protested that it wasn't so. Gimli apologized to them for disturbing such a pleasant atmosphere, and asked Gale to forgive her. She added that working in the guild wasn't yet fully understood for her. The protagonist sheepishly replied, "Oh, please stop it already." It was unlikely that anyone would venture into the graveyard. Gimli, upset, told him, "Yes, that's right." She naively believed the gravedigger's words. It was her mistake. The protagonist thought, "She's so sweet." But then he began to calm his wild thoughts. Out loud he told her, "It's okay. For him, the graveyard is his path. He comes there from time to time." Gimli rushed at him and exclaimed, "Is it true? What a relief." MC was surprised, thinking that this girl looked like she could be the guild master. This was probably the first time he'd been appreciated like this. Mora cut in between them and irritably told them, "Enough." She thought they should start appraising the goods already. Gimli rushed to the second floor and shouted at them, "Yes, she'll be there soon." Mora turned to her ally and angrily asked him, "He likes such a trifle as Gimli?" He stared at her in surprise. What was she saying? Why so suddenly? No, absolutely not, the girl protested, but she'd been so sweet to him that she'd even started posing for him. The protagonist exclaimed, "She wasn't posing." He couldn't understand. Was she angry with him? Mora irritably replied, "No, she wasn't. She was simply letting him know that this girl wasn't as old as he thought. She was about 100 years old." Gale stared at her in amazement. "What?" At that moment, a quill flew past them and stuck in the floor. The allies, seeing it fly from above, thought simultaneously that she had aimed accurately. The administrator innocently apologized and explained that her hand had shaken. Let them receive the agreed-upon reward for completing the quest. Mora said they would split it equally. The girl wanted to object, but he firmly told her not to worry. It was all fair and square. Mora sheepishly thanked him. As they parted, Gimli told them to come back later for the remaining reward. After the adventurers left, she examined the materials the protagonist had brought and said with offense, "Why mention the girl's age so openly?" At that moment, her assistant called out to her. The girl asked her what had happened. She rarely came here. The assistant said she would take a minute of her time and tell her what she wanted to hear. Gimli sighed. Fine, let her spill her information. After listening to the report, she mused. So the fuss was caused by an assassination attempt. Princess Kara was alive? The aide answered. Yes, indeed. She had used an item with an effect that resisted instant death. Gimli asked in surprise. Resist instant death? Doesn't an angelic shield have that property? Yes, she had no information about church relics. An unknown artifact. Quite an interesting object possessing terrifying power. The girl asked the aide if they knew who the killer was. She replied that it was unknown. However, judging by the nature of the assassination attempt, one could conclude that it was carried out by someone connected to the military. Gimli said in amazement, "Military, an Imperial Special Forces unit? It looks like a very complicated matter." The aide added, "More details will come later." Gimli begged her to please try. It seemed their pleas hadn't been in vain. "Is there anything else of interest?" The assistant replied, "That's all for today." The administrator asked her to investigate the incident further. The assistant assured her mistress that she would carry out her orders. When she disappeared as silently as she had appeared, Gimli mused, "The Empire has taken a decisive step. It has set its sights on the secret assassination of the heir to the throne, a very important person, Princess Kara. Are they really having internal conflicts? The royal capital and the Empire. And on top of that, an unknown, potent item. Speaking of which, that guy Gale. When she first met him, she saw that under his cloak was a terrifying number of potent items. There were so many of them, but he remained unfazed. Besides, he, the man who slew the lich with his assistant, is playing with influences? A master of cursed items with ties to the undead? She went to take a bath, but even that didn't distract her from her thoughts. They, the dark elves, victims of the aftermath, who carry them. Their long-held desire is to obtain the artifact, the heart of the Demon King. Without it, their potent item won't be lifted, and their rights will not be restored. While moonlighting as a guildmaster, she simultaneously gathered information, and she intended to choose the right time to slip past the strong Imperial Guard. If discord breaks out between the capital and the Empire, is there any way she can take advantage of the situation? Especially since she'd suddenly encountered the main character, this unusual maker of potent objects. What if the very potent object the princess had was made by him? Coming out of the bathroom, Gimli approached the materials Gale had brought again, and said with a smile, "He really is an interesting young man." Sometime later, in the capital's church, a priest asked Cash's team, who had come to see him, if they were under the influence. What were they saying? There was no trace of the influence left. They were completely clean. Cash angrily told the priest not to repeat it. That idiot Gale had influenced them as revenge, and they wanted to remove it. They had come here to regain their former power. The priest examined them again and said, "Of course there are traces of the influence, But if you look closely, it had dissipated the day that man left, and everything had returned to normal. It was a true miracle they managed to survive such a powerful impact. The entire team was surprised by his words. Leaving the church, Norris said, "So their current state was initially at this level. This is their true strength." Cash clenched his fists indignantly and exclaimed, "There must be a reason. He's sure this priest is incompetent." Norris answered thoughtfully, "They don't want to believe it either." He looked at his hand and continued regretfully, "Is this really his true level of ability? He was a below-average mage." The leader angrily shouted at them to listen to him. "They can find that idiot Gale. He's probably wandering somewhere right now. They should look for him in these squalid alleys, not on the main street." Luke addressed him by name and with a heavy sigh told him to stop it already. They, too, would soon be on the brink of poverty. Cash was indignant. "What did he say?" Luke continued. "They sold most of their equipment to remove the effects and their living expenses." Melissa noted that they couldn't live in a normal hotel. Instead of clothing, they had torn rags. Norris said that the concept of wandering suited them better. Cash exclaimed, "What kind of despondency is this?" He grabbed Luke by the hood, and the boy began to struggle, screaming for him to let go. The leader mockingly asked him, "What's wrong? Has he given up yet?" Luke answered, "Maybe now isn't the time to give up." Cash looked puzzled. What's he talking about?" Luke pointed to the notice board and told him to look there. The leader looked puzzled. "What's there?" He abruptly let go of his comrade and ran to the notice board. Melissa, surprised, noticed what was going on. Norris answered, "It looks like there's something important written there." Luke grinned and said, as Cash had said, "It looks like they're here for a reason." At this point, Cash exclaimed, "He was damn right. They must have gotten lucky. Let them look at this." The leader showed them a notice. It stated that by decree of the royal administration a man was wanted. He must be found, dead or alive. The royal administration would offer a reward for the found man. Furthermore, any useful information could also be rewarded. If anyone possesses this information and is confident in its veracity, they should immediately contact the royal administration and identify themselves. Acting Chief of the Royal Administration, Goldman de Glucan Fafor. The text continued with the wanted man's distinguishing features. Poor appearance, seller of tasteless items with effects, looks like a fool, possibly an adventurer. He had height, characteristics, and so on. The notice depicted the protagonist. The team rejoiced. This couldn't be true. The protagonist was wanted. Their joy knew no bounds. They acted like madmen, not hiding their emotions. They knew he'd do something. If they found him, they'd be rewarded. Even this stupid portrait showed how stupid his face was. The world's only tasteless merchant of trinkets with powerful effects. Passersby looked at them warily. Cash exclaimed, "And they can only get a reward for information, but what if they catch him and bring him here?" A picture of the king telling them instantly appeared in their heads. Amazing. He'd grant them whatever they wanted, be it status, land, or even jewels. The leader told his comrades they had to go. Strike while the iron is hot, they say. The royal administration isn't open yet, but that doesn't matter. They not only have information about him, they're his former partners. All the gold will be theirs. After a while, they were led into the royal administration's waiting room. Frankly, they were behaving rudely. Cash, sitting on a chair, put his feet up on the table. Luke, inspecting the flooring, exclaimed, "What kind of carpet is that? It must cost a pretty penny. What a waste of taxes." Norris and Melissa swept everything they were offered off the table, noting that these candies were also simply delicious. The leader was indignant. Well, they're keeping Mr. Informant waiting. We should demand monetary compensation from them." Meanwhile, the princess and Vivian were shocked by their behavior. They whispered that they clearly had no manners. "Are they really an S-class team?" Cash told them. "Why are they staring at them? They're just petty bureaucratic fry." Kara, peeking out from behind the guard, asked him in surprise, "Is he Cash?" The leader lost it, telling her to address him as Lord. They were the top adventurers in this city. Did she understand that? Only the royal family had the right to speak to the likes of them. Vivian was about to punish the insolent man, but the princess stopped her with a wave of her hand and asked him again. "Royal family," he said. She was busy, so she was late. She told him her name and added that he was dealing with the princess of this country. The leader's astonishment and confusion knew no bounds. "She, a princess?" Kara said irritably. If her ears were right, he was asking her to apologize for being late. Well, let them forgive her. The entire team fell at her knees. Cash begged her forgiveness for his insolence. Kara said with disdain, "Not like that. However, they need to get down to business. Do they know him, the wanted man?" The team laughed and told her, "They know him very well." Vivian said, "Then they'll start with his features." Cash said, "He has dark eyes and a medium build." Vivian replied, "That means nothing to them." Melissa said, "He's wearing a simple blue cape." Kara, interested, told them to continue. Norris added, "He makes crappy trinkets. He has simply disgusting taste." Kara countered, "Absolutely not. How can you call such beautiful things trinkets?" The team was at a loss. Luke tried to redeem himself and save the day. He stammered, "His name is Gale. He's a master of powerful objects and their former comrade. Here, let her look at this." He showed her the amulets. Vivian, looking at this, said, "There can be no mistake. She was convinced of this when she was looking for him." Kara asked her what she meant by that. She continued, "Some man was talking about him. According to him, the man they were looking for owned a shop where he sold these very items. And yes, it seemed he was giving out amulets as a bonus." The princess noticed. Was that right? But she didn't have one. Vivian wondered if it was because she hadn't made it before closing time, or had the princess been in too much of a hurry and hadn't had time to pick up the amulet. She asked Luke if he had anything on him. From this guy? From Gale specifically? Wasn't it the thing they bought at his stall at a discount? The guy, surprised, objected. No, that's not it. He got it from a man. He has another thing too. He showed her a ring made of an animal's tusk, a palette knife covered in slime, and a chain with witch's powder. Cash exclaimed in surprise. And he'd been carrying it around with him all this time? Norris wondered if that was why they'd been having so much bad luck. Let him see. The princess is surprised too. In fact, Kara, who had been trying to hold back her laughter, laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Wonderful, it seems everything is clear now." It sounds somewhat true. Cash looked at her with bewilderment, but it was all true. The team looked at the princess in disbelief. Kara said, "Everything is fine, right?" She asked Vivian to reward these people for the information. The maid, confused, asked her if she was really attracted to these trinkets. The princess answered no. She approached the group's leader, personally handed him a purse full of coins, and told him, here's his advance payment, an additional payment. She needed to thank the protagonist. Did he understand her? The leader knelt before her and assured her that she could trust him. He, the leader of Team S-Rank Cash, would sacrifice his life for this. When the allies emerged from the royal administration, their jubilation knew no bounds. Cash exclaimed, "They got the money up front." Norris cried out, "So they need to hurry and find the protagonist." Luke remarked, finding Gale would be a piece of cake. Cash had picked up his comrade, that was for sure. He'd been with them for 3 years, and they'd studied his behavior patterns thoroughly. First, they need to spread out and start gathering information around the capital. Melissa will be assigned to the street stall and the merchant guild. Perhaps that's where they'll find him. The girl reported that she understood him. Norris was assigned to check the Adventurers Guild and the inn. It's quite possible that this idiot stayed here. He ordered Luke to check the carts. Although he doubted it, there's a chance he's no longer in the capital. Cash added, however, this princess likes to speak in riddles. She said she wants to thank the protagonist. Melissa noted, and what does the royal family want with this idiot? Luke told her that first they needed to find him, and then thank him very well. Norris said that if he separated from them, he would soon meet with misfortune and receive their gratitude. Cash exclaimed, they would catch this bastard, beat him up properly, and bring him to the princess. Either flay him or burn him at the stake. They didn't understand that they had misunderstood Kara's request. Meanwhile, Vivian asked her if he really thought this group was trustworthy. Were there really no other options for searching? The princess answered irritably, no, there weren't. The maid looked at the protagonist's portrait and thought, even though it was a repaint, it was Kara's creation. The girl said, they're supposedly an S-rank group. Why not test their capabilities? Vivian remarked in surprise, so she was testing them. The princess answered that it was true, but only for now. This group was completely untrustworthy. Kara took the portrait of the protagonist from her, thinking she wanted to know much more about him. Meanwhile, in the farming town of Farmer's Corner, the protagonist sat sneezing in the center of a magic circle. Various attributes surrounded him. He mused, wondering if his powerful items were truly admired, and were now furiously discussing them. After a moment's thought, he said, oh well, and set to work. Polishing a lich's rib, he noted an increase in magic resistance and dark attribute properties. However, in exchange, he received a weakening in the form of a decrease in light attribute properties and a decrease in physical defense. If he added powder from the ground bones of a dark skeleton, he would compensate for the lack of defense with increased attack power. Furthermore, if he added 1 grain of thunderfire, light magic resistance would increase. There, his finished creation, a claymore made from the ashes of a lich. This was his first memorable work during his stay in this place. The protagonist created the cursed sage sword and summoned a rift. This increased the bleeding effect previously found on a regular 2-handed sword. Blood absorption absorbs human blood and converts it into a physical attack. The slashing attack bonus is increased by 150%, increasing magic resistance and reducing item weight. At that moment, Mora burst in and yelled at him to shut up. MC indignantly asked her, isn't this his room? The girl answered irritably, her room is right next door. She listens to his chatter from morning until night. And besides, this room is dark and smells awful. The protagonist asked her, so what's the problem? Mora answered, she wanted to forgive him for the terrible smell and his loud chatter, but she changed her mind. She went to the window and asked him, he's opening his shop today, right? She'd go with him. It's good weather for trading, right? The protagonist looked at her in surprise and agreed. When the allies arrived at the market, it was packed with busy stalls. After a while, Moore thought she was going crazy. Her ally was soliciting customers for his undead-influenced item, while a nearby merchant was inviting them in and checking out his wares, freshly baked bread. Next to them, a man was selling warm rice onigiri and inviting customers to try it too. Customers approached the bread and onigiri vendors as they passed the protagonist. He offered 2 men some influenced items, but they cautiously declined. 2 more people approached, praising the tender and juicy meat at the butcher's shop and the fatty, delicious fish. The MC turned to them and told them with a charming smile that if they came here with fish and meat, they'd made the right choice. How about chopsticks made from skeletons? If you eat them, the meat will seem crispier. The guys looked at him in confusion and refused. The protagonist told one of the merchants what he thought of this rare item with a special effect. It's a custom-made sorcerer's sword. The man, running away from him, exclaimed, "What is this? This is just pure horror." Mora said to the protagonist regretfully, "What is he doing?" Gale asked her if maybe she wanted to buy it, sell it to her at a special price. The girl threw the sword down and screamed, "No." The protagonist grabbed the sword with both hands and asked her with offense, "What is she doing? This is a very important item. It looks like she's sick." The girl screamed at him. He's the one who's sick if he's selling something like this in this city, and in the middle of the food stalls, no less. The MC objected. "But they say business is better in the morning or evening." Mora exclaimed, "That's not the point. What does he expect to gain by selling his items in the middle of food stalls? Doesn't he know the concepts of supply and demand?" He told her he knew, like, the connection between what a person wants and what a merchant sells them. Mora remarked that if he knew that, he should get it into his head. A city like this needs the right goods. Gale thought. "The right goods?" He muttered. "Sleep scrolls, poison talismans, darts, daggers, and shields with effects." Suddenly he exclaimed, "Headbands with effects?" Mora grabbed him by the collar and told him, "Okay, that's enough. They need to get out of here." No one needed his hideous junk. All the customers agreed with her. Sometime later, they arrived at the guild. Mora told Gimli everything. The administrator asked her, "So that's why they came to her?" The girl spoke regretfully. She simply couldn't cope with this idiot alone. Gimli exclaimed in bewilderment. Was her partner really abandoning her? The protagonist grumbled. She wasn't his partner. She simply didn't understand the beauty of the sword he'd created. But it took him 3 days to create it. Both girls looked at him sadly. Gimli asked him if perhaps he should listen more to those around him. The protagonist exclaimed sadly, and she followed suit. She asked him to listen to her. What kind of person in this city would buy this from him, and for what purpose? He thought for a moment and said, "For decoration." The administrator chuckled and said, "I see. She seems serious." Then let him tell her why he'd open a trading stall in such a place. Opening a shop with powerful items near the food stalls could disrupt trade in that area and attract the attention of the guards, right? The MC answered her in surprise. He'd been thinking about that too. Why complain about him? Mora responded irritably, as if they were talking to a wall. Gimli laughed and remarked that it must be hard for her to have such a partner. They both answered her in unison that they weren't partners. The administrator said, "But aren't they a perfect match?" The protagonist replied that he paid the merchant guild, and they showed him the recommended place. Gimli asked him how much he paid. He said it cost him 1 gold coin. Mora exclaimed in surprise, "How expensive? Do they even have prices like that in this city?" The administrator retorted, "I doubt it. They were simply making money off him." The protagonists didn't believe it. She continued, and since this was the busiest area, he couldn't refuse. He had to understand that just because there were a lot of people on the street didn't mean the goods would sell. She didn't know what it was like in the capital, but the vast majority of those passing him aren't using powerful items, they're using farming tools. The protagonist ruefully declared what an idiot he was. Gimli pointed out that this didn't mean his items weren't needed. There were interested adventurers who belonged to this guild. However, that didn't solve the problem. First, they needed to change locations. Had they discussed profitable trading locations? Gale sounded puzzled, but he'd been told they were already occupied. She asked him if he'd seen that place filled with people. He answered, passing by, stealing a glance, but there was plenty of space, even empty. The administrator exclaimed, "I see. It's all becoming clearer. Although this city is less crowded, various capital guilds have branches that open shops in smaller towns. So, they need to head to the blacksmith's guild." Her allies looked at her in surprise and asked in unison, "Why?" After a while, the 3 of them arrived at the blacksmith's guild. The protagonist was perplexed. Even if they were looking for a profitable location for a stall, why not the trade guild? Why were they here? Gimli told him with a smile that it was because this city had a unique balance of power. The trade guild had almost no power here. Because of this, it was inferior to the blacksmith's guild in terms of both money and manpower. Therefore, they needed to pay an official visit. Mora remarked in surprise, "So does that mean the trade guild is striving to become #1 in the city?" The administrator replied that it was. As expected of a seasoned support player, she was quick on the uptake. In this rural corner, the blacksmith's guild enjoyed great popularity, producing metal goods, repairing equipment, and constructing new buildings. Moreover, the tools sold here are excellent for the natives' cultivation. It's no wonder this blacksmith's guild is in such high demand here. Gale said in amazement, "So if they go and greet those influential people, they'll be able to open a shop in another territory?" Gimli replied, "You could say that. Do they have a decent gift for the guild's representatives?" The protagonist exclaimed, "Yes. It was a necklace with a powerful effect, and a sundering sword. If you give this sword to the influential people of the blacksmith's guild, they'll be delighted." His gift activated a dark magical aura. Mora exclaimed indignantly, "What is he doing in a place like this? Make him clean it up right now." Gimli asked him, confused, "What kind of sword is that?" Mora remembered the favor she'd asked Gimli for earlier and told the protagonist she would present the gift and he would simply bow. The protagonist, packing the weapon into a sack, wondered why. He was sure the smiths would appreciate it. The girls snapped at him to turn around and look. He'd already caught their attention. She was right. Masters and apprentices were staring at him from all sides. Soon they entered the guild. A huge furnace stood in the center of the room. Workers bustled about, and everyone was busy with something. Mora noticed it was hot. Like the previous room, there was no reception desk. Gimli remarked, well, even though she called this place a guild, it was really just a workshop. As they stood at the entrance, a smith passed the protagonist with water and, struggling through, told him it was impolite. MC apologized to him. He asked Gili if they could go deeper now. She objected. No, because first they needed to call out loudly. Mora turned to the two craftsmen, but they ignored her. Gimli told her she was calling too quietly. No one would hear her. She needed to call out louder. The administrator decided to show them how. She took a deep breath and called out to Shalin, incredibly loudly and drawn out. The protagonist and Mora were nearly deafened by her scream. But then something even more interesting happened. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge blacksmith's hammer flew at them. All three barely managed to dodge it. Gimli complained. How many times had she done this month? Shalina came out to them and told Gimli to shut up. She'd been bothering her since this morning. You only need to call out once, and she'll hear. The protagonist and Mora muttered in surprise. A dwarf girl? Gimli laughed and answered, she called her once, but she never showed up, Shalina said, and she wondered who it was that showed up. It was the brown elf who lives in the damp forests. The girls began bickering, not mincing words. Mora noted with surprise that the elf and the dwarf didn't seem to be on the best of terms. Perhaps they'd chosen the wrong companion? Gimli heard this and laughed. It's nothing. If she was going to escort them, she'd do everything right. She introduced them to Shalin, adding that she was the master of the blacksmith's guild, and also, she was thick-headed. Shalina smiled and told her allies that she was pleased to meet them, then snapped at Gimli. Who was she calling thick-headed? The protagonist shook the dwarf's hand, mentally noting how large her hands were compared to his. Small scratches that could have been acquired while polishing. She was the one who had sworn an oath to the sword, a dwarf with large hands and flame-scorched skin. Mora scolded the protagonist. He had been shaking Shalin's hand for too long. Both MC and Shalina simultaneously thought of each other. A true professional. Gimli sarcastically asked them why they were staring at each other. Gale replied sheepishly, they're not looking at anything. Shalina added, who's staring? How disgusting. Gimli burst out laughing and suggested they move on to the topic. She told the master that a newcomer had come to see the important people of the guild today, apparently wanting to open a shop there, so he decided to pay them a visit. The dwarf asked in surprise, what's the big deal with these stalls and visits? She'd been busy since morning and was desperately short of materials. Those idiots shouldn't waste her time. She wondered if allowing them to open a shop would cause problems for the merchant guild. The dwarf paused and said she was flattered by their official visit and didn't mind their offer. However, they had no plans to take over this city. Unlike the capital, things here weren't simply used and discarded. It was a cultured environment, and worn-out items were repaired. If she simply repaired things, she wouldn't have so many problems. But before she knew it, she'd become something of a boss for this guild. The dwarf looked at the protagonist, asked him his name, and told him not to Gimli's words at face value. No one understood what that suspicious little elf said, and what was a lie. Gimli was outraged. Why was she being so cruel? Shalina continued, now they'll write the document. The protagonist happily thanked her. Mora was surprised they'd succeeded. Shalina chuckled and asked, he must want to say, how can everything be so simple, right? The protagonist protested. No, of course not. The dwarf remarked, you can't be naive in this world. It's a give-and-take thing. If they needed her permission, there was no such thing as kindness in the matter. Gale and Mora were perplexed. What was she talking about? Then it dawned on them, and the girl bowed and presented her with a keg of fine wine. The protagonist exclaimed, he has something for her too. Mora grabbed him by the collar and hissed angrily, don't let him take it out. The MC objected to his ally. Why? Shalina would definitely like that. The girl continued. Don't let him show off his handiwork. It's best to hide it. Shalina asked them what they were hiding now. She approached them and pulled a sword out of the bag herself. Seeing the weapon, the dwarf exclaimed in amazement. What is it? Gale covered his ears from the scream. Gimli remarked, she's at it again. What a fool she was. Shalina, examining the sword, exclaimed in admiration. This is simply amazing. She understood everything. It's not just a sword. Gale couldn't believe what he was hearing. Did she understand? The dwarf answered, yes, she understood everything. He joyfully addressed her by name and thanked her for her understanding. The master told him he didn't have to address her so formally. The protagonist was overjoyed. He had finally met someone who truly understood this kind of thing. He simply wanted to cry with happiness. Shalina examined the thing raptly, turning it over in her hands. Mora began to cough. Gale asked her if she had a cold. The girl told him she hadn't. He persisted. So what was the matter? Shalina asked her if it was dusty in here. She could wait outside. Mora told her that wasn't the issue. She felt they were close enough. The protagonist and the master looked at her in surprise. Then the MC exclaimed that most importantly, she, Shalina, was a true master of the blacksmith's guild. After all, A knowledgeable master should understand. Shalina replied that she was a guild worker and the one responsible for the fire in this forge. But do monsters drop swords like that? It was simply incredible. Just holding it in her hands, she already felt its power. In her personal estimation, this sword has vampirism. It has a dark attribute, which enhances its slashing attack. The protagonist broke into a satisfied smile, and she was absolutely brilliant. The dwarf continued, and besides, it's a relief, because it's already light. She began swinging it back and forth, lunging and pirouetted. Mora was surprised. Gale had told her she was a master and wanted to test the sword. The girl countered, saying that wasn't what she meant. Shalina stopped, held out her sword and said, as he would, "Why not arm yourself with such a cool thing?" By striking an enemy with a slashing attack, a person also activates vampirism. They can fight, restoring their strength in the middle of combat. Furthermore, although this sword is impressively large, it's light enough to wield with one hand. No matter how much she swung it, she didn't tire. An excellent weapon for the frontline swordsman in a group. Although, no, with such stats, it's suitable even for a solo adventurer. The protagonist exclaimed with a happy smile. That's true. And besides, this sword has magic resistance. Besides, he poured his heart into its creation, adding dust resistance. And besides, it has impact. It's the coolest. Shalina noted with a smile that magic resistance would be useful for those who don't possess magical abilities. Dust resistance is also clear. Why? That's right. Sword maintenance is very important. Suddenly, what he said dawned on her, and she immediately became serious and asked him again, what was the last thing he said? Gale clarified that he was cool. The dwarf exclaimed, well, it's not about coolness anyway. It doesn't matter. How did he polish it? At that moment, the sword seemed to come to life in her hand, enveloping her limb in a dark haze and seemingly clinging to her skin. She exclaimed in bewilderment, "What's going on?" The protagonist said, "After all, the skull effect appeared." Shalina couldn't tear the item from her hand. MC asked her with a satisfied tone. Even though she was the master of the blacksmith's guild, she still didn't understand what kind of power this was. The dwarf yelled at him for being an idiot. Now wasn't the time to talk about such things. She took it back. That sword was simply awful. She began tearing the thing from her hand with a vengeance. Mora, terrified, warned her to be careful and told her companion to quickly dispel the effect. He asked in confusion, why would she take it back? He's so tough. Mora yelled at him, and he reluctantly dispelled the effect. Shalina screamed, tearing him off, skin and all. Gimli laughed and said, it's such a mess here. The girl thought, however, its effects were too powerful. Apart from its impact, Shalina praised the sword's characteristics. After all, he's a bit of an unusual master of impact-based items. What if this guy's a genius? Shalina, meanwhile, blew on her wounded hand and grumbled. Well, she'd gotten herself into trouble. Mora frustratedly apologized to her. They tried to be more careful, but things had turned out the way they had. The dwarf took a sip of the gifted wine and splashed the drink on the wound, disinfecting her hand. After that, she grumbled. It was too late to apologize. If he was under the influence, he should have said so. That's the most important information, the protagonist remarked perplexedly, right? He can dispel the impact. Shalina irritably replied that if this was normal for him, it was absolutely not for others. He was a real selfish person. She asked Gimli, who was this couple? Had they come to do her harm? The elf laughed and said, don't be stupid. It doesn't look like he has any ill intentions. Shalina cursed and said she'd made a mistake by falling for the description of this tasteless piece of junk. He'd come to get her approval for the shop. Who would give him permission after that? The protagonist was puzzled by how arrogant she was. And it was a gift. Mora added, they bought her gifts. In addition to what had been said earlier, she used disinfectant after handling the sword. Shalina said, fine, they won't talk about that. Since this thing is so perfect, and she's so crude, why not foist it off on some security guard? The protagonist replied, he put his whole soul into creating it. The dwarf exclaimed in irritation, he's an idiot. Has he ever considered the needs of his customers? He's absolutely hopeless. She can't allow someone like that to open a shop. She thought that if his items with potent effects started selling well, the city would be ruined. They were already being sold in the capital. Suddenly, it occurred to her. Even an idiot with dull scissors could be useful in the hands of a smart person. She said out loud, she wasn't that heartless after all. The dwarf looked at him carefully and asked if he really wanted to open his own shop that badly. The protagonist admitted that he did. He bowed low to Shalina and asked her permission to do so. Mora, confused, apologized to the master and added that the guy could lose his mind sometimes, but he had his good points too. As she could see, he could dispel potent effects, and his items were also good. True, he had absolutely no taste, Shalina remarked. That's exactly it. Incidentally, it's interesting that they're still talking about permission and such. No problem, but she should take responsibility and drop a line to the merchant guild. Did they understand her? The protagonist replied that he understood everything. Shalina said, fine, but does he think he paid? Let him give her a chance to see his true identity. Mora asked her in surprise. She wants money? The master was indignant. She had a low opinion of her. Who would demand money from newbies? She simply wanted them to fulfill one request. MC asked her what it was. The dwarf said that if he asked the adventurers, they would point him to a certain place, the only mine in this city. She would like to give him a quest to exterminate the monsters living there. Only it was different from the usual quests. Everyone who had set foot in that territory had disappeared without a trace. Besides, she had no idea what kind of monsters were hanging around there. The quest was Inunaki Mine Security. Difficulty AA. So, are they going to take it on? Gale and Mora looked at her, confused. Sometime later, Kara, reading the report, exclaimed in confusion, "What does this mean?" She was certain that this was the work of those acting under the Imperial name. Could she have been mistaken? Vivian, looking at the report, confirmed that yes, assassins had been sent after her. She had no doubt about it. Kara said that she thought the assassination attempt on an old servant made sense too. The butler remarked that he thought she was right. More to the point, they were dealing with an assassination attempt on a princess. An imperial succession struggle had flared up. The first prince of the empire had hired assassins to kill the princess. As he had heard, the emperor had fallen ill. A serious struggle for the throne had broken out between the first prince, who was apparently the son of a concubine, and the second prince, the son of the emperor's legitimate wife. Kara asked him in surprise, "What does the struggle for the throne have to do with her?" Vivian replied, "Of course none at the moment, but in the future, she might have a marriage of convenience with the second prince. Hasn't she forgotten that?" The princess sighed and said, "I forgot, but that doesn't mean she accepts her fate." The butler asked the princess's permission to tell him, as a butler, that such a decision goes beyond Princess Kara's convictions. "This is an international agreement," Vivian said. In other words, the princess's marriage would both enhance the empire's reputation and strengthen the kingdom, thereby securing the support of the second prince, whose growing influence the first prince dislikes. This is clearly evident in his actions. Kara walked to the window and looked out indifferently. Vivian continued, "The princess's marriage to the second prince implies nothing but political significance. Even if such a plan fails and relations between the empire and the kingdom deteriorate, the first prince has little to lose. Most likely, this is what he seeks. The fledgling empire now has two options, she believes. The first is to take this undertaking seriously and pay a friendly visit to improve relations, and then lure out the assassin sent by the first prince." Kara exclaimed in fear. "Again," the servant said, "even if they catch the assassin and force him to talk, that doesn't mean they'll get direct evidence. And if the empire remains silent about this incident, keeping quiet, it won't be of any use to the kingdom. The best they can do is express concern. Unless, of course, they want to go to war. Although that's a different matter entirely. The kingdom lacks the necessary preparation and resources." Kara jumped up from her seat, slammed her hand on the table so hard that her cup fell over, and exclaimed, "Then we must call off the engagement, dissolve this agreement. She, Princess Kara, will abandon her engagement to the second prince." She fell onto the bed in despair. Vivian said regretfully, "They can't break the treaty between the countries." Kara, tears in her eyes, said, "She hates all of this." She looked at her hand and said, "They've even picked up the ring already." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of town, near the Inanuki mine, the protagonist said, "They need to define their roles. He's a master of impact items." Mora said, "She's a support." The GM said, "She's a guild master, so they shouldn't count her out." The protagonist remarked in surprise, "Don't they need more members for the team?" Shalina, barely catching her breath from exhaustion, said, "Exactly. So they decided not to change anything. At first, she wanted to give them a CB level quest, but realizing they'd been through a lot, she decided to go with a high-level one." The MC looked puzzled. "Even if she says that, they've only just arrived in this town." Gimli said they still hadn't explained to Shalin that if you take a quest and fail it, the difficulty increases, right? The master responded irritably, saying she'd set the difficulty that high after talking to her. She shouldn't be talking like it was all her fault. Mora said thoughtfully, "I understand. If you don't complete a quest for a long time, its difficulty remains at AA." The protagonist continued, "And if they fail, they level up, correct?" Gimli laughed and confirmed that this was true, reaching S rank. Mora grimly told her that her laughter was inappropriate here. The administrator, suddenly serious, said that many adventurers had gone missing recently. Mora noted that 9 out of 10 of those cases had happened here. Suddenly, an eerie sound came from the mine. Mora wondered if it was the wind. Gale noted the unsettling feeling that a dangerous monster lurked within. Shalina exclaimed irritably, "Why are they frozen like the dead? If they were adventurers, why couldn't they face the problem head-on and solve it? They'd always mined ore in this place," Gale asked her. "But some of the people who went there never returned, right?" Mora pointed out, "Monsters and missing people. That quest should be worth at least 10 gold coins," Shalina pointed out. "This quest used to be easy, with almost no rewards." Mora countered, "No one would have taken it on then." The protagonist, who had remained silent until then, asked if he could try his hand at attacking. Mora looked at him in confusion, and then reasonably said, "He single-handedly destroyed an army led by a lich. Slaying the undead was different, though they still hadn't figured out what kind of monsters lived there." Shalina paused, then disappeared for a moment. When she reappeared, she said, "What a shame. They can't do anything without her. So be it. She'll take charge." Her enormous blacksmith's hammer rested on her shoulder. She laughed and said, "Well, that's it." The master looked at the puzzled expressions on the protagonist and Moore's faces and asked them why they were so upset. She simply said she'd be in charge. Gale said in amazement, "No, they'd heard that." His companion remarked, "It's simply unheard of for a client to be the attacker while carrying out their own task." Gimli exclaimed, "It's no problem for her." They were surprised. "Really?" Shalina spoke. So it's decided. She patted her hammer and asked her companions if they'd seen how strong she was. Mora said in surprise. Of course she's strong and all, but that's odd, Gale added. I mean, can she handle it? The master laughed and exclaimed. Let them leave it to her. Let them try, Mora said. A group consisting of a master of powerful items, a support, and a master of the blacksmith's guild. There's a limit to the absurd. However, that wasn't a reason to think they'd lose. Even if they didn't know what monsters awaited them, she was sure Gale's unusual abilities would be enough to counter them. Shalina urged them to move on. It was time to begin the quest. Mora said, may they succeed, and they'll open their shop in a great location. The protagonist muttered in confusion. Well, this can't compare to a cemetery. They stepped into the mine together, Gimli waving after them and wishing them luck. After that, they all went down into the mine together and started looking around. They walked forward and asked what that sound was. They came completely unprepared. There was no need to worry, even if there were monsters here. For them, it was like a walk in the garden. They looked at the local buildings with a worried look and asked if that was really it. Shalina walked ahead, agreed, and said that it was just the wind. There are holes through which air passes, and while the air blows through the entire mine, it makes a sound like a dog howling. That's why they called it Inunaki. She threw her something and asked if she had seen what kind of stones they had. Mora caught it, they looked at it, and she said it was iron. There is also a small deposit of lead ore here. Mithril is occasionally found here. They should take a good look around. It's a pretty good mine, right? They started looking around and saw a lot of different ore, which surprised them with its beauty. She said with a smile that she decided to stay here because there is such a mine here. So for her, this is a very important place, and therefore she simply cannot be afraid of it. She asked for forgiveness and thought that at least this is not a cemetery. There are no undead here, so there is nothing to be afraid of. She went into a dark room, bumped into something, and asked what it is. She saw a human silhouette in this dark room, got scared and asked loudly, what is that there? It is the undead after all. Shalina turned around and said that there is nothing special here, as well as traces of monsters. Gale was very happy when he heard this, turned around and asked where the undead were. She turned to him and asked why he was so happy anyway. He said that it was because in such a place, the undead were very special. They approached what she saw, and he said that these were not just stone statues. She was also looking at it and said that it looked like a finely crafted piece of jewelry. They seemed to be alive. She examined this statue, called him and asked, isn't it cool? He said in a thoughtful tone that this was the result of the work of very skilled artisans. Mora called them both idiots and began to walk away, and they continued looking at the statue, and she said that she never thought that there was a person who was capable of making such statues. She looked into the other room and loudly called them, but they also stood in the same places and said that it was still such a good thing. That's right, seeing such a statue is great luck. She grabbed them both by the scruff of the neck and said that now is not the time to discuss such things. They should quickly look here. They looked into this room, were very surprised when they noticed a lot of statues and loudly asked, what is this anyway? Shalina came closer and asked, why do they even make so many statues here? He walked up with her and said that besides, they were all different. Mora asked with a wary look, something's definitely wrong here, don't they think? She looked at one of the statues in surprise and said that this guy had a familiar face. He was concerned about what he heard and asked what she meant. This attracted her attention too, and she asked, is this a stone statue with the face of someone she knew? Shalina gripped her hammer tighter and said that without a doubt, she knew them, and her too. They were all adventurers from the farming corner. It was incredible. Could they all have turned to stone? Could these really be the same adventurers who had gone missing? Could these statues really be living people? The protagonist said in a worried voice that this is why these statues were finely crafted. It turns out they were mistaken. She was also very nervous and asked how they turned to stone. He got their attention by loudly saying that he realized that this was definitely the work of a monster. They stood with their backs to each other to examine the whole place, and Mora said loudly that they should be extremely careful. She was near the exit. She called out their names and said that they should watch the front and the side. He called her and said that things were bad. A very limited number of monsters were capable of such a thing. She agreed and said that monsters above Class A, such as a basilisk or a gorgon, he thought that the smell of a chicken coop was in the air here, and large feathers were scattered nearby. In addition, this creature had the ability to petrify. They heard a loud cry of the monster, and it loudly said that their enemy was a cockatrice. At that moment, the monster destroyed the ceiling and jumped down towards them. He thought that a cockatrice is a monster half chicken, half snake, considered a creature of disaster in many regions of the world. In addition to high defense, which can withstand attacks from projectile weapons, the cockatrice has sharp claws, a beak, and poisonous breath that turns nearby creatures into stone. Furthermore, it has high mobility and intelligence, with which it can think through its attacks. Mora lifted her cloak to protect herself from the stones flying at her, and said that they needed to switch. He called out loudly to her, and told her to step back. He walked out to the monster, looked at it, and took out several darts. The snake was approaching him very quickly, but he dodged the monster's attack and threw a dart at the main body. The monster was attacked by powerful lightning magic, and he said that he wanted to peck them, and had already opened his beak. But in the end, he himself became an excellent target. Shalina looked at this in surprise and asked how he did it. How was he able to pierce a body with such strong defense? Okay, if it was a regular dungeon monster, but it was a boss. He calmly said that it didn't matter, she should attack faster. It was just a one-time dart with a paralysis spell and ignoring defense. However, this debuff only lasts for a short time. She swung her hammer and said that she didn't care, she was going. She ran up to this monster very quickly and delivered several very strong blows to the chicken's head. With this attack, she cut off the monster's head, and Mora said with surprise that she launched it into the air, hitting it 5 times. He also looked at it and said that it was incredible. She turned to them and said with a smile that this was her heroic form. He called her name and said that that was not all. She became very worried when she noticed the snake's head approaching her. She saw it, pointed her hand at it, and said that they could rely on her. She cast a strength enhancement spell. Shalina noticed that her muscles had strengthened, and she asked in surprise, "Is this the effect of the spell?" She watched from the side and said that in magic that enhances physical strength, speed of application is important. Therefore, the duration of the effect is very short. She inserted her hammer into the snake's mouth to prevent it from biting and said that she could handle it. She grabbed the snake's mouth and loudly declared that a first-class blacksmith would now show them his strength. She managed to tear this monster apart and landed on her feet. She fell to the floor, laughed, and with a smile, said that it was a complete victory. Mora went to her and said that they needed to be careful. In some way, the cockatrice's slowness was a salvation for them, since the effect of his dart was still in effect, as always. What was wrong with his cursed items? Shalina agreed and asked why paralysis and ignoring defense worked on this monster. She'd never heard of one-time debuffs that affected boss monsters. MC asked with a puzzled expression, "Isn't that a common thing?" He then cast a spell that gave the effect to the ashes made from a ghost in the capital. They should see if the paralysis property combined with the ghost's effect could pass through walls and ignore defense. They looked at it with a puzzled expression and asked, "What is he talking about? A ghost that could ignore defense, and in the capital at that." He thought about it, tried to remember what he looked like, and said that he probably looked like a skeleton in a black cloak. They looked at each other, then at him, and asked if he happened to have a sickle with him, maybe a creepy hand lamp in his hands. He was happy with their hint, and said that he looked like a large skeleton that could sometimes pass through walls. They were both very surprised by this and loudly said that he was the god of death. This is the herald of disaster, the god of death. This deity doesn't usually appear in their world, this deity. He didn't attach any importance to it and said that it was nothing special. A skeleton like this can be seen in various underground catacombs. However, as soon as he notices it, he retreats through the walls in shock. Mora grabbed him by the collar and loudly said that he couldn't see the deity. What did he even do with it? He asked with a smile. He used it for a cursed item. What else? She was shocked by what she heard and said in a displeased tone that it was simply an object made of divine material, a herald of disaster. Now, it was clear why the dart had an effect on the boss monster. Shalina looked at him with a shocked expression and asked, "What kind of person is he?" She called her over and said that next time, she should be more careful. One moment can ruin her whole life. This is a proverb addressed to adventurers who risk their lives while completing a quest. She denied it and asked if she thought she should have cowered in a corner, afraid of death. Anyone in a dangerous situation lets down their guard. More precisely, she wanted to say that she would be more careful. They thought about what had happened, smiled, and said that it turned out that the Inunaki mine security quest, which had a difficulty of AA, had been successfully completed. After that, he began collecting items from the boss, and Mora said that they needed to notify Gimli for help with the adventurers. Was it even possible to use this mine? Shalina agreed and said that there were various monsters here. Of course, but this particular cockatrice turned out to be the unknown creature. It would be a tragedy if he had killed us all here. She agreed and said that this time she was making her debut as an adventurer. Gale called her and said, "This is the first time he has encountered this monster. Is it edible?" She said thoughtfully that she didn't know. Probably only certain parts of the body. Shalina, with a displeased look, called him an idiot and said that it couldn't be eaten because its body was poisonous. He said thoughtfully that, however, he looked like an ordinary chicken. Mora approached him and asked, however, why was he hiding in such a place then? He still needed to pluck the feathers here. He asked her to be careful and said that now that she mentioned it, he thought that this shaft was too small for such a colossus. I wonder if it perhaps regarded this shaft as a chicken coop? One can only guess what was on this monster's mind, although it still smells like a chicken coop in here. He also smells rotten eggs. He heard a sound, called her and asked if she stepped on something. She looked at her feet, agreed, and asked what it was. He walked up to it and asked if it was an eggshell. She looked at it too and asked if it wasn't too big. He agreed and asked if she could tell him what the chicken coops were for. She said with a slightly worried look that they were for the chickens to lay eggs in. Shalina looked away with a very worried look and said that there were chicks there. A crowd of this monster's chicks came out of the dark cave and started eating the human statues, after which they looked at them. They looked at these monsters with a worried look and loudly said that this was a nesting site. The girls said loudly with a worried tone that they needed to run. The protagonist enthusiastically said that they had just hatched. Maybe they mistakenly considered them to be their parents. The monsters opened their mouths wide, let out loud screams and ran towards them. They grabbed him, started running away all at once, and said they wanted to eat them. They needed to run as fast as they could. If they ate them, she would be held entirely responsible. They continued running for a while, and Mora asked if it was a dead end. Shalina stopped and said there was a blocked passage. He asked with a worried look what they should do. They ran toward the monsters and said that since things had come to this, the best defense was a good offense. She would attack first, and they should cover her. She ran up to the first of the crowd of monsters, killed it with one blow, and said that this hammer could even shatter a rock. She became worried when she saw the crowd of cockatrices and said that it had no effect on them at all. Mora called her and asked if she could hold out a little longer. She agreed, and she began to look around and thought that it seemed like this battle would be much more difficult than the fight with the cockatrices. Firstly, the chicks of this monster are much smaller in size than the adults. This means that their number can easily exceed 100. Just think, chickens are such prolific birds. These monsters probably inherited the traits of snakes. Secondly, their innate ferocity is reinforced by hunger. If you kill several adults, the fear will spread to the rest, and they will start running away in terror. But reckless small monsters see nothing in front of them except prey. She killed the monsters one after another with her hammer, but they did not stop, and she said in a dissatisfied voice that there were too many. Mora finished drawing a magic circle on the ground and said that she apologized for the wait. She used a spell to strengthen all abilities and increase speed. She thought that this was different from the previous strength buff. If she concentrated all her magic on this spell, the power of abilities would only increase. But it was not happening fast enough. To destroy a monster hatchling, she needs only one blow, so she increased her agility. However, afterward, she will increase her other abilities. Shalina jumped towards the monsters and said with a wide smile, "Now that's a different story." She watched her fight from the side and thought that blow after blow of her hammer, like a tornado, she was destroying these monsters. Moreover, the strengthening magic significantly increases her combat effectiveness. In this scenario, with the strengthening of agility, strength, and defense, she becomes virtually invincible. She defeated a crowd of monsters and loudly said how many of them there are. Her strength is already running out. Mora also stopped using magic and said that this was her limit. She called him and asked if he had some kind of cursed tool that could defeat these monsters, like the one he used in the battle against the orcs. MC said that he hadn't had one for a long time. Besides, with the orcs, the situation was completely different. The cursed tools, evil debuff power doesn't work well on monsters with weak egos like these. Shalina turned to him and asked what he was talking about. He said the spell's effect could be compared to a conditioned reflex, like when an adult is shown a lemon and starts salivating. However, how can babies know that a lemon is sour, right? Mora thought that thirdly, spells that cause fear and confusion, which somehow affect the enemy's psyche, won't work on monsters with a certain level of intelligence. This quest is different from all the others. Won't his curses help them this time? He looked upset and said that it wouldn't work against such enemies. She looked at him and said that there were items for personal use. There must be at least something. He started searching for something in his bag and said that if it was for personal use, he had several cursed items in his sack that were intended for sale. There he found things like a cursed bandage, a dark mask, and a decoration made of weeping horns. He said that, as they could already see, such a design of things is definitely something to be proud of. It is intended as interior decoration. Besides, the effects they provide are very weak. For example, tripling defense, doubling agility. Also, ignoring fatigue and resistance to poison. They were both very surprised by this and loudly said that this was amazing. She turned to them and said that this is what they needed. Mora said that she would now erect a protective barrier. She ran up to him and with a joyful look said that they should use these things quickly. Gale, with a slightly worried look, said that he already understood, only it was not created for combat, then they should not say something that he did not warn. She took the bandage, noticed the pores of the skin, and threw it up in disgust. He started tying it on her head, and she said with a displeased look that she should endure it, since it raised defense, as he said. She was going to use this power, right here and now. He agreed, and said that now she was wearing a cursed headband. It increased defense threefold and gave fatigue ignorance. She was overcome with energy, and she said with surprise that indeed, fatigue seemed to evaporate from her body. He said that so, now this dark mask, it gives poison resistance and night vision. He put the mask on her and said with surprise that she really saw in the dark, although nothing was visible under the mask. Mora looked at the monsters and said that they would break the barrier very soon. He should quickly put the rest on her. He said that the last one, an ornament made of weeping horns. Effects, agility doubled and strength fivefold. What they heard greatly surprised them both. Shalina asked in a surprised tone, "What is this?" He grinned smugly and asked, That's pretty cool, isn't it? She looked at her hand and thought that a 5-fold increase in strength was something on the verge of fantasy. It was certainly true, but she could definitely feel the overwhelming power with every fingertip. The monsters destroyed the barrier, ran towards them, and Morris said that they had broken through. She loudly called her name and said that she should turn around. She turned around abruptly and killed several monsters with a very strong blow of her hammer. They were surprised by this, and she thought that at that moment you could feel the entire mine shaking. She was so strong, and this was even without her buff. She asked loudly in a surprised voice, "What the hell is this? This is simply incredible. She is invincible." She swung her hammer and said that a new move had occurred to her. She began to quickly spin, heading into the crowd of monsters, and held the hammer in front of her. She laughed joyfully, continuing to kill crowds of monsters, and they watched from the sidelines. She asked if there were any dangerous components in his equipment. He thought about it, denied it, and said that cursed items give effects when combined with each other. The compound effect of cursed items can be compared to a chemical reaction. Several cursed items with different effects combine. Equipping cursed items like the Dark Mask and the Lamentation Horn's ornament creates a stronger effect than equipping them individually. She said with a slightly confused smile that it worked. She wasn't afraid of fatigue at all. Her state was similar to a runner's euphoria. Shelina jumped to the last monster and said that this was the final blow. She killed the monster, removed the cursed items, and said that she had finally removed this armor. If she, a girl dressed in such rags, were walking around a farm corner, she would be ashamed. The protagonist said that she had only recently praised his cursed items. She said that she had only praised the effects they provided. He took the mask with a sad expression and said that they were now worn-out items. She was indignant about this and said that, in fact, such a beautiful girl like her wore these things. He, on the contrary, can increase the price for the fact that she wore it. Suddenly, she felt a strong pain all over her body and asked why this happened. He looked at her with a slightly worried look and asked if she thought that the fatigue would go away on its own. The effect of the curse only creates the illusion that she does not get tired. She used a 5-fold increase in strength and a double increase in agility to rampage and destroy a crowd of monsters. However, this is a very strong strain on the body. Her body is granted resistance to poison as soon as the effect of the cursed item spreads to her. However, as soon as it is removed, the curse will dissipate, and if poison remains in the wound, it will spread throughout the body. She rolled over, looked at him and asked, "Is that how it works?" Mora approached her with a slightly worried expression, and he stood nearby, thinking that there weren't many madmen in this world who enjoyed equipping cursed items. Usually, the specialization of someone who crafted cursed items was viewed as lousy and unnecessary. However, if this cursed item allowed her to single-handedly wipe out a horde of baby cockatrices, what was the price of such items anyway? He said that it seemed like a little time would pass and the pain would subside, but for now she should rest here for a while. Shelina said in a displeased tone that, as usual, she hadn't come to that conclusion herself. After that, she lay on the floor, cursing in a displeased tone. She called her and said she was behaving indecently. She was still lying on the ground and said she didn't even have the strength to get up. She sat down next to him and said that even though she had exhausted her mana, it would still be restored. However, that too would take time. MC looked in his bag and said he'd used a lot of cursed items too. They all smiled and said that nevertheless, today's AA difficulty quest, Inunaki Mine Security, had been completed. Mora said it was worth mentioning that if she'd known from the start that there was a monster nest in this mine, she wouldn't have come here at all. He said that if he'd known there was a cockatrice nest here, he'd have stayed behind the counter in the shopping district rather than here. Shelina laughed and said that if she'd known there was a nest here from the start, she wouldn't have even taken on the quest. He was caught by the mention of a nest, and he thought he was getting the feeling that something was wrong. The anxiety he'd just felt had started right when he saw that egg. At that moment, another huge cockatrice monster approached them, catching their attention. They dodged the monster's attack at the last moment and said that the first bird that appeared was a chicken. Therefore, the creature in front of them was a male. He looked at this monster and said that there were 2 cockatrices in this nest. That's why most adventurers failed here. Shelina asked with a worried look, "What the hell is that?" It was a male, and he was much bigger than that giant. The monster started throwing cow statues at them, and he loudly asked, "Is this the 3rd round?" She took her hammer, destroyed the statue flying at them, and loudly said that he should come here. They will make him crispy. She was so tired, but he did not let her rest. When someone stranger invades his nest and makes a mess, he will certainly become enraged. The monster saw the bodies of the slain monsters, and she squeezed the hammer tighter in her hands and said that he, the freak, willfully occupied this mine. Why was he so insolent? This territory belongs to her blacksmith guild, but not to them. The cockatrice took a deep breath, then opened its mouth wide and blew out some kind of smoke. Gale looked at it with a worried look and wondered what that fog was. Was it really shivering? Shelina ran towards the monster and loudly asked who this freak even thought she was. He reached out to her with a worried look, called out loudly to her, and said that she should be careful. He grabbed her and jumped away from the smoke. She noticed that the body of the slain monster had turned to stone and asked what that was. He said that he hadn't cared about it before and only knew from hearsay. However, he has stone breath. If he hadn't knocked her down, she would have quickly turned to stone. Those adventurers had been under this attack for a long time. The monster blew out that smoke again. They became worried about it and said that a second wave was coming. Mora watched from the side and thought that fortunately, this breath had a short range and a slow rate of fire. But here's the thing, where they were now. Unfortunately for them, it was a closed room, or more precisely, a dead end deep in the mine. While the two distracted the monster, she needed to think of something. However, as soon as she thought about it, they turned around with terrifying speed and ran back. She loudly asked, "Are they still cornered?" The protagonist ran towards her and said in a worried tone that it looked like that. The snake's head was approaching them very quickly, and they were very scared when they saw it. They jumped aside at the last moment, and the snake's head crashed into the wall. They looked at the monster with a worried look, and it said that they had nothing left to defend themselves with. They needed to find something they could use as a shield. Mora asked, but where would they get it? Her hammer was thrown back, and the minecart was crushed. Shalina plucked up her courage, stood in front of them, and said that their shield was right in front of them. They were surprised by this and called out to her with a puzzled expression. She stood in front of them and raised her hands to protect them. She said with a serious expression that she could handle it, that they should take cover behind her. He asked loudly, looking worried, what she was saying. She asked, "He remembers, right?" She said that she would be in the vanguard of their team. The monster released smoke that quickly reached her, and she said that she was fulfilling her duty. They were very worried about this, called out to her loudly, and wanted to say something. Her body slowly turned to stone, but she called his name without regret in her voice, and said that he was a very strange and infuriating person. However, for some reason, she couldn't hate him. They should use her body as a shield, and they would definitely be able to survive. Mora, with a very sad expression on her face, began to cry and said that they should be together. Shalina said she had one last favor to ask of them, for the sake of the people from the guild. It was also, of course, for Gimli's sake. She really was a good elf. She wouldn't keep him waiting, because there would be no other opportunity to say it. She closed her eyes, prepared for what was happening, and he reached out to her and used the disperse skill. Thanks to this, the effect of the smoke dissipated, and she was shocked by this and looked at her hands. They were shocked by what had happened, and Mora asked what it meant. MC said with a smile that when he touched her during the petrification, he realized that he could perhaps cope with this, so he decided to try dispelling it on her. They were shocked by this and looked at him with confused and displeased expressions. He said that he was absolutely sure that the cockatrice's breath was poison. It seemed to him that the principle of its action was similar to the Gorgon's venom. It was a discovery for him that some types of monsters could use such a curse. Then, it seemed a little strange to him to call poison petrification. He had another discovery. Shalina pointed her finger to the side and said that they should look at him. His crest was swinging. Such attacks were too exhausting for cockatrices. If he could understand this, then this monster was no longer scary to them. Mora, with a surprised expression on her face, said that this changed everything. They should pounce on him before he regained his strength. She restored mana by 1 buff. She will increase her physical strength so that she can deal with the snake. At the same time, he will deliver the finishing blow to the rooster. They both ran forward, and she thought that this powerful combination would be their tool. They reached the monster. She jumped high, smashed the head of the first monster with a very strong blow, then bounced back and pinned the second head of the snake to the ground. She said with a smile, "Sudden attacks from both flanks. However, they are smart in their own way. They could hardly think otherwise about the fact that this poison is absolutely deadly, right?" Gale ran along the snake's body to the rooster. She called him loudly and said that he did not have to hold back. He jumped on the back of this monster and said that it seemed to have already woken up. He started looking for something in the bag and said that only now he would put it to sleep forever. Deadly poison, paralysis, panic, ignoring defense, blood absorption, explosion, severe pain, curse, and other curses. He has no idea how effective a curse would be against a boss monster. Maybe one would have been enough. They have a curse special today. He used a tool for multiple attacks with 0 gaps. He jumped to the side, threw something at its head, and said, "This damn chicken should come here." After that, he used a lot of items, and the monster was captured by the different skulls he summoned. Mora ran up to him and asked if he really used everything. He looked at what happened and said that, in fact, he simply didn't know what could work against a boss monster, so she didn't listen to him anymore, loudly called him an idiot, and said that if all his magic items were activated at once, the world would end. He laughed and said she was exaggerating. The monster made loud noises. Shalina watched this and said that, of course, he was told not to hold back, but as always, he overdid it. Suddenly, a very strong explosion occurred, throwing them in different directions, and they both loudly called him an idiot. She complained about the stench, called Mora and asked if she was alive. She agreed, and she said in a dissatisfied tone that it was terrible. Now her whole body was dirty. She looked at her clothes with a dissatisfied look and said that she would have to buy a new cape. It would hardly be possible to wash out so much blood. The protagonist sat up after what happened and asked, "What was that shaking?" He asked with a worried look, if the mine was really collapsing. They said in very dissatisfied voices loudly that it was all because of him. Whatever the case, they needed to get out of here. They all ran together to the exit, sat on the ground and said with relief that they were saved. Shalina hit them on the heads with her fists and loudly said that he was a crazy idiot. Who asked him to destroy the mine? The quest was to clean it up, but he destroyed the entire mine. He stood up and surprised her by asking, but they did complete the quest, right? Mora asked. They killed everyone, didn't they? It turns out they are entitled to a generous reward. She got really angry about this and loudly asked those idiots, who is going to pay them? They should pay her. They were indignant about this and said it was too cruel. What about the space for his stall? She said she would put in a good word for him at the merchant guild. They risked their lives so much, and she wants to leave them without a reward. She asked in a displeased voice, who here, in their opinion, risked their lives more? They should shut up. Who do they think they are after this? Criminals, mine bombers, that's who they are. So she used the cursed gear, a full set of armor, and then just lost her hammer. And on top of that, there was this mine explosion. What kind of day is this today? They called her a tyrant in a displeased tone, but she heard it and said loudly that they should be silent. At the same time, Gimli climbed out of the ventilation, started coughing and said that she thought she was going to die here. So that's how it is. The master of cursed items, he is not as simple as he seems. She thought that she was initially watching him from a safe place, but he blew up the entire mine and she could not escape from that. She was able to see his real power with her own eyes and it exceeds her expectations. Will he be able to be useful? She ran to the rock, looked at him and said that he only makes cursed items, but their effectiveness is on the level of artifacts. A little later, they returned to the mine, where MC approached the petrified man and used the dispel skill. A guy named Charlie came to his senses. A girl named Penelope ran up to him and loudly called his name. He was confused because of this and asked why she was here. She hugged him and, with tears in her eyes, said that he had gone missing and she was very worried. These adventurers had brought her here. Shalina watched them from the side and asked if it was hotter in here than in the forge. Mora said that they would restore the mine this way and save the rest of the adventurers. They turned to them, thanked them for saving them, and said that they would get married if they returned alive from this quest. He approached them, handed over a strange item, and said that since that was the case, how about accepting his cursed tool as a special gift? It's free. No money is needed. If they come to his shop again, they can get it. The girls looked at him with displeased faces and said that he should not try to give away cursed items as gifts. There was no need for free either. They started arguing about it, and the adventurers just laughed, looking at them. After some time, Gimli heard a knock, opened the door and said welcome with a cheerful look. She saw Shalin there and asked with a displeased look what she wanted. She was angry because of this reaction and asked if she had some kind of problem. She went inside, looked around, and said that it was empty, as always. This made her very angry, and she asked if she came here to sell something or to fight. She looked at her with a smirk, and said that she would sell it if she could afford such a purchase. She put a dart on the table, she picked it up, and asked what was wrong with it. She said that she should look more closely. She took the monocle, began to examine it, and asked in a surprised voice, "What the hell is this?" Shalina asked, "There is something wrong with this, right?" She said that it was a real artifact, although she thought she was joking. She asked, "It seems Gale just gives away such things cheaply. Did she know about that? He is incredible. Does she know anything about him?" Gimli smirked at this and said that she only knew that he was an adventurer who came from the capital. Apparently, he used to be on an S-rank team. She skit at her in displeasure and asked why such a guy would come to a forgotten village. He found adventurers petrified by cockatrices in the mine and cured them all. He even managed to involve the church in curing him with a curse. These words caught her attention, and Shalina said that from what she saw, she was almost turned to stone too. Petrified adventurers were found one after another in the depths of this mine. There was also a poor guy who was eaten by a cockatrice and turned to stone, but he cured everyone. Now only the church runs the only sanatorium in the city. Maybe it's because the church is always vigilant in such matters. However, what is this anyway? They definitely deceived her. Gimli looked at her with a surprised expression and asked, "Did he use dispel?" She agreed and asked, "Now she's interested, right?" She agreed with it, and she said that it was clearly different from the average level of dispel. If you consider the cockatrice's petrification as a curse, then it dissipated literally in the blink of an eye. He didn't use any potion for healing, and didn't seek the help of the church. Besides, with such abilities, he's still a wandering adventurer, right? She laughed and said that a beginner is still a beginner, but she's right. Considering the fact that the quests related to Salt and rescuing adventurers were completed in one go, she doesn't want to apply for a rank increase while solo, does she? Shalina calmly looked at her and asked why she should do that. She hasn't changed. She's still the same cunning fox. Gimli said she didn't want to hear that from the old Tanuki. What was she going to do? She looked behind her and said that for now she'd made him a member of her blacksmith's guild. I wonder if he really has such high abilities and if he has taste in this business. She agreed and said that he was another member of the guild. There was no rule that would prohibit a person from being in two guilds. They looked at each other with smiles, after which they abruptly turned away, and Shalina said that meant she was bothering her. She agreed with this, but which angered her, and she said that she should shut up. At the same time, the protagonist sneezed in the mine, and Mora was surprised and said that it was so untidy. When he sneezes, he should turn the other way. He apologized and said that it was just very dusty here. They looked at the miners, and she said that Shalina was generally quite rude to her people. It seemed like if she forgave them for what they had done, they could benefit from it. He said that she was quite a positive thinker. She said that it was all because he simultaneously activated the effects of the cursed items. So he was the hero who was able to save the adventurers and the villain who blew up this mine. By the way, did he join the blacksmith's guild? He agreed, showed his tokens, and said that they had agreed that she would help him with the shop. She said that was so unusual. The blacksmith's guild is made up of literally real blacksmiths. As a rule, such guilds don't accept ordinary adventurers, right? Even if they are going to mine ore for the blacksmiths. What should he do? He put the tokens away and asked, probably nothing special. He's just lending the guild some of the cursed items he made. She asked if his work was approved. He agreed with a slightly hesitant tone, recalling that one of the items had been ordered to be redone, and said that no matter how many items he made, he was already fed up with her whims. She looked at him and said that she remembered when he gave her the cursed sword. She got angry. He said that it seemed to him that she wanted something from an interior element, so he decided to make something like this. He showed her a flower vase made of bones. She was scared because of it and said that he turned the skull over and made this ikebana. He shouldn't carry something like that with him. He said that it was very cruel. He spent a whole day on it. She asked in a confused tone. It took him a whole day to turn the skull over and make a vase out of it? He denied it and said that she should look at this shade. The vase sparkles. He spent so many hours polishing it. She was even more surprised because of this and said that you can't polish other people's skulls. In the end, he ended up with a ridiculous craft. MC was unhappy with this reaction and asked, does she mean it's ugly? He emphasized the design. Decorating a room with this vase will result in constant mana restoration, and drinking from it will result in rapid healing. Mora said in a shocked voice that this item is every mage's dream. For a mage, the speed of restoration is a matter of life and death. But he made it just a decoration. He asked with a puzzled look, is that so unusual? Anyone who uses this vase will restore their mana if they stand still. She said loudly, displeased that it's not as simple as he thinks. Mana restoration is similar to strength restoration and depends on the quality of food eaten and sleep. The restoration rate also changes depending on the consumption of alcohol, sweets, and other food products. Sometimes, due to a physical condition, such as an illness, it can be difficult to restore mana. That's why mages pay special attention to taking care of their health, eat healthy food, and sleep well. She thought that despite this, in order to restore the mana she needed, she drinks tasteless potions and even meditates in a gloomy room. However, instead of such tedious methods, one can restore mana simply by placing a vase. She imagined this, covered her face with her hands, and thought that she would never agree to this. She said that she definitely wouldn't like it. Shalina came to them with a large bag on her back and asked what they were doing there. If they kept shouting like that, the supports in the mine would collapse. What was going on here? She decided to go rest, and Gale said that he showed her his experimental product and she felt sick. She saw what he was holding in his hands and, with a displeased look, said that if he decided to sell it in the city, he would really be kicked out. He called her by name and said that she herself told him to do something. So he did it. She threw a sack at him, loudly called him an idiot, and said that no one asked him to do such a thing. She told him to make a cursed item that would be useful to her. He looked at the sack and asked what it was. She said that it was the head of the cockatrice he killed. He could take it to Gimli and get a reward for it. Besides, its body was not buried. He asked, was she sure of this? After all, she killed this monster almost single-handedly. She said that she killed the first cockatrice and the smaller ones. He shouldn't admire her too much. He called her by name and said that with this conversation, she reminded him that he had not yet received a reward from her. She was surprised by what she heard, grabbed the hem of his clothes, and asked loudly in a displeased voice, isn't a simple thank you enough? He denied it and said that he took on the quest because she promised to help with the shop. She pulled him towards her and asked loudly, does he really not understand what he did? They are currently restoring the mine. After they finish restoring it, she will help him with the shop. He was about to say something, but she said that he should not rush. It would be better for him to look at this. She led him to a large minecart covered with a sheet and asked with a smile if he could guess what this was. She removed the sheet and he said that it was the organ with which the cockatrice can use the breath of petrification. She agreed and said that it was the organ that produces the stone breath. He remembers saying that this is some kind of curse, right? He remembered the past and thought that the stone breath that he felt then felt identical to the Gorgon's petrification ray. More importantly, he managed to dispel the curse and save her and the adventurers. It seems they have strong evidence to consider it a curse. She said that means they can use it. Would such a material suit him, and could he make a magical tool out of it? He looked at it with a shocked expression and asked if she seriously believed that. She said with a smile that she could get a decent amount of money for selling such a thing. Everything was fine with her. He was about to say something, but she stood in front of him and said that, however, she had an idea how to thank him for the work he had done. He said in a worried tone that he already had a bad feeling about this. She said with a smirk that she would teach him about supply and demand. Surprised by the cursed items he had made, the people dispersed away from the farm corner to different places in the empire. At the same time, in the center of the imperial palace, there was an underground treasury. Belial asked loudly, "Did she say an artifact?" Lisnet was lying on the floor in front of him and said that without a doubt, this was it. She was about to say something, but he covered her mouth with his hand and said in an angry tone that excuses were not enough. "What's the matter? Why did false rumors start spreading about him? He is the first prince of the empire. Who does she even think he is? She is the leader of the Assassins' Guild." She begged for forgiveness, and he grabbed her by the hair, dragged her along with him, and asked if she had boasted so much and could fail. It was a complete failure. What kind of incompetent assassins are they? He only had more problems after hiring them. He brought her into the room, and she was very scared when she saw what was inside. She looked at the chest, which began to slowly open, and he said that it was the most deadly cursed item in the empire, the heart of the devil. She looked at it in horror and thought that the world had once been plunged into fear from the mere fact that someone possessed such a thing. What an ominous miasma. Belial looked at it with a smile and said that it sucked out human life. It hadn't had anything to feed on for a long time. It must be very happy, right? Its favorite food is stupid and useless people like her. He led her to this chest, called her by name, and asked why she thought he brought her to this room. Lisnet looked at it in horror, begged for forgiveness, and said that she did not know. She begged him not to do it, but he continued to bend her towards this artifact, laughed, and said that she should think faster. Why she was brought to such a room. She started crying out of fear and thought that this miasma was sucking out her life force. He said that it was all because this was an incredibly good place for secret meetings. He moved her away from the chest and asked if she knew that one touch to this heart could kill an average warrior. She asked for forgiveness in a very frightened voice and asked not to do this. He threw her to the floor, began to leave, and said that they would stop there. He sat down on the table and with a serious expression said that she should immediately tell him about what happened and in more detail. She agreed, and said that the operation was going quite successfully until recently. Until she sent a spy among the elites. Princess Kara's goal was to obtain the aforementioned artifact. She heard that it provides protection from any techniques. He asked what she just said. He kicked the bucket very hard and asked, "Does she mean to tell me that a frail princess single-handedly repelled a series of attacks? That simply couldn't be true." She said instant death resistance. Moreover, it was an artifact that had multiple effects. He looked at her and asked, "Did she say instant death resistance?" She agreed and said that it was hard to believe, but it was true. It boggles the mind. But even if the princess had been killed by assassins, it wouldn't make much sense, and the problem lies elsewhere. He was very worried about this and said that they don't know what artifacts are in the empire. He thought that the trend of weaponizing artifacts was information that was of great importance for state security. Using the right artifacts, one could even change the power of a state and undermine its position. Therefore, empires and kingdoms must provide full information about the owners of artifacts and where they are stored. "Are there any leaks from this information network?" he asked. "Does she mean to say there was more than one effect?" She agreed. He kicked the floor hard and said loudly how infuriating it was. At the same time, he still hadn't taken a firm position. How did the kingdom manage to get such items? He didn't care about Kara at all, but it would be pretty bad if his impudent half-brother married her. The second son, Curtis, who was inferior to the first in every way, would take it. He loudly asked where one could even get such artifacts. Lisnet called out to His Highness and said that she had information she wanted to tell him. In fact, this artifact was purchased from a street vendor. At the same time, in the tavern where adventurers from the capital gathered, Cash loudly asked why he even needed to go to this village. It was so far away. Melissa looked at him with a displeased expression and said that he was too loud. Norris asked, what if someone heard and took the reward for his capture from them? Luke said that they should get back to talking. There are interesting rumors circulating among the coachmen. He looked at him and asked what kind of rumors they were, that he rode unnoticed in their cart and didn't pay. He turned to the waitress and said that she should come here. She approached their table. He began to slam his hand on the table and loudly said that she should give him ale. How slow she was. She bowed and apologized, and he said that she should bring him a whole barrel already. He called his name and said that he should stop. So do they know that? One of the carts was heading right towards that village, and on the way it was attacked by orcs. He heard that someone killed all the monsters and that someone was from the rearguard. Cash abruptly stood up from the table and loudly said that this simply couldn't be. If people from there could hunt monsters, then what was the point of dividing the groups into vanguard and rearguard? He turned to him and said in a dissatisfied voice that he should listen to him. He learned something else. This man was a guy dressed in primitive rags. They say that he waved a dagger indifferently and destroyed everything around him. Based on what he heard, he used some kind of cursed artifact. What will he say to this? Does it sound like Gale? He chuckled and said that he simply wasn't capable of such tricks. Even they have difficulty dealing with orcs, but he just hunts them? that was definitely not him. Luke calmed down and said that they should listen to what the others learned. Melissa agreed and said that she also heard information about seeing a man similar to him. He was very surprised by this and asked where he was seen. She said that at first, just like he said, a guy who looked like him actually started selling goods in a shop. He probably sold his cursed items cheaply. In the commercial district, he sold his tasteless wares as interior decorations. However, the guards then closed his shop. He grinned and said that these were definitely his weak cursed items. They probably had horrific debuffs and caused a lot of complaints. He was undoubtedly selling junk. However, as he understood it, this freak made a good profit from it. Norris agreed and said that he had heard that his goods were in high demand. He also heard that a man who looked like him stayed overnight at an inn. Moreover, he was wearing new clothes. Luke asked with a smirk, what would he say about that? He should at least have had money for a carriage ride, right? Norris said that they should think about it. Even if the royal troops search for him with enviable persistence, and if they use all their means to capture him, they still haven't even picked up a trace of him. Also, according to her information, he made a decent amount of money, right? That means he must have done something with it. Cash looked at him and asked, what's wrong with that? He asked. If you put all the facts together, he changed his place of business, right? It's also not limited to the capital. Considering his carefree attitude, he could have used the money he earned to open his own shop. Could he really have ulterior motives? Cash thought he always did strange things. This guy definitely has something to sell. He said he understood. It looks like he really isn't in this city. Melissa said it seemed he had some connection with someone in the merchant guild. Did he sell the application for permission to trade in the shop? She showed him the order document from Princess Kara. He reluctantly gave her a nugget of information, citing confidentiality. Luke sighed and said that it meant he had experience in trading. Perhaps he traded in several cities at the same time. Cash looked into his empty mug and said that he didn't care whether he traded or not. He was sure that if he had money, this idiot would open a store of his damned things. He offered them some alcohol and loudly asked how much longer they would have to wait for him to get some. In any case, it was Princess Kara's expense, so they should drink to the bottom. At that moment, a waitress came to them with 2 kegs and said that here was their order. She placed it on their table, and he became angry about this and asked what she brought the customer. She started to walk away from them and said that it was his order, a keg of ale. Luke looked at this in surprise and said that it was surprising how strong this girl was. The waitress went to a secluded area where other workers approached her and said that they were discussing Gail's whereabouts. He called her Ms. Liznet and thanked her for her efforts. She took off her wig and said that although she was doing this to gather information and keep tabs on this team, why should she even work part-time in the suburbs of the capital? One of them asked, were these really the people they needed? She agreed and said that it seemed so. Their bad behavior matched the information she had received. One of her people asked, so the princess hired them? They said something about a farming town and a man called Gale. She agreed with a displeased look and said that those freaks from the S-rank group were a wolf pack. They were pursuing the person they needed, the one the princess was trying so hard to contact. It seemed he was the creator of that artifact. Another worker said that he was the creator of the artifact that the S-rank team was hunting. Who was he? Liznet clutched her head and said she didn't know. However, she could tell he was incredibly cunning. He was on an S-rank team and left no trace behind, so that simply couldn't be true. All they found was some unnecessary information about his tastes and such. They didn't need that at all. She became very angry and said loudly that she was sure this whole thing was a ruse to hide the true identity of the artifact's creator. He was like a real ghost. They didn't even find out what he had been doing before. They could follow that group as much as they wanted. At least they had figured out the target's approximate location. It wasn't for nothing that they had been eavesdropping on them. They needed to make sure they left here quickly. However, they will continue to monitor the Wolfpack group. However, when they find the target, they will take him by force. She put on her wig and started to leave, and the tavern owner came to them and loudly said that they should stop loitering. The orders are idle. They must wash the dishes. She left and said in a dissatisfied voice that she already hated their target. Sometime later in the blacksmith's guild, the protagonist was working in the room. Mora came to him, and he said that, by the way, he wanted to say something. She stood nearby and asked what exactly. He turned to her and said with a smile that he would like to thank her. He was talking about helping with the quest to ensure the security of the Inunaki mine. He dragged her into this adventure, although she had nothing to do with it before. He extended his hand to her and said that he was truly grateful for it. Thanks to her, he felt much calmer in that mine. She blushed with embarrassment and thought he was being too straightforward. She shook his hand and said in an embarrassed tone that of course she was a support mage, one of the 5 best in the capital. There was no situation where she couldn't help. However, this time she was helping him so that he could open a shop in a profitable location. He said with a joyful smile that thanks to her help, his dream would soon come true. She looked away and said, with a little embarrassment, that if he insisted, then she would continue to help him. He sneezed loudly, which immediately angered her. She said in a dissatisfied voice that if he wanted to sneeze, he should turn away. He apologized and asked why he sneezed so much. Did people really remember him that often? Shalina looked into the room and said that it was the dust from the mine that was bothering him. He said that thanks to the rented workplace, his business was going well. She said with a little surprise that he had already managed to do something. He turned to her and asked what she would say. Okay? They looked at the big gun and MC asked. Of course, he did as she said. But doesn't this thing look tasteless? She said mockingly that if he thinks this invention is tasteless, then society will have a different opinion on this matter. He asked loudly in a dissatisfied tone. What does she mean? She picked up this weapon and with a happy look asked how to use it. He asked to give it to him, turned the handle and said that if you turn this handle here, it will start shooting a petrification curse. She dodged this laser and said loudly that she already understood how it works. He should not use it on people. This is what is called functional design. Besides, she talked about supply and demand. He should look around. There are only meadows, mountains, and forests everywhere. There are some stones here, but you can't get them from the city buildings. Finding iron or other ore is also quite difficult. By stones, she meant building materials. Depending on the area, they can be quite valuable. She took out a pointer, pointed to a slide, and said that they would use the desert as an example. If they wanted to build a building in the desert, what would they do then? MC thought about this and asked, should they compact the sand and make bricks out of it? Or dig it directly from the ground, or bring the materials? Shalina said that people mainly resort to these methods. However, compaction requires water and other materials, and digging the earth is too labor-intensive. However, they are not considering the option of bringing materials from afar, right? He agreed with a confused voice, and Mora, with a thoughtful look, said that even if they made bricks, it was unknown whether they would be able to achieve the required strength. Besides, water is worth its weight in gold in the desert. Shalina said that if you use his device, you can form sand and process it with stone breath. Or is it better to call it a beam? He said with surprise. So that's how they'll get building materials. She pushed her glasses up onto her forehead and said he had golden hands. He just didn't know how to use it. He smiled at the praise, and she said that in fact, there was a constant shortage of building materials in Farm Corner. Digging it or transporting it from the mines was one way. However, calling it quality materials was a mistake. She put her hand on his shoulder and said that, in general, this thing solved the problem, and with it, they would quickly get building materials. He should listen to her. It was a useful thing, so she would reward him generously. Gale looked at it and asked if she really liked it. She said that, as she'd said earlier, he had golden hands and talent. The only thing was, he didn't have a sense of style. He said in a displeased voice that he did have one. Mora looked at him from the side with a smirk and said that he also probably didn't know how to read the atmosphere. Shalina said with a friendly smile that this is what she wanted to say. To be honest, she wasn't particularly interested in cursed items, but they were simply incredible. He asked with a slightly confused look, does she really think so? She sighed and said that it was so simple. She only praised the cursed items. There was another material from the cockatrices, so she needed him to make another one. Will he be able to handle the materials from the chicks? He said with a slightly confused voice that he had tried to figure out the collected materials, but it seemed impossible. Their organ that produces stone breath was not developed enough. The snake tail is also poisonous, but this is not related to the curse. She said that it seemed like it would be nice to have a machine for producing poison, although it is unlikely to work. He was a little surprised by this and asked, would a machine for producing poison be useful too? She was indignant and said that now he should think about where they are. It is a farm area. How much do we think they suffer from pests and insects here? If they have a strong poison, it can also be used for hunting. He doesn't know the active components of the poison. She said this with a smirk, but unexpectedly for her, he asked, does she want him to do this? She was very surprised by this and asked loudly, can he really do this? He was a little surprised by this and said that it is not difficult if you have the materials. He often made amulets with deadly poison. She asked loudly with great enthusiasm, what materials does he need? He said that there are all sorts, but if we are talking about the undead, then the poison glands of ghouls or their stomachs can be used. Besides, if you make a talisman, it is easy to attach it to mummy bandages or zombie clothes. Her enthusiasm from what she heard waned, and she said, what terrible materials these are. He said that such materials are not for sale, so he gets it himself. Shalina said with a joyful smile that she was listening to what he could do, and was overwhelmed with joy. She would tell Gimli to gather these materials. Besides, she would use what he gave her. He liked to make things. She would buy everything at a fair price. He seemed surprised by this, handed her the item and said, here, a vial of rotten aromatic oil. They looked at it with displeasure and asked, is this a small vial cut from zombie organs? Where could there even be a demand for that? The protagonist said that it wasn't from a zombie, but from a ghoul. Mora, looking a little nervous, said that it seemed to have terrifying properties. However, she would prefer not to ask about it anymore. Shalina, looking displeased, handed him a multitude of documents and said that he should simply do as she ordered. He looked at it with a joyful smile, started to run away, and said that he would try to make something right away. She looked at him with a smile and said that she would be waiting for it. She will take this thing from the cockatrices. First, we need to test how convenient it is to use. He continued to work, not paying attention to the rest, and agreed. Mora called her by name and asked if it would be difficult for her to open doors. Right, she would help. She approached her, thanked her, and asked, by the way, what was she doing here? She blushed with embarrassment and said that she just came to check on him. There are no suitable quests for her today. She said it was just a joke. It seems they have formed a temporary team to complete quests. Thanks to this, the number of abandoned orders has decreased, and Gimli is happy about it. If the two of them are comfortable here, then she is very comfortable with them. Later, in the cart heading to the agricultural town, Cash laughed loudly and said in a joyful voice, as expected from the royal family, the bill for the store came in handy. Thanks to this, he bought a cool mithril sword, which cost a whole 500 gold coins. Melissa happily announced that she bought herself a sword made from wyvern bone. Norris said he bought himself a new grimoire and staff. He could now use both rapid fire and high-tier magic without restrictions. Luke smugly said he'd bought himself armor made from the skin of a magical beast. He said with a smug smile that they didn't care whether Gale could use curses or not. With such equipment, they'd be able to showcase their true skill and power. However, the strange thing is, despite such a cool group like theirs recruiting people, they haven't had a single request from anyone with a support class, have they? They said they were S-ranked, after all, but it seemed there simply weren't any adventurers of a level that matched theirs. Right, even if they did accept those two. The hooded girl sitting next to them laughed quietly and said that no one would want to be support for such idiots. Cash didn't hear this and said with a smile that he agreed with that. In that case, the solution always comes down to money. He called the gloomy girl and told her to name her role. Liznette laughed, turned to them, and said their job was to replace the support class in the S-ranked group, the Wolf Pack, using item buffs and debuffs. They would also carry their items. He said with a smile that they were right. That was the only reason they brought them along. Even though they had no money, they still wanted to go to the agricultural town. They should thank those kind people who granted their beggarly wish. She laughed and quietly said that she would kill them later. Her comrades also really wanted to kill them, and quietly said that it could be said that this was the most convenient situation for them to observe them. Until they found the creator of the artifact, they had to endure this. Unfortunately, they really had no money. Cash said that they should drink and eat until they reached their destination. He again called her a gloomy girl, and said that she should give him that item. She did so, and he took out various food from there, and said that delicious food and alcohol, all on Princess Kara's account, was simply wonderful. Someone from his crew agreed and said that, besides, they could admire beautiful scenery along the way. Liznette asked, they had taken the quest to guard a caravan heading to an agricultural town, right? If he drank too much, there could be trouble. He drank alcohol from the bottle and, with an arrogant expression, told her to shut up. When he saw their gloomy faces, even fine alcohol seemed tasteless to him. They should cover themselves with a cloth, along with their belongings, so that he could not see their faces. She and her comrades walked away from them, and quietly said that they had expenses for gathering information, paying for communication with the Empire, and accommodation, so they were always short of money and weren't even going to share food with them. Besides, the part-time job at the tavern was better. A man in the distance began blowing a whistle, and this immediately attracted their attention. The crew heard it too, stopped the carriages, and loudly announced that a monster had appeared. The mercenaries must prepare for an attack. The adventurers must protect each carriage. Where is their enemy? At that moment, crowds of different monsters ran out of the nearby forest, and they loudly asked, have the evil spirits united against them? They need not fear. After the recent orc attack, they had increased the number of guards for the column of carriages. They must attack. While they were all distracted by the monster attack, one of the monsters threw the carriage, along with the people, very high. The mercenaries paid attention, and one of them said that he had a report. They had identified the monster leading the pack. It was a behemoth. It was an S-rank monster. Shouldn't it be on the border between the Empire and the Kingdom? Liznette sat in the carriage and said that they were professionals in fighting people, but hunting monsters was not their field. It was undeniable that in a direct confrontation, they would have no chance of winning. The pack included killer wolves of rank B and above, along with huge snakes and red grizzly bears. One of her team members asked if they should run away before it was too late. She looked over her shoulder at Cash's team, who weren't paying attention, and thought that in a normal situation, they would have done the same. However, they had an important task, and the only key to completing it was he and his comrades. She said that they should stop. They needed to prepare for a retreat just in case. They should quickly take up defensive positions. They got out of the carriage and she asked, didn't the Empire also issue a task to exterminate monsters, right? Why weren't they exterminated earlier? A team member said that the kingdom should have had a similar task too. However, they say that recently the S-rank team that took on this task suddenly abandoned it. Liznette got really angry about this and loudly asked, what kind of idiot S-rank team is this? She thought about it, looked into the carriage and thought, it can't be. A team member asked, what are they going to do with them? She said, if they are S rank, then let them fight the behemoth. After all, they are on the same team now. She will make them fight. She screamed loudly, pretending to panic, and said, the enemy is attacking. It's the behemoth. They heard it, started looking around, and asked, what was that? They are gone? Cash said with a displeased voice. What a nasty voice that girl has. She is so annoying. She got really angry about this, but her comrades immediately grabbed her to prevent her from killing them. Their team listened to the sounds and said that something was noisy outside. By the way, the cart stopped. Wait, where did the driver go? They noticed the mouth of a huge monster next to the cart and screamed loudly in fear. Liznette said that. So that's what it was. Those rumors about an orc attack. It happened because the orcs were driven out of their homes because of the undefeated behemoth. That's how they ended up on the road. The power of this monster is so powerful, cruel, and incredibly strong. Cash looked at it with a shocked expression and asked, what is that? The monster destroyed the cart with a very strong blow, but she and her comrades managed to save its team. The monster tried to attack them again, they helped them dodge again, and she said that if they were an S-ranked team, they should at least hold the defense. The monster let out a very loud roar, which stunned everyone nearby. She gritted her teeth, looking at it, and thought that the air itself was splitting. The team members looked at it in horror and asked what it was. A huge boar, a bull, or a rhinoceros? Even if it was terribly strong, being so fast was already unfair. They were all very surprised when Liznette said that there was no way to mistake it. It's a behemoth, and that's their target. The team started to get to their feet and said he had no idea how she knew, but so be it. The behemoth turned out to be bigger than he thought. However, it was no match for them. The mercenaries looked at them and said that they should look over there. This is an S-ranked team. A wolf pack. They can't give up. They began to happily call out the name of their team. The group of assassins looked at this in surprise and said that it was amazing how their fighting spirit had risen. They should help too. She noticed a monster running towards them, and one of the team loudly said that this was a joint attack of the capital's strongest adventurer team. Liznette looked at them hopefully and happily said that this was true S-rank power. Unexpectedly for her, a behemoth ran through them and threw them in different directions. She was very disappointed in them and asked loudly, is this true S-rank power? The mercenaries were very scared because of this and began to run into the forest. She said with a worried expression that they could not die here. A member of her team said that they were prepared for both escape and attack. She looked at Cash's team lying on the ground and wondered if they would just run away without completing the task. She remembered Belial, sighed with displeasure, and said that this was so ridiculous. She took out her hidden weapon and said that they are the #1 assassination organization in this empire. She ran towards the monsters and loudly ordered them to fight. She said that they should destroy the interfering monsters and cover each other. They should not show their appearance. She killed the monster that was closest to her with her dagger and loudly said that she would take on the behemoth. They should prepare for this. One of her comrades wished her luck in the fight and said that he understood everything. She should take care of herself. She ran up to this huge monster, threw her cloak to cover its eyes, and thought that she would hide in the shadows of the forest and attack from cover. She jumped towards this monster, but it let out a loud roar, which threw her back. She landed nimbly on her feet, dropped her dagger, and said that it noticed her. She looked at this monster and thought that beasts, especially those with sensitivity to presence and good night vision, are suitable. Apparently, it is impossible to catch him off guard. She has no choice but to attack openly. She kicked the hilt of the dagger lying nearby and thought that she was using a wyvern dagger with fast-acting poison. This should be enough to inflict mortal wounds on the behemoth. The behemoth knocked down the launch dagger with its tail, and this time, when the opportunity arises, she will slit the monster's throat with another dagger. She stabbed with the dagger, but was unable to pierce the monster's thick skin, which greatly surprised her. It attacked with its paw, but Liznette dodged, managed to plunge the dagger into the monster's eye, and asked. He exposed himself to inflict more damage on the enemy, right? But even though she didn't manage to slit its throat, eyes are also a vulnerable spot. Unexpectedly, the behemoth grabbed her with its tail, and she wondered in surprise why it was still moving. It blew smoke at her. She began to cough and wondered, is this poisonous mist? It can't be. He's immune to poison. Then now would be the perfect time to use what the prince gave her. She remembered Belial saying he'd entrust her with the devil's heart shard. He looked at her with a wide smile and said that if she used it, it would become her flesh and blood and give her power. Although, it would be more accurate to say that she would become the blood and flesh of this artifact. Duchess Melinda was in the royal capital and informed Princess Cara that she would learn the etiquette of the tea ceremony at today's lesson. She asked if the princess was ready. Melinda placed a pointer under her chin and told her that while sitting at the table, she should not raise her chin, but also not lower it too much, and try to keep it parallel to the floor. The Duchess leaned toward the princess's ear and said that raising her chin expresses disdain for the person she is speaking to, and vice versa. She is showing excessive modesty. She added that the position of her chin should show that she and her interlocutor are equal. Kara thought this was very tiring. The Duchess also explained that when sitting, legs should be crossed at ankle level, a sign of good manners. She added, in this case, it is imperative to remember that the left foot should be in front. Melinda explained that this symbolizes friendship, while placing the right foot forward signifies hostility and is absolutely forbidden. Kara said disapprovingly, but you can't see it when you're sitting. The assistant placed a cup of tea on the table, and the princess added 2 lumps of sugar to make it more palatable. The Duchess explained that when tea is served, one cannot take 2 lumps, only 1 or 3. Kara asked sadly, what if 2 lumps are perfect for someone? Melinda replied sternly, numbers that are evenly divisible symbolize separation. The princess snorted disapprovingly and looked at her. The Duchess continued the lesson and explained that when holding a cup, one should raise one's little finger. This is ladylike manners. However, raising it too straight will look rude, so be sure to display grace. She saw the princess lower her head and asked if she was listening. Carla threw back her head and cried out loudly about how fed up she was. The Duchess adjusted her and explained that the tiara needed to be worn at the correct angle, as hers was off-center, not at a perfect 45 degrees. Melinda adjusted the tiara and told the princess that she needed to become the kind of lady who could behave impeccably in any setting. The princess recalled how, before the imperial wedding, she was supposed to marry Prince Curtis, but she was married off to the unknown second prince, and the first prince, whom she also didn't know, tried to kill her because of it. She sadly lowered her face and said, what could be more unpleasant than this story? The Duchess listened and replied, but she understands that her behavior directly affects the peace and development of the kingdom, right? She politely asked her to consider her position as a person chosen from birth and act accordingly. Carla, with a sad expression on her face, said, the life of a chosen one. She added that she would prefer to choose her own life. She understood that it might seem like she was given more than others, but it also burdened her with the weight of these privileges, as if she were bound by shackles. The princess realized she had been cursed from birth. She saw a bird perch on a branch outside the window and call out, hey, cursed item Master Gale. Carla asked if he could lift this curse from her. The butler approached the princess and said that it was better not to have disagreements with the neighboring empire, since that truly guaranteed that their citizens would not shed blood. He added that they should first find the strength and desire to take an interest in the empire, and asked, why not give it a try? Carla looked away, sadly replied that she was not interested, and called for Vivian. Vivian looked at the princess and asked, what is it? Carla asked again, is it true that the empire possesses the heart of the devil? Vivian placed her hand on her head and asked, is she at it again? Why is she interested in such strange things? The princess replied that this was not true, and as a princess, she became curious about whether there really was a devil who could threaten the people. Vivienne told her that this was just one of the legends passed down by word of mouth. Carla asked in surprise, is it just a fabrication? Vivienne replied that it was impossible to say that with complete certainty. Carla, confused, asked, how can this be? The servant explained that those who suffered at the hands of the devil 1,000 years ago continued to pass on tales of his horrors to subsequent generations. But over time, it became harder to accept all these events as real, and eventually, information about him came to be considered fiction. The princess, even more surprised, asked, so it is true after all? Vivienne looked the princess in the eyes and said that they didn't know for sure. But one thing was certain. From these stories, the devil's heart was considered one of the most sinister and cursed artifacts in this world. Lisnette was grabbed by the monster, and she realized the poison hadn't worked. The monster pulled her into its mouth, and she thought, oh shit. The guild leader's assistant saw that she was in danger. An assistant took a flash grenade from his bag and threw it over the monster. The grenade exploded, and Lisnette took the opportunity to plunge a blade into the monster's eye. Everyone in the area was temporarily blinded by the grenade's brightness. The guild leader didn't think a flash grenade would work on an S-rank monster. That was enough time for her to put on the bracelet. She remembered how she had received it. Their imperial alchemists were capable of such things, and this was a parting gift for her. Lisnette jumped off the monster, and it ran at her. The assistant saw the monster's speed and realized that if such a colossus moved at such incredible speed, its horns would become weapons capable of piercing anything. Lisnette stood silently, waiting for the monster to approach. The monster approached her, its horns pressing into her hands. Lisnette held its horns tightly. The assistants looked at it in surprise and wondered, had she restrained it? The bracelet with 1/6 of the devil's heart had helped her. She looked the monster in the eye and quietly murmured, what, you won't last long. Lisnette added that if that was the case, then she would quickly deal with it. She lifted it by the horns and slammed it hard to the ground. The assistants and even the animals in the forest were surprised by what they saw. The girl raised her head and began laughing loudly like crazy. Seeing this, the monsters, the behemoth's minions, immediately scattered. An assistant asked in surprise, "Is this the devil's heart effect?" Lisette quietly replied that it was no longer clear who the monster really was. She lowered her head and quietly said, "An S-rank monster, huh?" She quietly said that he had underestimated her and paid for it. Lisette sat down on the ground and put her hands to her face. The assistants ran closer to the lady and asked her to dispel the curse immediately. The lady clawed the ground with her hands and asked the devil to leave. The assistant saw how ill she was and asked, "Does she have something inside her body?" They realized they had made it in time because he had something special. He explained that he had spent a lot of money to buy it and added that it would be terrible if it didn't work. The assistant began the church ritual of removing the curse and dropped a tear of the God King onto the bracelet. The bracelet began to writhe on her hand and later fell off completely. The little devil crawled closer and asked to be returned to her hand. Lisette realized it would be more accurate to say that he would become his blood and flesh. She shouted loudly that she wouldn't let him take her body and covered it with the jar that held the God King's tears. A little breathlessly, she closed the lid. The assistant glanced at her and said, "It seems this artifact cannot be completely removed by any means." Lisette replied that she knew this and that a piece of the devil's heart had entered her. She understood why the prince hadn't given her a talisman to lift the curse. It dawned on her that she had truly used something terrible. Lisette added that, however, she felt much better now that they had repelled the behemoth's attack, so she could calm down a little. She looked around and saw how badly the convoy had suffered, and that among the survivors were adventurers and mercenaries. Lisette realized that, nevertheless, most of the carriages had suffered significant damage and would not be able to set out now. She sprawled on the ground and said, "We'll have to wait for the patrol group from the capital." The guild leader glanced at her assistants and asked, "They've had their share of hardships, haven't they?" They smiled and replied, "No, not as much as she has." She looked sadly at the boys and asked, "Are these guys definitely an S-rank team, as they're shockingly weak?" She looked at the jar, thinking about the legendary artifact known as the Devil's Heart, said to harness the devil's power. Only after being securely sealed did it calm down a bit. Lisette quietly remarked that even though it was only a sixth of a piece, its astonishing power had helped her defeat the behemoth. The assistants recounted something they hadn't believed before seeing with their own eyes, but that with such power, even the most powerful artifact creators could be suppressed. She agreed with them and added that all this came at the cost of her life. Lisette clenched her fist and thought about how Gail Hamilton was becoming increasingly disgusting. On the other hand, there was the blacksmith's guild. The girl noticed that Gale was sneezing so much that pieces of the undead were stuck to his face. The protagonist wiped his face and said, "It seems he's on everyone's lips." Gale opened the box and explained that he made it according to the plans and instructions of the Shalina. It was some kind of curse, so it wasn't very colorful. The girls saw a lantern made of bones in front of them. The protagonist asked hesitantly, "Will this really work?" He noted that it was simply a ghost fire generator in the shape of a skull. MC explained that ghost fire can often be seen in cemeteries, as it constantly burns there, and the source of energy is souls floating in the air, but the souls of insects or plants would also work. Shalina noted that regular streetlights use firewood or magic stones, which are consumables and expensive. Mora added that there are also ways to maintain a fire using oil, but it's dangerous, smells bad, and, most importantly, the oil itself is expensive. The protagonist said this ghostly fire can be used constantly, and it's practically non-existent, and most importantly, there's no risk of fire. He asked, "Isn't that wonderful?" Mora asked him if he could imagine what it would look like. Skulls lined up in a row of streetlights. Shalina added that for now they'll focus on practicality with these skull streetlights, but the design can be gradually adjusted. Gale looked at them and loudly asked, "What's wrong?" Shalina glanced at him and replied, "Nothing, nothing." She glanced at him and said she had one request. For now, she wants to replace all the streetlights in the city center with this model. Gale, with a smile on his face, replied, "I understand." Shalina asked him if he'd made any other things and if he could show them. The protagonist nodded approvingly and pulled out a tool. He explained that he'd made another cockatrice that emits stone beams. MC scratched his head and added that he'd also made several new farming tools, such as a cursed thresher, a weeping grinder, a sorrow saw, and a trembling soul sieve. The girl stopped him and asked, "Have you already made all of this?" Shalina glanced at them and asked, "Are they going to go inspect the premises?" He held a lantern and looked at her silently. He replied, "Well, I guess." Shalina told him that a small street, slightly off the main street, offered the perfect location. The protagonist, smiling and enthusiastically asking, "So, that's where his shop will be?" Shalina told him that the building originally belonged to an alchemist who sold tools there, which is quite close to the theme of the shop Gale wants to open. She added that they could easily pay the deposit by selling the cursed items, right? Mora glanced at him and asked with a smile, "Isn't this the perfect space?" Gale nodded approvingly. Shalina added, "So after cleaning, arranging the goods, and replacing the sign, the store will already belong to Gale." She turned and looked at them. Shalina saw Gale and Mora laughing. She poked him with her elbow and teased him. Gale, the store owner. Shalina added that while he was here, he was free to use the guild oven, since she had already notified everyone. She smiled and added that he could make himself at home. The depleted convoy of carts continued moving for more than 10 days after the behemoth attack. Although half the carts bound for the agricultural town were damaged, they were rescued by a patrol group and set off again for their destination. And in these wagons, Cash and his crew are now considered heroes for defeating the behemoth and the other monsters. Cash laughed and remarked how nice it was to receive praise from mercenaries. Melissa laughed back and remarked that it looked like they'd be making a living. Luke smiled toothily and said he'd tried his best too. Norris asked them to remember him too, as he'd been a great support. Melissa glanced at them and noted that they couldn't have done it without their help. Even though she couldn't remember what they did, Luke murmured disapprovingly. She'd also said she couldn't remember what she did. Norris added angrily that without their help, they wouldn't have been able to repel the monsters. He explained that they'd taken the behemoth's eye, torn off its tail, and even broken its strongest horns. Cash placed his sword next to him and remarked that the eye was likely taken out by Melissa's wyvern dagger. She asked, but what about the tail and horns? Cash assumed it was his handiwork and that of his sword. He said loudly that his hands still remembered those blows. Liznet realized that almost no one remembered what actually happened to the behemoth, since the adventurers and mercenaries had also been badly beaten. She noticed that there wasn't even a trace of blood on the mithril sword, and she wondered how that could have happened. Cash remembered opening his eyes on the battlefield but not seeing any monsters. The mercenaries couldn't understand what had happened, since there had been so many monsters, and now there was none. Melissa noticed an eye nearby, into which she had plunged her dagger. Luke saw a behemoth horn lying nearby. Cash also saw the severed tail, and thought that they had fought with their heads in tatters, so their memories were hazy, but proof of their exploits remained. He confidently declared that they had repelled the attack. The mistress's assistant said, "Let's not say it's all down to Mistress Liznet." The second maid asked, why? Killing the behemoth was not their main task. A tired voice rang out, for a killer, attracting attention is only detrimental, right? The mistress's assistants reported arriving at the farmstead and thanked the wolf pack. They added that it was such an honor to be escorted by an S-ranked team. Thanks to them, the cargo had been delivered safely, and many had managed to escape. Cash said that it doesn't matter to them whether there is one behemoth or two, they will crack them like nuts. The team realized that true heroes, those who say nothing, go unnoticed, while those who talk a lot and do nothing receive all the glory, and that's just how it is. Cash asked curiously, so what else should we do? Melissa explained that she wanted to find an inn and sleep on a soft bed. Norris and Luke asked with a smile, maybe there was a diner with beautiful waitresses somewhere around here? Listenet realized they would do whatever they wanted again. She turned to them and suggested, maybe they should visit the guild first? Cash said, so it's too much trouble, but maybe it's worth quickly exchanging this for money. Luke folded his hands in front of him and added, yeah, really, you shouldn't trust these poor people. They might steal their loot. Listenet smiled broadly, as if she were stressed. Cash glanced at the skull-shaped lanterns and asked, what kind of city is this? Luke looked around and didn't understand why there were skulls everywhere. Melissa grumbled rudely, the residents seem to be happy with everything. Is this even normal? Norris looked around and asked, have they ever seen anything like this? Cash looked at the skull and realized, that awful taste, could it really be Gale? Melissa stopped him and asked, then what is this, some cursed Gale's thing? Luke remarked that, whatever the case, there were too many of these things. Melissa glanced at them and remarked that he could only create all sorts of damned tools, and that this simply couldn't be happening. Norris remarked on how unusual it was here. He added that it had the atmosphere of a small provincial town. Cash smiled and remarked, that's good, isn't it? He realized that if this crap was everywhere, didn't that mean Gale had opened a shop somewhere? Cash remembered that he should at least have shown up at the guild. The wolf pack quietly remarked that he really was an idiot for leaving so much evidence behind. They announced that they were going to the guild first. Liznet realized that they seemed to be on the right track. The assistant said, it looks like Gale Hamilton really is in this town, but Cash's assessment of Gale is quite good. He assumed Gale didn't trust them, since as an artifact maker, he hid his true skills. He realized he had no doubt he was using this bunch of losers as a front, but they were wrong. The guildmaster welcomed them to the Adventurers Guild. Luke walked inside and noticed how empty it was. Melissa looked around and asked, oh, what kind of shed is this? Norris saw that there didn't seem to be any useful quests here. Cash slowly approached and leaned on the counter. He announced that they, an S-ranked team, were wolf fangs and asked for the master. Gimli laughed and replied that she was the guild master and asked how she could help. Cash said, well, it was her then. He snapped his fingers and called his assistants. They wheeled in a cart with the loot and set it down next to the counter. Cash smiled and asked, well? Gimli smiled back and asked, what? Cash asked, confused, oh. What do you mean? Can't you see it? Gimli placed her hand on the loot and asked, is this really a behemoth body part? Luke remarked sarcastically, so she knows it's an S-rank monster. Norris held out his hand angrily and said that if they brought it back to their home capital, they would get a big price for it as a valuable resource. Gimli smiled and explained that if it was a behemoth, they would have to bring at least its entire head or heart so that it could be considered proof of the kill. She assumed they would be told the same thing in the capital though. Gimli added that they could have simply run away, right? Cash skid angrily and said he remembered her. Gimli shouted after them to make sure they killed the behemoth next time. Liznet looked at them with displeasure on her face. The assistants put the loot back in the cart. Gimli folded her arms on the counter and asked Liznet, "What organization is she from?" The lady turned to her, puzzled. Gimli smiled and added that she was the one who dealt with the behemoth. Wasn't she? She asked why she was pretending they had done everything. The guild leader asked with a laugh, if she really wanted to deceive, then why leave such a neat cut? Lisnet realized she was a pro and seemed to work in the same field as Lisnet. The lady turned abruptly and ordered the assistants to go. Gimli realized that she must have come from the same capital as Gale, from an S-rank team. She put her hand to her chin and thought that something interesting was brewing. Gale installed a new sign on the shop. He wiped the sweat from his brow and announced that everything was ready. The protagonist glanced at Shalina and asked how she liked it. She replied with a smile, "I guess it's fine, although it looks a little tacky." Well, in a way, it suits him. He glanced at her and noted that he had turned to a true professional. She thanked him for the praise and asked him not to call her a professional. Shalina glanced at his sign and added that if he agreed to continue accepting orders from her, that would be the best thank you. The protagonist agreed and announced that she was his regular customer. He called her a true benefactor, as she helped him with the shop and preparations for the opening. MC informed her that he would occasionally stop by the blacksmith's guild. The protagonist calmly said that the shop would open tomorrow and that they should celebrate the opening tonight. Shalina smiled and offered to have a drink. Gale agreed with her and said he'd call Mora. Mora saw them from afar, waved and asked, "Are you finished yet?" Shalina remarked that she was just in time and added that Gale's shop was ready to open. It might be a rented space, but it looked amazing. Mora realized the shop looked just like Gale's. She added that she, too, wanted to help them open, but it seemed she was too late. The protagonist knew it was a tool shop owned by an alchemist, so everything went easier than they thought. The MC asked Mora, "Will she be forming a group for quests again?" She glanced at him and replied, "Yes, we discussed it with Gimli." She added, "And he'll probably be busy doing solo quests that involve exploring cemeteries and abandoned temples." The protagonist replied sadly that he needed to get materials for his artifacts somewhere, and no one wanted to go on quests with him. Shalina smirked, saying that few would want to hire a master craftsman of cursed items. The protagonist angrily remarked that that was the problem, because he was also something of an adventurer. He added that he was certainly glad to have his own shop, but he didn't plan to just sit in it. He wanted to be an adventurer and own a shop at the same time. MC remarked that, in the long term, he'd like to hire a salesperson to replace him, while he would create new cursed artifacts and gather materials from the cemetery. He added that he didn't have that option yet. Mora's expression changed, and she suggested, what if she helped him out and took over as salesperson? And as for the team, why don't they work together again? MC turned around upon hearing her words. Mora added that while their roles meant playing the rearguard, they'd tackled all sorts of quests together. She put her hand to her face and felt that, with Gale by her side, they could overcome any challenge. The protagonist glanced at the shelf and noticed that the mummy's bandages were starting to come off, and that this needed to be fixed. Mora covered her face with her hands and realized he wasn't listening again. She added, "No matter what, we'll meet today after dark." Shalina agreed and said she'd bring something with her then. She glanced at Gale and asked what his preferences were. The protagonist replied that it made no difference to him, adding that she should choose what she liked, and he would prepare something that would go well with alcohol. Mora noticed the sign and asked the Shalan if the name was her idea. Shalina replied, "Yeah, but a store selling cursed artifacts is too specialized. It might be difficult if someone doesn't have a specific goal. They're unlikely to want to visit such a store, right?" The protagonist watched them go, turned, and looked at the sign. He was overjoyed that he, along with his true friends, had opened his own store and now had a place where he could be himself. MC was so happy it was hard to describe. Gale glanced at the cool bell hanging on his door and thought about this small bell, said to belong to a guardian who comforts the souls of children living near the cemetery, while simultaneously sending them to the next world. It has a wondrous sound that can be heard from a great distance, no matter how quietly it rings. The protagonist noted that where the bell rang, although not in large numbers, the shelves were filled with truly unique cursed artifacts. Gale was standing in the kitchen, preparing for dinner, when he heard the bell ring. He ran out into the store, welcoming them and apologizing for not opening yet. Gale saw Cash in the doorway and was surprised. Cash said rudely, "Long time no see, you damn slug, master of cursed items." Gale tried to ask something. Cash took a step toward the protagonist and said, "But wow, he's done so much harm to ordinary people, and now he's living a carefree life here and even opened his own shop." Luke kicked down the door and entered the store. Melissa shouted, "Long time no see." The protagonist looked at them in bewilderment. He also couldn't figure out who was standing behind them. Gale loudly asked, "What did they want, since they suddenly showed up here, even though they haven't even opened yet?" Norris asked Liznet to wait outside, as they didn't need strangers. The protagonist heard the girl's name and wondered if they were their newcomers and why there were so many of them. The assistants stood around the perimeter of the store. Norris smiled slyly and said, It'll be a little easier for them to talk now, right? Gale lowered his head and remembered how he'd been kicked out of the team, told to try opening a cursed item store. He sadly asked what business they had with him. The protagonist realized his voice was starting to tremble at the sight of Cash and his team, and he couldn't even move his legs. Cash glared at him and asked him to lift the curse from them. MC looked at them with bewilderment. The lady's assistant asked her if she was sure. Liznette didn't understand what the assistant was talking about. He asked the lady, "Isn't that Gale Hamilton?" The assistant added that if that was the case, there was no need to leave him behind. They should have dealt with him themselves right away. Liznette replied calmly, "Be that as it may, it's definitely a hand. And if this guy really is Gale Hamilton, the artifact maker, then this is a good opportunity to see what he's capable of." The assistant understood and nodded approvingly. Liznette considered this. And yet, he's definitely an artifact maker, because he looks like an ordinary guy. The protagonist looked at them and thought, a curse. He realized they were probably talking about the curse placed on their equipment. MC couldn't understand why it would cause so much harm to ordinary people, and the negative effects of curses shouldn't have affected Cash and his team at all, or so he thought. He clenched his fist and remembered that instead of 4 curses, he'd use the curse skill on their equipment so that the negative effects would only affect him, and as a result, he'd been considered useless. He did this because he thought he was bringing benefit to the team. Besides, he'd lifted that curse long ago. Gale looked at them again and said, "Curse." Cash loudly asked him not to pretend he didn't understand, because he cursed them, because he hated them for kicking him out. The protagonist loudly declared that he wouldn't do such a thing. Cash picked up the artifact and said that if he didn't lift the curse, this is what would happen. He knocked his main product off the shelf and stood on it. Melissa looked at the angry protagonist and asked, "What is this main product?" She added that it would be better if this disgusting object broke, and that would be for the best. Luke took out a blade and said he would make all his goods unfit for sale. He threw it at the product on the shelf above. The protagonist saw this and, angrily, asked not to touch the goods on the shelves. Norris cast a spell and said that everything here is ready to be opened. He released a fireball at the goods. Gale angrily told them not to use offensive magic in the store and asked what they would do if a fire started. He rushed to save the goods, but Cash grabbed him by the chest. Cash pulled him closer and asked him to quickly lift the damn curse, as he was already tired of talking to him. Gale angrily replied that even if their stats were reset, they wouldn't get any higher. Cash raised his head and said, "So that makes them look weak?" Gale stared silently. Cash struck the protagonist, causing him to fall to the floor. He angrily said, "Okay, enough. What kind of task is this from the princess? And why does he need to know such things?" Cash drew his sword and quietly asked if he didn't want to take it off. Then he could just kill the magic caster to remove it. Norris told the leader that was a great idea. Melissa added that if he died, he wouldn't be able to create boring cursed items. Luke added with a smile, "And he won't be able to say anything else." Cash swung his sword and said that they were stuck in this wilderness with a bunch of losers and wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. The protagonist, with malice in his voice, asked again, "What did he say?" Gale quickly and firmly struck him across the face. Cursed Item Master Gale wasn't aware of all the details. What had happened was simply a reflex action. He realized that in a cramped space where swinging a great sword or other large weapons was impossible, bare fists could quickly and accurately strike down an enemy. The protagonist threw Cash out the door and said that he could no longer allow them to destroy the store that Shalina had given him. MC asked him to calm down. He'd tolerated all the insults directed at him, but he couldn't bear the insults of his friends from Farm Corner, who had taken him in. The protagonist showed him his fist and once again asked him to finish. It was a fist filled with uncontrollable rage. Liznette decided to first test Gale's strength and then decide whether to kill or kidnap him. Either way, everything was going according to her plan. She added that the Wolf Fangs might be complete trash, but they were still an S-rank team, so she would allow them to complete the final mission. Liznette glanced at them and realized they were nothing but snarling dogs. Cash dropped his bag and said that if he was determined to do so, he wouldn't give in to him. Melissa angrily asked if Cash was ready. Norris smiled and said that if he was so insolent, they had no choice. Cash explained that he was doing very well and had foreseen this and prepared for it. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. Cash announced he'd bought an expensive buff item in the capital and showed the bottle. They opened the lids, and Melissa added that it was a shame to use such an expensive item on a slug like Gale. He drank the potion and screamed loudly. A bright light illuminated the protagonist, and he covered his face with his hands. MC realized he had used a buff item that allows one to increase the power of abilities. He smelled it and realized it was a high-grade enhancement created by the Adventurers Guild. A very expensive, one-time use item that boosted his abilities. Just drink it. Cash looked at him and said, "Such a worthless thing." He'd never seen anything like it in his life. Norris angrily said that with this, they could return to their pre-curse levels of strength. Gale reiterated, he hadn't cursed them. Cash gave the order to the pack, and they charged. They surrounded him from all sides and prepared for battle. Norris waved his wand and said that Gale had always been behind them, merely a support character, and had never participated in their team tactics. He glared at him and said that now he would see their main trick, the S-rank strategy, the Wolf Fang team. The protagonist was taken aback and realized that, as a former member of the team, he knew how dangerous this tactic was. MC added that if he focused on one of them, he would immediately find himself surrounded, and if he looked in one direction, he would immediately be attacked from the other. He realized that Cash was the main threat and offensive force, and he needed to keep an eye on him. Melissa tried to strike from behind and asked, "Where is he looking?" The protagonist deftly dodged her blow and realized that her stats had significantly improved and her movements were faster than he thought. He was able to dodge the first blow because he knew their fighting style. Gale quickly and deftly dodged Luke's blades with jumps and rolls. Luke smiled and announced that he would pierce him through. MC realized that the combination of Cash and Melissa was fine, but Luke's lunges were a problem, since it was a simple knife, but an unknown poison was applied to the tip, and even a small scratch could become a fatal wound. Cash swung his sword widely and asked with a smile, Hey, is that all?" He looked in surprise at how deftly Gale dodged. The protagonist knew he had everything in order, as he could accurately predict every move. Gale heard the spell being cast and realized that the most important thing was to be careful with Norris's arcane fire, and even if he managed to dodge it, he had to avoid his offensive magic hitting the city. Cash glared at him and noted how brazenly he dodged. He loudly cast the spell, Summer Rain Slash, and ordered his team to surround him and prevent him from escaping. The protagonist waited until they gathered behind him and pulled 2 scrolls out of his pocket. He threw the scrolls at them, shouting that they were all within reach. MC loudly declared that he hadn't just dodged their attacks, but lured them in artificially. He realized that if Cash and the others were using buff items, it would be enough to at least slightly reduce their effect. Gale suggested they try it and feel the power of the cursed items they disliked so much. The protagonist snapped his fingers and announced that this was a buff against buffing, or rather, against weakening. He released the amulet of an innocent prisoner above them, and a dome covered them. Confused, Norris asked, "What is this?" The protagonist explained that it was a one-time amulet that activated after selecting a target. He added that, although its range was small, it could inflict a weakening effect on a target within a few meters of activation. He noted that this beautiful artifact was made from the ashes of a prisoner who had spent his entire life in prison, where he was unjustly imprisoned in his youth. MC knew that despite its small area of effect, anyone caught in it would be subjected to all the bitterness and heaviness of the prisoner. He remembered seeing an undead creature immured in a wall in a dilapidated prison. It was emitting a particularly powerful curse, but it was clearly immobile. And there must be a reason. Gale decided that if he came closer, it would tell him its story. He touched the undead, and the room was illuminated by a bright light. The undead took human form and informed him that he was the first to come talk to him. The undead explained that, if he recalled the time when he was alive, he was always alone, leaning against a cold wall, and apparently, when he became undead, he merged with it. Gale knew that compared to the ability-boosting effect that Cash and the others had applied with the potion, this amulet could provide, although not as strong, an effect of reducing all abilities by a third. Cash angrily remarked that it was all nonsense, and the team supported him. Gale continued moving in the opposite direction. Cash loudly asked, "Where is he going?" The protagonist turned and suggested they continue and follow him. He had reduced all their stats at once, as he had planned, but he couldn't involve the local inhabitants, and now they needed to change the battlefield. Cash suggested his pack follow him. MC hadn't arrived here long ago, but he knew the area far better than Cash and his team. He wondered if he should run to the catacombs, or the abandoned church on the outskirts, or to the abandoned hospital closer from here. Gale turned around, saw 4 silhouettes, and realized they were pursuing him. The protagonist shouted loudly at them, "Excellent. Keep up the good work, Wolffangs." The team didn't realize it was their bodies, which were very heavy. Norris mentioned that they'd used expensive S-rank boosters and improved their stats, but the state of their bodies was, Luke couldn't figure it out. Something wasn't right. Melissa agreed with them. Cash couldn't understand why Gale's curse wasn't working as expected. He glanced at Melissa and asked if she had an antidote or something. While they were talking, Cash noticed that the protagonist had disappeared. He said with a sad expression, "Oh my god, what the hell?" Shortly before Gale's escape, Liznet realized, as she thought, Gale Hamilton was real. She was surprised by how many artifacts he had. An assistant asked her what she was going to do, since there was already a commotion here, and even though it was a village, the guards could arrive at any moment. She glared at him and said that they couldn't allow a crowd to gather, and that they were probably too late, as the footsteps of approaching guards could already be heard in the distance. Liznet ordered her assistants to deal with the onlookers. She felt as if she was standing naked, her body bound by disgusting tentacles. The mistress covered herself with her hands and assumed it was the presence of the devil's heart. She thought it was impossible, some kind of nonsense. Lizette loudly ordered her team to retreat. The assistant asked in confusion, "What? But people?" She shouted loudly, "Retreat!" The mistress winced in pain and folded on the ground. The assistant realized something was wrong and asked, "Has the seal on the devil's heart been removed?" She quietly answered him, No, the devil's heart, which she left with her subordinates, was carefully and securely sealed and cannot be removed so easily. She felt this sensation inside her and understood that it was impossible. Lizette assumed that the devil's heart resonated with Gale's artifact, considering it equal in power. She saw something black grab her hand and shouted to her team to run. Lizette barely extended her hand. The mistress's team assumed it was an area of effect debuff. They felt a sharp decrease in stats from the slightest touch. Lizette understood the power of Gale's artifacts. She shouted loudly that it wasn't just a debuff, as the trembling and sweating all over her body continued, but also other stat anomalies. The mistress angrily sensed that this wasn't the only sensation of slowing down. In addition to the decreased defense, there was increased fatigue. The team added that there was also a feeling of fear and impaired perception. The mistress's assistant explained that among them, assassins trained to react especially sensitively to stat changes. There were hardly anyone who knew more about this. Lizette remarked that she had never heard of such a complex debuff. She felt exhausted just by lightly touching that black light. If she had taken a direct hit, how many debuffs would she have had to endure? Lizette uttered that if they continued like this, the same fate awaited them as Cash and his comrades. She ordered them to break the ring and not touch that light again. A black cloud began to envelop them, and she noticed the protagonist fleeing. The target was lost. Lizette knew he had used the artifact to weaken Cash and the others, yet she couldn't understand why he was running away. She glared at him and wondered, what was he planning? Lizette declared there was no time to think and ordered her team to pursue him. The team accepted her order and rushed after him. They ran after him, thinking about how he had used even the powerful artifacts he had kept in reserve as trump cards for strong opponents against mere adventurers. The mistress's assistant remarked that this was undoubtedly Gale, the creator of the artifacts, and there was no longer any doubt about it. He informed the mistress that the target appeared to be heading toward the outskirts of the city, meaning he had no intention of meeting with his accomplices. Lizette said with a smile, 4 against 1, not a step back. The team accepted her order and asked what they would do with Cash and the others. The mistress replied, it doesn't matter to them. She realized he was heading for the abandoned hospital on the outskirts of the village, since they buried the dead of the epidemic there. Lizette laughed maliciously and said, in front of them, living in darkness, he's rushing into the grave himself. What a fool. They ran after him but quickly grew tired. Their pursuit speed was incomparable to their usual one, but keeping him in sight required great effort. The assistant wiped his face and asked, who the hell is he? Lizette silently lowered her tired face. She loudly said that he was too fast because he used a booster or something like that. The assistant corrected her and said that most likely, his base stats were simply tuned for speed. Lizette realized she was also very close to him, and while she hadn't taken a direct hit like Cash and the others, she seemed to be affected by the artifact's influence. The lady clenched her fist in anger, realizing she'd been careless in watching the battle between Gale and Cash, and if, due to her carelessness, she'd let him slip away, it would have been a lifelong mistake. After all, he was a man capable of upsetting the balance of the state. The independent artifact maker, Gale Hamilton. She uttered that they absolutely mustn't let him slip away, and if they couldn't capture him alive, they must kill him. Lizette and the others, alarmed by the fact that they were gradually falling behind, were making every effort to complete the task. However, in their eagerness to keep up with their pursuit, Lizette and the others failed to notice that they'd neglected their usual precautions and vigilance of their surroundings, something uncharacteristic of them. They had yet to discover what kind of danger they'd attracted to the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, Cash and his company stood on the road, exhausted. Luke asked breathlessly, are they wolf fangs? Damn it! Cash exhaled and said they looked more like a bunch of turtles. Mora heard the noise and approached them. She said that Gale's store had been trashed and asked if it was really their doing. Cash asked loudly and angrily, what's the problem? He saw her posture, her breast size, and was a little speechless. Melissa screamed loudly, how dare she come here, and why is this girl the one who abandoned them here? Norris realized that she was the one who betrayed them after Gale's expulsion, and the two of them went off to the farmstead. He realized, a curse. They all laughed loudly. Mora looked at them with bewilderment on her face. Norris pointed at her and assumed that in this remote place, they wouldn't find Gale. But then there was Mora, the one who abandoned them. He asked the team if they believed such a coincidence and said that it couldn't be a coincidence. Norris glanced at her and said, so, she and Gale were accomplices from the very beginning, right? His team didn't understand what he was talking about either. Mora laughed at him and asked, is he really an idiot? She added that she had thought he was an idiot before, but now he had gone completely overboard. Mora realized that explaining all this to him was just a waste of time. The team understood what he meant and remarked that it was good that he noticed. He said that he had guessed from the very beginning. Norris wiped his nose with his finger and said with a smile that such deep thoughts were clearly beyond the capabilities of a young lady in such an outfit, and that he read her thoughts like an open book. He asked with a sly smile, well, did I hit the nail on the head? She answered loudly and angrily, nothing of the sort. Cash sat down on the ground from her scream and asked what she was. Mora angrily asked him what she was. She asked him to listen and explained that they were the ones who kicked out Gale and she had joined their team at their invitation. Mora glanced at them and said she was curious to know how exactly she became an accomplice and what exactly she had done against them. Cash began to stutter and couldn't answer her. Mora, smiling, loomed over him and said, "Curse and all that. So she was the one who cursed them, right?" She turned around and called Cash the former leader. He watched her go, anger in his eyes. Mora explained that they had come to such a remote place, destroyed someone else's store, and then insulted the departed team member. She looked at him and asked, "Didn't they teach him that as a child?" Cash muttered sadly, "What?" Mora ran her hand along the ground and said that you can't do anything to others that would hurt him. She loudly, angrily said that they absolutely mustn't do that. Cash suggested his team switch to wolf tactics. They agreed and began to surround Mora. Cash readied his sword and remarked that even though they had slowed down, it was only Mora in front of them, and all alone. He quietly noted that his hands were no longer holding the sword. Mora looked at him in bewilderment and wondered, "Is this an attempt at May Impulse?" She smiled and said that even though they had placed a bunch of debuffs on her, it had increased her strength and agility. Mora clenched her fist and declared that she would now demonstrate a true May Impulse. She dealt a very powerful blow to Cash and asked him to remember these blows well. Mora lifted him off the ground and said she'd do the same to them as they did to Gale's store. And maybe then they'd understand what it was like to be in his shoes. Melissa charged from behind and shouted, "You're looking the wrong way." Mora landed a clean blow to her nose and knocked her opponent to the ground. She realized that Gale must have placed serious debuffs on them all. Mora glanced at the prostrate bodies of Cash and Melissa and noticed that it wasn't 1 against 4, but 2 against 4. Luke glanced at her and told her not to get cocky. All they had to do was keep her away since they had long-range weapons. He shouted loudly that her tricks wouldn't work on them. Mora glared at him. Luke ran away from her, and she ran after him. Norris stood in the distance, trying to take aim at her. Luke told her he would riddle her entire body, but he was out of knives. He realized he shouldn't have used them so often. Mora caught up with him and knocked him back several meters with one powerful blow. Norris grinned and announced the spell was ready. He cast a hellish bullet that would kill her in one blow. He smiled and released a small flame from his wand. Mora thanked him for illuminating himself and threw a bottle of wine at him. The bottle shattered on his head, and he sank to his knees. Mora noticed that hitting him hadn't been difficult. She glanced at the prostrate bodies and exhaled heavily. The girl sat down next to Cash and continued hitting him. Cash, his voice pained, begged her to stop. She continued hitting him and said, "Didn't Gale ask him to stop?" But he didn't listen. Mora announced that they weren't finished yet, and someone's scream hung in the air. She saw a broken bottle on the ground and thought, what a shame, since it was the wine for the opening ceremony. She glanced to the side and realized that more importantly, where was Gale? Mora approached Gale's shop and entered through the crowd. She saw the broken goods Gale had created on the floor. Mora remembered how he packaged his main product and couldn't understand why she cared about it. She carefully placed the artifact on the table and heard a voice behind her. "What is this?" Shalina, holding bottles and a barrel, came out and asked, "What's going on?" Mora was very surprised to see her. Shalina glanced at her and asked worriedly, "What happened?" Mora, saddened, tried to walk past Shalina and said that she needed to search. With tears in her eyes, she asked Gale to wait for her. Shalina stopped her by the arm and asked her to wait a second and explain. Mora loudly replied that Gale had disappeared and was not here. She said with concern in her voice that they needed to find him as soon as possible. Shalina placed her hands on Mora's shoulders and asked if she even knew where to look for him. Mora lowered her face and said that it was Gale and he couldn't be defeated so easily, especially by Cash's team. She added that knowing him, he would most likely try to lead the enemy out of the city to avoid causing problems for the residents. Shalina's expression changed, and she realized that in that case, he had clearly overestimated the power of his curses and gone who knows where, thinking he could easily throw them off. But most likely, they would catch up with him soon. Gimli stood at the front door and reported that he seems to have gone to the other end of the city, to an abandoned cemetery. Mora, with a surprised expression, asked, "Is this true?" Shalina asked how she knew. She replied that she found out by chance and looked away. Gimli glanced at the lying bodies and told them to look at these strange people. She told them that she had harvested their organs and that's why she came to give them to him. Mora and Shalina felt sick and covered their faces. Gimli told her that another group was pursuing him. Mora asked angrily, "Do they have any more allies?" Gimli looked at the bodies lying there and added that she didn't know who they were, but they were clearly much more experienced than those lying over there. Mora became very worried after hearing this. She thanked her for the information and announced that she was going after him. Gimli called after her. In a dress? Mora, hysterically, said that there was no time to change or grab a weapon, as she needed to hurry otherwise. Shalina understood. She asked her to wait a bit and said she would come with her. Shalina removed the sword from Kasha's immobilized body and announced that they were taking it. She also took Norris's wand, handed it to her, and added that it was still better than nothing. Mora agreed and took the wand. The girls prepared to set out on a special mission. Gimli stood before the girls and said that she would accompany them then, as every second counted. She glanced at the Shalin and asked, "She's not used to this, is she?" Gimli added that she also felt an unpleasant feeling. Mora, her voice filled with worry, asked, "She means those pursuing?" Gimli agreed, adding that she sensed the presence of something inhuman. She pointed to a large tail and said it was part of a behemoth's body. The girls, worried, uttered in unison, "Shrank monster." Gimli explained that those currently pursuing Gale had come here from the royal capital, but they had failed to kill him, and he had escaped. She realized that beast-type monsters are quite resilient, and when it comes to S-rank, they are all quite intelligent, so they can carry out strategic attacks and command a herd. Gimli murmured quietly, "In other words, it's no wonder they followed them so far, relying on their keen sense of smell and biding their time." Shalina angrily noted the possibility of running into that thing, making this quest a difficulty. Mora loudly replied that she'd had enough of S-rank monsters, especially after the cockatrice. Gale, laughing, glanced at the hospital and realized he finally arrived. The protagonist assumed a fighting stance and said, come on out." Listenat, angrily appearing from the forest with her team, asked for a moment. Gale complied without hesitation. MC glanced at them and realized he'd seen them before. He pointed and realized they were Cash's comrades, who were near the store. Listenet shouted loudly, "Who would want to be a comrade to those bastards?" Gale heard these words and apologized. Listenet put her hands on her head and said that they were comrades now and that it simply hurt her to hear it. She pointed a finger at him and loudly asked, what the hell was his problem, and why was he running so fast? The protagonist, with a puzzled expression, replied, since they were chasing him, he was sure it was Cash and his company. Listenet angrily replied that those idiots would never be able to keep up with him. She lowered her head and said that her throat was dry from screaming. Gale told her that he understood and asked her to calm down. He added that there was no water and handed her this instead. Listenet roughly snatched the can from his hand and began to drink. She took a couple of sips, but didn't understand what it was or why it stuck to her throat and smelled damp. The protagonist, surprised, explained that it was a prototype for a potion to remove petrification. Lisette realized it was the cockatrice's amniotic fluid and immediately spat it out of her mouth. She cleared her throat and turned angrily at him. Lisette cleared her throat and asked if he really gave her that to drink. The protagonist smiled and told her to check what she was given first and then drink it. The mistress loudly shut him up. He, with a puzzled expression, asked her why she was spitting out something someone had given her. Lisette loudly asked if he was asking her to swallow a monster's bodily fluids. Gale tried to calm her down, saying it was fine and that it was a medicine that cures petrification. He added, asking if she didn't know the saying, good medicine tastes bitter in the mouth. Lisette replied in a rough voice, does this even sound like a situation where she needs medicine? The protagonist sadly lowered his head and said, but she said she was thirsty. The mistress slapped her forehead and ordered them to stop. The farce was over. Listenet ordered her team to seize him. The assistants readied their weapons and prepared to attack. Gale looked at them in bewilderment, not understanding. Listenet loudly ordered them to surround and capture Gale. Alive or dead, it didn't matter. The protagonist apologized and asked with fear on his face, was it really that bad? Listenet glanced at him and noted that it no longer mattered. She crouched lower and prepared to attack. Listenet lunged at the protagonist, and he was surprised by her speed. She rudely told him not to try to run. An assistant shouted at the mistress not to underestimate him and to be careful. The protagonist kicked her away from himself. Listenet said she knew about it and ordered him not to stand there like a pillar. They attacked him and began to strike, which he very deftly dodged. The lady remarked on how well he dodged. MC pointed down and suggested looking at his leg. Lisette and her team looked down and saw a large number of bones beneath their feet. The mistress was horrified to see this. The protagonist suggested they be more careful in their place and added that many more bones were hidden here. Listenet realized he was simply an adventurer, accustomed to cemeteries, and yet his legs were fine. The mistress's assistant reported there were too many obstacles. Another assistant reported there were more, but they couldn't gather because they were separated. Gale realized it looked like they would soon give up. Listenet knew that neither powerful attacks nor well thought out coordinated strikes would help here, and the crunching of bones and other sounds of debris betrayed their plans. She threw a blade at him, but he dodged. He noted with surprise how close it was. Gale turned and scanned the ground around him. Listenet realized he was in no hurry, rather, searching for an opportunity. She glanced at the hastily constructed graves and the building that the rain and wind had reduced to ruins, but she couldn't understand what he was waiting for or what could possibly be in such a creepy place. The protagonist explained that he didn't want to seem rude and asked them to leave. He remarked that they seemed accustomed to moving around here, but that wasn't why he'd come and chosen the cemetery. The MC added, this place turned out to be ideal for setting up an ambush for Cash, and good materials could be gathered in this area. He'd come here often, so he knew the area well and understood that it was about to begin. Gale saw a hand emerge from the ground and realized this was the perfect place for a curse master. He noted with a smile that there were scattered bones and remains, and lost souls wandering everywhere. The protagonist said this was the perfect place for him, and that this was where he would demonstrate his skills. The MC added angrily that this was the reason they had to go. Gale raised his hands to the sky and loudly asked them not to worry because they were being escorted. He laughed loudly, and undead creatures emerged from the ground. The mistress's assistant suggested an ambush. Lisette angrily shouted, "No." She smelled the odor, saw the dirt, and realized they were the walking dead. Carla lay on her large bed, looking at the newspaper with Gale's photo. She wondered how quickly the wolf pack could bring him back. Vivienne asked the high priest to look into the princess's condition, as she always thought of Gale Hamilton. Vivienne remarked that she didn't even know, as he was a man she had only met once. The priest added that this meeting ultimately saved her life. He placed his hand on his chest and added with a smile, "In love or in fear, the heart will fall in love." Vivienne was indignant. That is, instead of preparing for death, she fell in love. Arzel added with a smile, "So she says Princess Carla felt nervous, and during the attack, she fell in love." The Reaper remarked. Moreover, they, with their special tastes, seemed to connect. Arzul realized that while they couldn't meet, the brain itself would complete the image of the other person and idealize them. The Reaper and Arzul patted Vivienne on the shoulder and reassured her. The undead rose from the ground and went toward Lisnet's team. She drew her blade and cut off the dead man's head. Lisnet quietly murmured, "So that's what he was up to. He made them think he was being pursued, and then set a trap here." They looked around and saw a large number of dead people. Lisnet noted that she had never seen so many ghosts before. She understood his goal. The protagonist nodded quietly. He added that if he went 1 against 4, he had little chance, so yes, he ran to the cemetery on purpose. Gale picked up the skull and added that the 4 people he mentioned must have been Cash and his company. He thought, "I wonder what happened to them." Lisnet angrily replied that they were different from those idiots. She added that they were assassins who lived in the shadows, so they wouldn't lose in a battle with the undead. The protagonist responded with surprise, "Oh, that's impressive," but he added that the undead wouldn't lose either. Lisnet began fighting the undead and asked the team to cover her as she was failing. She ordered them to cover each other and not create blind spots. The mistress angrily ordered them to form a circular defense and maneuver, drawing him into the circle. She laughed and added that they were going to kill Gale right then and there. Lisnet cut down the undead right in front of Gale's face. He exhaled in surprise and wiped sweat from his brow. Lisnet asked rudely, "That was his trump card." She added that he had been close, and in any case, she had a trump card too. Lisnet pulled out a bracelet and said, "A trump card called the Demon King's Heart." She added that this trump card had many limitations, and that time couldn't be wasted. In other words, this was the moment they had destroyed the undead, and this was their only chance. Gale looked at her silently and thought of Gimli. They ran through the forest, and she said that it looked like experienced assassins were targeting Gale. There were about 4 of them. They needed to get there as soon as possible, and at least the numbers on both sides would even out. Shalina said that Gale needed to be held. Shalina said, "Did they know? Only after a person leaves do they realize how important he was. Gale is under her protection." She said that they should create more and more cursed items, and they should bring an agricultural revolution to the farm. And besides, he is her partner. Gimli agreed and said that without Gale, she would have a lot of problems too. Mora said that she, the next time they met, would tell him that even a master of cursed items, a fool like him, is useful to someone. She will tell him straight. Shalina asked, "But what should they do if a wounded behemoth appears?" Mora said that assassins or a behemoth would be too much. Gimli said perhaps it was MC. Did they know that a cursed item master is considered an unrivaled profession, able to acquire unique skills unmatched by other professions? Mora asked what that skill was. She said it reversed the misfortune that would follow them. It was a perfect evasion skill called surprise luck. They both asked, "Surprise luck?" She said it reversed misfortune. How much so? If it allowed one to avoid death, then it was a skill everyone would want. Gimli said that, however, it was an extremely rare skill and couldn't be activated at will, so they could only hope. The skull fell to the ground. Lisnet said they had somehow miraculously defeated the undead, but they lacked the strength to even approach him. She raised her hands and said that although their combat skills were poor, there were too many of them. Also, seeing him effortlessly continue to summon the undead broke her spirit. Gale asked, "Should they finish then?" She extended her hand, agreed with him, and said that she conceded her defeat. MC thought, a handshake? They smiled at each other, and Gale wanted to shake her hand. However, Lisnet said she was just joking. She turned around and said that he should throw the can. MC asked, surprised, "What was it?" She caught the can, laughed, and said that it was their trump card. She poured out the contents of the can and said that since this was a special occasion, she would tell him as a gift for his life, an artifact that increases all physical abilities to their limit, in exchange for taking away life force. It is the most terrible and powerful artifact. Gale looked behind her and said that someone was behind her. She looked back and saw a monster emerge from the bushes. Lisnet asked, surprised, "What?" She thought, "A behemoth? What is it doing here?" MC, preparing for the best possible outcome, made his decision. She wouldn't be able to dodge. Gale shouted at her to be careful. He pushed her away and decided to take the blow himself. She called out to him and saw him flying. She thought it was a direct hit. That blow had reduced him to dust. He seemed strange to her, but to that extent, in any case, he had saved her life. She said he was a serious loser. She looked at the monster and said that just when she thought she could finally fight MC, it came for them. She acknowledged his persistence, his determination, but she would say as a girl, they don't like persistent ones. She said he should devour her, the heart of the Demon King. Something black began to devour her. She thought instant death resistance, fatigue resistance, increased strength, infinite magic power, invulnerability to pain. She told the monster that his only chance of winning was to hit her right now. They should have a rematch, and this time he wouldn't escape. On the other hand, there was Gale, who was sent flying. MC said he landed on the bed through a hole in the roof. How lucky he was, he thought he was going to die. If he had fallen on the floor, he thinks the injuries would have been serious. This place is very lucky. However, this beast-like monster attacked so suddenly, he couldn't see it clearly, but he was almost 100% sure it was a zombie animal. It wasn't. He saw one eye missing, its tail was torn, and one horn was broken. Gale lay back down on the bed and said he'd never seen one like that before, but it fits the characteristics of a zombie animal perfectly. It must have originally been a wild one, like a new one that turned into the undead. Shalina mentioned that the villagers were alarmed by something attacking the fields. This monster could pose a threat to Liznet. He needed to hurry. Besides, dealing with the undead was his job as a curse master. But he was somewhere far away, and it was still very dark here. He didn't know where to go. Would Gale make it to Liznet in time, and would he meet someone along the way? Liznet was fighting the monster. They stood and watched. Liznet jumped high into the air and wanted to strike it. However, the monster blocked her blow. She did a somersault and landed on the ground. They called her. She said she wanted to gouge out its other eye, that even for the Demon King's heart it was a strong opponent. They said they needed a replacement weapon. Liznet said she didn't need that she had already torn off its tail with her powers, so this time she would rip off its head. Suddenly, she coughed and fell to the ground. She felt pain in her heart. He called her. He asked her, "What's going on?" He said it was impossible. Some kind of monster had appeared on her heart. She lay exhausted on the ground and thought that instantly, death resistance, increased strength, ignoring fatigue, endless magic power, and the status enhancement effects were disappearing one after another. She kept coughing. He said he thought the effects of the Demon King's heart were out of control for the second time. It seemed it would only stop when it completely engulfed Liznet. He panicked and said, "This is bad. He needs to hurry and dispel it." He told the two of them to stop the monster. He said it was coming. The two of them pounced on the monster. She told them to stop. They couldn't handle it. And so it happened. They took a powerful blow from the monster. Liznet looked at them and was very surprised. She shouted that they should stop. He needed to dispel it. He said it wasn't working. He said the Divine King's tears weren't working. It was impossible. It was a top-tier church item. He cursed. She thought, is it really so strong that he can't even dispel it? Her eyes rolled back and she nearly lost consciousness. He called out to her. Liznet, who had undergone extensive training and developed a tolerance for pain, couldn't lose consciousness and continued to endure the pain. Her dying screams, the Demon King's heartbeat, and the pile of scattered undead corpses attracted not only the behemoth, but also another dangerous opponent in this battle royale. A dark creature appeared in this place, considered the closest to the underworld, overflowing with death, bones, and corpses. It emerged from a high pile of undead corpses. The creature said how strong the aura of death was, how magnificent. Liznet looked and asked what it was. An echo, a dry voice like an old man's, and a figure even darker than the shadows created by the corpses. Faintly glowing eerie lanterns and a curved scythe. This couldn't be happening. A Shinigami, a type of god who descends to this world when he senses the strong presence of death. His role is to collect the souls of the living and guide them to the world of the dead. Liznet said the behemoth was unexpected, but this was even more unexpected. An unimaginable creature. They don't appear on the surface. He's a kind of demigod god. It's an entity that controls death, as was said in legends, and so he appeared. He flew up and said that the child was a human, hunting for lives with his accomplices. She thought about this voice. She couldn't move. Because of the overwhelming voice of death, Liznet and her company couldn't move. But not only Liznet and her company. The Shinigami laughed and said that a ferocious beast that had overcome numerous deadly battles, even the behemoth, an exceptionally strong monster, couldn't move. The Shinigami thought for a moment and flew off somewhere. He said they had something interesting here, a fragment of the Demon King's heart. Even the Demon King's heart stopped pulsing, as if holding its breath. They looked into each other's eyes. He said it was wonderful. What a fragrant soul offering, he couldn't help but exclaim. She thought that her soul would be consumed by this scythe. Even if she managed to dodge the scythe, it would be consumed by the Demon King's heart, and if she lifted the Demon King's curse, she would be torn apart by a behemoth. In other words, she would die here. The Shinigami said that this was a mirror that reflected people's thoughts. Now he would show her two things. The first was a memory of her life. She thought she would see all her memories before she died. She was born into a poor family and was sent to work as a servant to reduce the number of mouths to feed. She served the noble people. They treated her cruelly. They treated her like an animal. In this house, there was a girl about the same age as her. Their eyes met. Every time she saw this beautifully dressed girl, it reminded her that a person's birthplace determines everything. Having reached the point where she could no longer tolerate a life filled with one-sided, unreasonable treatment, she lost her patience and sought a freer lifestyle. And so, she ended up in a murder case. Liznet thought she'd told herself back then that no matter where or how she died, she wouldn't regret it. She never imagined that the end of an assassin, whose job it was to take lives, would be a Shinigami coming for her. That was karma. She said her life was meaningless. The Shinigami said that was it. Now it was time for the second. She needed to imagine what life would await her in the future. Liznet thought, in the future, but her life was being interrupted here. What was he talking about? But did he know that after the murder case was closed, she continued to be used by a noble family to this day? She was sent to Burial, the first prince of the empire. She hated restrictions. She craved freedom, and by breaking free from restrictions, she ended up being restricted once again. What if the place she found herself in when she arrived at this farm, even if it wasn't economically prosperous, the nature here was much richer than the city, and people found happiness in this humble life? She looked to the side and saw a door. If someone would accept her for who she was, then from now on she wanted to live peacefully on this farm. She opened the door and walked inside, but then the picture shattered. Shinigami said that this would never happen. She could forget about it, mourning the irrevocable past on the threshold of death and fantasizing about a non-existent future. It was like adding the finest spices to a dish, and at the moment that dish was the soul. He swung his scythe and said goodbye to her. Liznet said with tears in her eyes, "Screw it all." Shinigami wanted to stab her. Liznet covered her arms in anticipation. However, at that moment, MC arrived and blocked his blow. Shinigami asked, "What?" Liznet called out to Gale and asked, "Is he alive? How could he move under such pressure?" MC asked, "Pressure?" He had a bracelet on his arm. The cursed bracelet activated. Gale said that cursed items were very convenient. Shinigami screamed and asked, "Why is he here?" MC exhaled and said, "It's him again. He really does appear wherever there are undead." Shinigami growled and was about to strike Gale. MC used his dispel skill. Shinigami instantly vanished. Liznet said that he dispelled Shinigami in a second. Gale waved to him, said goodbye, and said that he hoped that they would meet again soon. Liznet asked, "Undead? He defeated Shinigami, but can he be killed? He is a demigod after all." MC said he simply lifted the curse. If he had killed him, he wouldn't have been able to obtain quality materials. Gale took his scythe in his hands. Liznet thought he took the Shinigami's scythe with his bare hands. MC said he always appeared so suddenly. Liznet thought that this was what surprised him. Even the Demon King's heart was silent. Suddenly she fell to the ground again and coughed. He called her. Gale turned and looked at her. The Shinigami had disappeared and it immediately began to move. Liznet said she was fine. They could defeat the behemoth. MC told her to wait. There was a curse inside her. Liznet asked in surprise, "How?" Gale approached her and said he hadn't been able to see it before. It was a very rare curse. Liznet asked with a smile, "Rare? This curse is unique in the world, the Demon King's heart." MC said with admiration that the feeling from it was so powerful. It's like the very embodiment of a living curse. Who made it and how? What materials is the Demon King made of? It's definitely not undead. He assumes it's demonic in nature, but compared to demons, it's still more like a living being. And yet, it's so powerful that the curse left behind is mind-boggling. She should wait. There are signs of dismemberment. Isn't this its full form? Gale speaks quickly, as befits an otaku. Liznet asks if he cares that much. He can try to dispel it if he can. Even the church potion hasn't worked, but she warns him that if he touches it, it could possess him. Gale says he'll take the risk, but he'll take it for himself. Liznet feels pain and falls on top of MC. He hugs her and says he has to hurry. Gale says he should lift the curse. MC laughed and said that this curse was quite fast. He wanted to study it completely. He wanted to break it down into pieces and make objects. Liznet looked at her hands and thought, so fast, he was resisting the attack of the Demon King's heart. Gale crouched down next to her and said that this was cockatrice liquid. She should drink it. The main effect is to remove petrification, but it also increases physical parameters. Liznet said, so what? She spat out, so stupid. MC smiled and said that living things contain nutrients. That's something that can't be ignored. Then he looked at the behemoth. Liznet drank it and thanked Gale. She said that he should run while he was alive. She hoped that it hadn't yet recovered from the pressure of the Shinigami. After all, his target is her. He understands that this animal blew away his body. The fact that he survived is a miracle, whatever they call it. MC thought about it and said that this animal is a zombie. Liznet was surprised and asked why he thought so. Gale replied because he was missing body parts, the main characteristics of a zombie animal. So this behemoth of a zombie. Liznet wondered if he was really sane. She told him that he needed to run anyway. It had started moving again, meaning it was already recovering from the Shinigami's pressure. MC stood up and said he would deal with it. The villagers had told him about the animal problem. Shalina and the villagers were driving them away as best they could. It would be bad if something happened to them. One of those cases. Gale swung his scythe and said he would destroy it right then and there. Liznet told him that maybe he shouldn't touch the thing with his bare hands. It might curse him. MC said it was okay. After all, he was the master of cursed items. The Shinigami Shinigami's scythe, they say, has a blade so sharp it can cut through flames, storms, and even waves. There's nothing it can't cut. Gale attacked the behemoth and chopped off its head. She thought that the master of cursed items, who had caused the Shinigami to fall, had driven out the heart of the Demon King, and now he had defeated the behemoth. This man saved her 3 times already. She fell to her knees and thought how wonderful he was. Gale grew worried and approached her. At that moment, the monster's severed head opened an eye. MC called out to her. She apologized to him and said she was okay. He did it. He defeated the behemoth. At that moment, she saw the headless behemoth trying to attack Gale from behind, and she shouted at him. From behind, MC turned and struck the behemoth with his scythe. She thought, one more time. Gale showed that he had almost caught him off guard. He thanked Liznet. She thought of the unwavering strength that had cut the devil's heart, the determination that had brought him here. Relying only on charm and even decapitated and dying, he still attacked with only his torso, maintaining his fighting spirit. She said it was admirable, even as an enemy. Their first encounter had ended in a draw, the second time MC had saved her. If they had met 10 times, it would probably have survived 9 out of 10. A ferocious beast that lived for battle. Let it rest in peace, she thought, right? If anything had been different, she would have lost her life. And what should she do now? Gale had said that here was cockatrice fluid for them too. She continued to think, a feeling of relief throughout her body that he was still alive. She had completely forgotten about the mission, that she had to see him. She told them not to listen. Prince Burial's mission had failed, and not to give up. All 4 of them bowed to MC. Shalina ran out from behind the bushes and called out to Gale. He called back. She said she wasn't alone here. Mora saw him and thought she was so glad he was safe. She wanted to see him so much. The time they hadn't seen each other felt like an eternity. She ran up to him and thought she'd never let him go again. The Reaper's bloody scythe, the assassins covered in wounds, the mountain of undead that Mora hated, the corpse of a behemoth. She turned around and said the atmosphere here was eerie. Mora, almost overcome with emotion, was about to hug MC, but she stopped because of the strange situation. Shalina asked what this scene was. Gimli said too much had happened here. Gale told her it was the sharpest scythe, and that it could be used to make good farming tools. She thought, he cut the behemoth in half. Everything has a limit to how sharp something can be. MC said, and Gale said that the shop, kindly lent to him, was destroyed by his former friends with whom he used to be on a team. He managed to prevent the damage from spreading to the shop, but he felt sorry. Shalina told him not to worry about it. She'd just take something from his workshop, okay? MC asked, really? She agreed with him. She said he'd gotten back to that ugly look so quickly. Mora said that was right. He'd managed to get that ugly look back, and she congratulated him. Gale asked if he was being praised or mocked now. She said both. Gimli told her they'd met again. Liznet said she'd finished her journey. Something had happened that had changed her outlook on life, but that didn't mean she had other job prospects. They'd be staying here for a while, and they needed to rest. She and her subordinate were all covered in wounds. He responded positively and said that until they fully recovered, he'd provide them with clothes, food, and shelter. He asked if he was sure about working in his store. Liznet asked him if he was sure. MC replied that the store he was opening was financially unstable and that he needed to fix what was broken. He apologized and said he wouldn't be able to pay much until the store was running properly. Okay? Yes, if she worked as a saleswoman, then with her wounds it wouldn't do any harm and she would heal in time. Liznet was shocked. If there was someone who would accept her as she was, then she would want to spend the rest of her days with him in this town. Had her wish come true, she couldn't hold back her tears and burst into tears. Gale hovered around her and asked if she was hurting somewhere. He said that, unfortunately, he had run out of cockatrice fluid. Liznet smiled and tearfully told him he was stupid. Mora watched them and thought that she had long known that MC was very kind. After all, he was the type to listen to the stories of the undead. But for her, that was nothing. She said that she would tell him everything someday. Shalina smiled and said that all's well that ends well, right? She agreed with her. Gale told her that he had something to show her. She turned and asked, "This is the Demon King's heart, right?" She answered affirmatively, saying it was divided into 6 pieces, made by her in the Empire, and this piece was hers. MC had extracted it from her, which completely consumed her body. She thought that even if it were a sixth of its size, this cursed equipment containing the essence of a demon paladin, an ordinary warrior would die just by touching it, and even a priest couldn't extract it. But he was a master of cursed items who could remove even that. She asked if she knew they were an S-rank team. He asked what kind of treatment they were receiving. They should obey them. They should serve them. They should entertain them. She said it was noisy. Well, it would end soon. She agreed with her. Cash's team, who started the brawl, could not be released without punishment. For this reason, a meeting was held in the city to conduct a trial, but intervention came from the royal capital. Apparently, due to various debts, they requested a postponement of Cash and his group's punishment in this city. Of course, the farm had no obligation to follow orders, but this was a surprisingly urgent message from the royal capital, so they reluctantly complied. They could have refused, but they didn't want to go against the government, but they were told that all damages would be compensated. Shalina, who had acted as the farm representative, temporarily suppressed her anger. She asked, "By the way, Gale seems to be sitting in his workshop. He says he's inspired. She called out and asked, "What's with that expression? Was it because she couldn't see MC?" Mora sheepishly replied in the negative and said that wasn't true, so why was she even mentioning it? She told her not to worry. She knew what she was talking about. Mora said the quest seemed interesting and she'd go and complete it right now. She said, "How straightforward is she?" True, she didn't think there were people who wouldn't be angered by the Demon King's heart. It was common for someone with exceptional skills to become popular. She could somewhat understand why Mora and Liznet were in love. She smiled but then said that wasn't true. The woman who wanted him was undoubtedly her. Their dark elf clan had been cursed by the Demon King. Due to a 1,000-year curse, they were on the brink of extinction. The time had finally come for their clan to survive. The fragment of the Demon King's heart they desired had fallen into their hands, and there was also a person who could lift the curse. Gale said he hadn't slept or rested. He had continued to work non-stop. The time for completion was near. He had refined the Demon King's heart. It was a unique artifact. Then, he realized that the fallen material had the ability to suppress the Demon King's heart from him. And of course, he had used it generously. Thanks to opposing factors, he managed to completely suppress the Demon King's heart's flaws without affecting its strengths. He was only able to weaken its negative side, and in addition to restraining the rampaging tentacles when equipping it, he cast numerous minor spells and also suppressed the appetite that causes it to absorb its owner's life energy. And here it is, the Demon King's heart, one of 6, an improved version from MC. This is his newest and greatest creation. The prince said this letter was from Liznet. Due to personal circumstances, she is resigning, Liznet. He jumped up and shouted, "What happened to the Demon King's heart he gave her?" P.S. She took 1/6 of the Demon King's heart as severance pay. He fell to his knees and asked, "Severance pay? The Empire's treasure?" After reading Liznet's letter, Prince Belial's face turned pale. They said he looked worse than any undead in the vicinity. Kara said, "So the S-rank group, Wolf Fang, she suspects they haven't realized it yet, given the rather unhappy expressions on their faces. She's been keeping an eye on them this whole time, and she's aware of everything that happened. She doesn't know what they thought they were doing, destroying a private store and rounding up all the guards." Vivian said it was an official assignment, and what they did at the farm is a matter of incompetence for the kingdom. She said she'd already settled all the issues on the farm's side, and it was decided to consider the matter resolved and grant them a pardon. She didn't need to consider their feelings, but she couldn't allow such a disgrace to the history of their illustrious kingdom. He shouted at them to wait a minute. They didn't do anything wrong. "That's right, trash needs to be thrown out." He agreed with him. She said they were only trying to smash those damn trash-like objects on display in that idiot's store. Kara kept saying, "Gale's wonderful creations and they treat them like this?" If they're going to use that logic, she wonders what kind of punishment they deserve. Cash said they were pardoned anyway, right? Then they should release them. Vivian walked up to him, slapped him, and said they opened an account in Princess Kara's name, buying up everything from the shops. Kara said that after calculating their expenses and the farm fees, they had to pay 2,310 gold coins and 82 silver coins. The costs include accommodation and meals at the inn, dinner at exclusive restaurants. And what about the various items and equipment? By the way, what happened to the equipment they bought? He said they covered all these expenses from the state treasury, but they paid for them in full. Of course, he knows they can't pay. They've squandered all their money and they have no savings. Vivian asked, "Where does it say the expenses are covered? Besides, this was investigative cooperation." She told him they had to pick them up. Cash asked where they were taking them. Vivian replied, but if they couldn't pay, they would work off the debt with their hands. They would do unpaid labor to the extent of their extravagance. It was a harsh environment, but given their bad behavior, they were lucky to find these places where they would be hired. Cash said unpaid labor. How many years would it take to pay it all off? Vivian replied, well, decades somewhere. Cash shouted that it was a life sentence. Vivian said, so, starting today, this task would be theirs. He asked, is this a task? What kind of work would they do? She smiled and said she'd given them some peace until they started working. She assured them they didn't need to worry about work. They didn't need to pay attention to her kindness, okay? Kara peeked out and asked, have they left yet? Vivian replied, yes. Kara said those guys did terrible things, but they were still useful, so she spared their lives. Right, so he's in the farming nook. She finally found him. She was just wondering where to go for an inspection. She told Vivian she needed to contact her father. Vivian said that couldn't be right. Kara smiled and said it was time she started paying more attention to farming, right? MC was back in the workshop. He cursed and called her. She peeked out and asked what was going on. A former Empire assassin, now a salesman at Gale's artifact shop. He apologized and said he'd gotten so caught up in his work that he didn't realize it was time to change. He thanked her, and he'd earned it. She said he shouldn't apologize. It's better if she doesn't interfere with his work on the artifacts. MC stretched and said, yeah, she's a big help when she's on duty at the shop. She greets customers when he can't, and he even managed to make a laughing skull. A skull is a piece of furniture made from the skull of a lich, which grins creepily at guests. Gale said there's nothing wrong with that, right? but it's still better when guests are greeted by a human. Liznette said the uniform was from the bar where she worked part-time. When it was deducted from her pay, she was angry because her salary was small enough, and now she's forced to buy back the uniform, which she'll never need again. She figured a buyback wasn't necessary. She said she was really angry back then about violating labor laws, but who knew she'd still need it. She said she'd take him up on the offer and go first, and they'd see each other tomorrow. Her group called. MC exhaled and said he was finally ready, and it was amazing. The Demon King's heart, a 6th improved version. Gale said it now improves all abilities without buffs. Plus, the tentacles that were once applied to the human body are now aimed at improving the stimulation of points. And most importantly, the design is cool. The idea with the tentacles is brilliant, and of course, it's cursed. Unlike regular curses, this one comes with a musical accompaniment, and sometimes it speaks to the owner in a quiet voice, like it'll absorb his soul and all that, and that's it. He'll have a future alone. He usually won't get bored. This loneliness with amazing, and only 1/6 is capable of this. The world is so big, there are surely many more interesting and amazing artifacts unknown to him. So since the enhancement is finished, he needs to create something new from this thing. He looked at the severed behemoth head. He wondered what he should use. The enhanced heart of the Demon King? What was he going to do with it? He needed to get other materials. If anyone wanted to buy it, he would consider selling it. But for now, he would put it on display. Oh, that Demon King. Even his heart had become a hot seller. The Demon King. He decided to enhance something like that? Usually, such dangerous things are either destroyed or sealed, right? Why, she asks. It's his hobby. He turned and asked, what? Gimli wished him good evening. MC screamed and asked why she suddenly appeared. She said that he should have asked since when. She quoted his words. It's amazing. The design is cool and all that. Gale became embarrassed and said that she heard almost everything he said. She said she heard him talking and thought there was someone else here, and then she hesitated for a moment to speak. MC said, confused. What terrible words, and how did she get in here? All the doors were locked. Did Liznette forget to lock them or something? No, that can't be right. She said she entered without asking. She would steal the Demon King's heart. Gale said he understood now, without asking, but he didn't know that. He asked, what? Just no. Don't smile. He thought it was trespassing. Right? He said, anyway, why did she come? Oh, she probably wanted to buy his artifacts on him. She couldn't come because of her job as guildmaster. Right? What is she interested in? She said it wasn't the artifacts, she only wanted him. MC looked at her and asked, surprised, what? She knelt in front of him. He asked, surprised, what is she? She said that she would appreciate his skill as the greatest creator of artifacts. She asks him to hear the plea of her people, the Dark Elves. He won't refuse her, will he? Without her usual arrogance, with a sincere expression on her face, the guildmaster, a dark elf, said these words to Gale. She called MC. She said that Gale's shop was still far away. Shalina said that she accidentally met Mora in the tavern, by the way. They never celebrated the opening of the shop, so they should have a drink with Mora at her artifact shop. Shalina said that Mora's modest heart would not allow her to show herself in front of Liznette, that foolish artifact creator. Mora said that with alcohol she fears nothing. Shalina told him to get ready. Mora said that he needed to open it. It was open. They both laughed at the same time. Mora continued laughing and said that then she would come in. She asked, is he home? They needed a drink and a chat. Shalina encouraged her and told her to go for it. When they walked in, they saw Gimli without a cape hugging MC. Gale noticed and called Mora. She called his name and asked what was going on here. He was confused by what was happening and said that he would like to know too. After that, they all sat down at the table together, on which food and alcohol were set. He was nervous about everything that had happened and thought about how heavy the atmosphere was here. Gimli said that, in general, they, the Dark Elves, were under a 1,000-year curse of the Demon King. Shalina said that the wine they bought for the celebration might become tasteless because of this conversation, but she must continue the story. She looked at her with a slightly nervous smile, but immediately became serious and said that the Demon King is a creature that was defeated by heroes 1,000 years ago. However, he is almost immortal. In the last battle, they were unable to completely destroy him, so the ancient heroes divided his body and turned it into artifacts scattered throughout the world. They were surprised by this, and Mora asked if the Demon King's heart was really his heart, and not just a name. She called her by name with a smile and said that it was indeed so. The Demon King wants to be reborn, gradually restoring his strength to his former form. To do this, he needs to collect the scattered fragments of his body, the Demon King's parts and artifacts over many years. For this, he used them, the Dark Elves who were once close to the demon race. Although sealed, they still have enormous magical power received from the Demon King. He forced them to choose to cooperate or be destroyed. They could not refuse. When the Demon King's parts are collected, there is a chance that he will be reborn. Gale, with a serious expression, said that he understood that this was a serious problem. However, wouldn't it be better to turn to those called heroes, like 1,000 years ago, and not to him? She refused and said that a significant portion of the artifacts had already been collected in the Dark Elf village. However, because of this, the village is subject to a strong curse emanating from these parts. Therefore, in addition to searching for the parts, they also looked for someone who can remove this powerful curse. A master of cursed items appeared, capable of removing the curse from the Demon King's heart. The girls were very surprised by this, looked at him, and were about to say something. He also thought about it, his face became more serious and was about to say something about it. Gimli looked at him and thought that he looked very thoughtful since the moment they met. Was it the right decision to reveal this information to him, or was it in vain? What everyone fears and avoids, was it reckless? After all, even the Empire treated the Demon King's heart as a weapon of self-destruction. Was it crazy? Will there be someone who will fulfill this request? But apparently there is no hope. The protagonist asked with surprising enthusiasm. So the Dark Elf village contains artifacts equal in power to the Demon King's heart? She agreed, and said that all the artifacts from the Demon King's parts collected in her village were comparable in power to the heart. He stood up from the table with a joyful expression on his face and said that he should definitely try using this. He had a feeling that with these artifacts he could create something great. He felt a real surge of inspiration. He ran into another room, and Mora said that for him, the amazing power of these artifacts exceeded even his fear of the Demon King. Gimli said that for him, this might not be any different from a typical excursion. By the way, they, the Dark Elves, did not swear allegiance to the Demon Lord. It was rather a feeling that they once joined humans and demons in a war against him. For them, it was just another interracial conflict in the past. Now, after their defeat, they live without much hatred. Also, humans, being short-lived, quickly forget, so almost none of them have negative feelings towards the Dark Elves anymore. Many have even forgotten that they are descended from a demonic race. Mora said that, moreover, the very existence of the Demon King has become something of a fairy tale for humans. She agreed with this, called him by name, and said that therefore her people would be glad to have him. Their attention was drawn to Shalina, saying that she should wait a minute. She didn't like this story at all. Gimli looked at her with a small smile, called her master dwarf, and asked, "What's wrong?" She got up from the table and said loudly that, in short, she didn't believe her. They had known each other for quite some time, but why had she remained silent all this time? If she hadn't happened to come here with her this evening, at this very time, she would never have known about it. She sat calmly in the same place and said that it was because information about the Demon King's parts was a closely guarded secret outside the village. It is strictly forbidden to make this public. Therefore, before telling him, she carefully tested his abilities. She gritted her teeth in anger and still sat down on her chair. He stood nearby with a confused look and thought he was experiencing déjà vu. She drank alcohol from her mug, called him and asked how he was doing. Did he like it here? He sat down and asked what kind of sudden questions were these. She said that she simply meant that he seemed to have settled in well. He said that it was a nice city. The food was delicious. There were several suitable dungeons. Besides, there was no shortage of undead materials here. That was important. If only the goods from his shop sold better. She said that would be nice. However, despite the sales of goods in the store, thanks to him, the infrastructure of this city has become more interesting. She had seen many craftsmen over a long time, and there was no doubt about his skill. They had worked together for some time, but he was the first master of cursed items she had met. MC looked at his plate of food and said that this profession is usually not given much importance. Those with talent, as a rule, after reaching a certain level of skill, quickly switch to another profession. However, there is no craft that is so worth honing to perfection. She said with a smile that he was right, but she didn't think it could be called useless. All professions have their place and deserve respect. Mora said that she thought she was right, but when she saw this among adventurers, she understood how hard it is for them. He said that he had to admit that this profession is simply useless. Indeed, a cursed item maker plays a support role. He is not capable of fighting alone. She looked at him and said that he does fight. He said with a sad expression that Cash and the others always told him that. He remembered the past and said that he was completely unsuited to fighting. He's just a craftsman, nothing more. The most he can do is throw potions with debuffs from behind his back. So, he shouldn't go forward and act like an advisor. She was indignant about this, and said that when they talked like that, all she could do was silently put buffs into their equipment to increase stats. He said with a smile that now he thinks he should have left before he was kicked out. However, he had become so withdrawn, and his horizons had become so limited. Shalina approached him, patted him on the head, and told him that he shouldn't listen to such idiots. It's understandable that once self-esteem is broken, it's not so easy to restore, but now he's a resident of Farm Edge. Maybe he should stay here forever? If he wants, she will take care of him. Gimli looked at her and said that she seemed to see potential in him too. She looked at her and said that they should return to their conversation. She's not the only one who needs him. She doesn't want him to leave. Isn't it better to turn to the church in cases like this? She declined thoughtfully, saying that ordinary priests couldn't handle it. They too had to turn to the church for help, despite their shame. They kidnapped and forced famous priests to try to lift the curse, but to no avail. Mora, looking displeased, asked her to wait and asked, "However, this is against the law, right?" Gale asked, "They definitely let this man go alive, right?" She asked why it was necessary to take him to the Dark Elf village. Gimli said that it was unfortunate, but there was no other way. Shalina said that he was a very valuable specialist, and she couldn't put him in danger. So, there will be conditions. Do they agree? She called her and asked, does she agree? Mora agreed and said that she, a support mage, would also join. She also approached him and said that she would be a vanguard fighter. He turned to them and asked, "What does that mean?" She grinned at them and asked if they really wanted to form a 4-man team to lift the Demon King's curse. They both looked at him, and he, looking confused, said that in any case, it was good news. Shalina said that then they should allow their new group to be reintroduced. She named them all, raised a glass of alcohol, and said that she wanted to wish them success in their new endeavor. The others also raised their glasses and were getting ready to drink. They ate food and drank alcohol with happy faces, and he thought that, by the way, when he was in the company with Cash and the others, he was rarely invited to drink like this. Mora came up to him, put her hand on his shoulder and asked if he had drunk too much. How was he feeling? He denied it and said that everything was fine. He looked away with a small smile and thought that it seemed like an eternity ago, although not much time had passed. He said that some things needed to be taken on the journey, some left in the shop. In any case, new cursed items needed to be made. She said in a cheerful voice that she was counting on him. After some time, Gimli returned to her house, lay down on the bed, and someone called her. She noticed this, waved her hand, and said that she had arrived quite quickly. She apologizes, she's too tired. Can she take it with her? The elf looked at the chest on the table and thought that it looked like it contained a huge amount of money, but it emitted an ominous aura and seemed to curse everyone who touched this wealth. She asked in a worried voice, "Is she sure about this?" She heard that she made a great effort to carry it out of the village. She lay on the bed and said that it looks like all her efforts were in vain. The master of cursed items, he is a really strange guy. If she wants, she can take all these treasures. In any case, everything went well. She should go ahead and prepare everything for the meeting and send regular reports. The elf left the documents on the floor. She picked this up and said that it means the monsters have become active. It seems that this has something to do with everything that is happening. As soon as she finished reading the letter, it caught fire, and she said with a serious expression that she remembered the contents, so everything was fine. The sudden increase in cockatrice attacks, the behemoth went berserk, and even death itself intervened in these parts of the Demon King. She began to remember everything that happened and said that it was all connected. Exactly, this was to be expected. The king couldn't remain quiet for 1,000 years. There was no doubt that there was something behind all of this. She thought that she needed to intervene. Using the guild's information network and the Dark Elves' intelligence network, an optimal solution could be found. She started writing something and thought that he was a master of cursed items. His abilities were top-notch, but he was too unpredictable. His combat skills were near zero, but his curses could destroy even extremely dangerous creatures. He was both weak and incredibly strong at the same time. She broke the quill with 2 fingers from the strain and asked, "What kind of contradiction is this?" Of course, it would be an impossible task for her to safely escort him alone, so it's good that she was able to take them in a group. Their route lies mainly along roads, then down the river. Next, they will need to cross the inland seas by ship, after which they will need to overcome a dense, dark forest. If they go there without preparation, then even before the 1,000-year curse, they will die on the road and there will be nothing strange about it. She approached the mirror and with a serious expression on her face, called out to Lady Minerva, giving her name and saying that she will deliver the master of cursed items to her. After some time, the protagonist said that it was time for him to go. Liznet stood before him and said that if her wound had healed, she would have gone with him. He refused and said that it would take some time for the Demon King's curse to completely leave her body, so she should focus on her recovery. She looked at him with a joyful smile and thanked him for it. He took out the cursed item he had recently made and said that he had crafted an improved version of the Demon King's heart from the artifact she once wore. Now it would not randomly attack its owner. However, he still hadn't fully mastered it. An ordinary person only needed to touch it for the curse to destroy their body and soul. How terrifying was this curse? Besides, this shop was his soul. It was as important to him as his life. He was at peace, knowing that she would stay here. His only worry was that all the goods might run out before he returned. In that case, she should just accept pre-orders from customers and promise to produce additional batches later. She continued to smile and thought that sales had dropped sharply since she started working here, so such a situation was unlikely to happen. He left the shop, they waved at each other, and she thought that despite the fact that he would have to face such terrifying curses, he was so inspired. He truly was an extraordinary guy. She looked at him with a smile and said that may luck always be with him. He reached the gate, where the girls met him and greeted him. Shalina said that everyone was now gathered. He approached them and asked, "By the way, she is the master of the Blacksmith's Guild, right? Is she sure she can leave work for so long?" She said with a smile that the guild will not fall apart because one of them leaves for a while. She looked to the side, called Gimli, whom she noticed and asked. She did not forget about their agreement, did she? She convinced the guild member to agree only on this condition. She said with a calm expression that she remembered about it. MC looked at them with a puzzled expression and asked what they were talking about. She approached them and said that she decided to supply her forge with ore from her village. Usually, the export of this is prohibited, but in this situation, Shalina looked at her with disbelief and said she could be lying, so it would be better for her to check for herself. Mora asked joyfully if this ore was really so valuable that even she wanted to go. He asked what kind of ore it was, Gimli said that since they were both going, then they could tell. She looked at them with a smirk, but they didn't understand anything. She smirked and said it was orichalcum. They were both surprised by this, and she loudly asked what she said. He looked at her with a calm expression and asked why she was so surprised. She loudly asked why he was so calm. He knew nothing about rare materials that couldn't be used to make magical items. Orichalcum is a legendary ore that can be used to forge a sword, valuable enough to build a castle. And if you equip yourself with such armor, you need not fear any battle, an ore with the highest hardness. He said that was clear, so it was for her. He would receive a valuable magical item, and she would receive valuable ore. It would be great if she received something valuable too. She said that then she would also try to get something. He needn't worry. Shalina said that it was time for them to leave. Mora went to her and said that they hadn't ridden in a cart for a long time. They got into the cart. She looked at him with a smile and thought that for her, this was more precious than orichalcum, the time spent traveling with him. They set off, and she thought of the wheels creaking along the road from Farm Edge, a caravan of several carts heading northwest to a huge city far from the kingdom, the trading city of Emabensal, close to the empire. She began to yawn and asked why this measured shaking was so soporific. Shalina took out a bottle and said cheerfully that alcohol always tastes better on the road. She looked at her and said that for some reason she wasn't surprised by her behavior. She said it was okay. They had taken up the entire wagon. True, half was taken up by cargo, so it wasn't exactly comfortable. He looked at her with a little displeasure and asked if she'd been drinking since this morning. Maybe she should know her limits? The journey was still long. She said that was why she was drinking. There was nothing else to do anyway. Gimli sat next to her and said that she apologized. Her village was in the middle of nowhere. Mora looked at her and asked, by the way, where her village was. With a calm expression, she said it was in a dark forest. She sighed and said it was quite far. Even in a hurry, it would take several days. Suddenly, she became more serious and asked with a little displeasure, wait, did she mean that same dark forest? She agreed and said she didn't know what it was about. She only knew one with that name. So that was probably it. Gale looked at her, called her name, and asked if she knew anything about it. Mora looked up with a displeased expression and asked if that was the legendary forest where the kingdom's army perished. She agreed with a smile and said that it was true. It wasn't a legend, but a historical fact. She asked with a worried expression, or was it the forest where ancient dragons slumbered? She denied it and said it wasn't true. She calmed down because of this, but immediately became more worried when she said that they weren't dormant, but actively building nests. She asked loudly, was this really a forest where anyone who entered would not return alive? That is, the forest of death? Did she really want to lead them there? Gimli asked with a thoughtful look. So that means that the kingdom's army was eaten by ancient dragons? She said loudly that everything fits. She remembered her childhood and calmly said that she saw them hunting people for their children. It seems that growing children need a lot of food. She was surprised by this and asked, did she see this with her own eyes? By the way, what difficulty level is this for adventurers? Shalina said that adventurer ranks help to understand the degree of danger. They both became worried when she asked, is the task at least S rank and maybe higher? They both lowered their heads and thought that this was the end. She calmly said that, of course, they would not take the route where the ancient dragon's nests were. They need not worry. As far as she knew, they were taking the safest route to the dark elf village. Shalina, with a very displeased expression on her face, said that it could not be otherwise. She began actively drinking alcohol and said in a dissatisfied voice that now she did not want to drink it. She folded her hands in front of her and said that she would sleep. Mora supported her, and the protagonist thought for a moment and said that they should wait. She opened an eye, looked at him, and asked if he remembered something. He said that if they went that route, they would meet a lot of undead from that fallen army, right? She patted him on the shoulder and asked if maybe it would be better for him to meet those undead in a dream. What would he say? Shalina grew angry and said in a spiteful tone that he would be delirious when he fell asleep. After some time, they all fell asleep. Gimli said with a smile that of course she would lead them along the safest route she knew. However, relative safety does not guarantee absolute safety, so they must be on their guard. That applies to everyone. She thought that this was the end of the first stage of the journey. She clapped her hands to wake them and said that they should all get up, they would transfer here. They came to the city and asked if this was a rest stop. She said that she had made some arrangements for the journey. Once the cargo was distributed, they should sit down, as in a cart. He asked in surprise, had she booked a ship in advance? She agreed and said that, unlike the cramped cart, a ship would be more comfortable. They were delighted by this, and she said with a small smile that from then on, they would sail along the Cactus River, a large river flowing near the agricultural cities. They went to the shipyard and he happily said that new adventures would begin. She pointed to the side and said that this was the sea gate of the kingdom, which led to the inland sea. They should quickly board the ship. She started pushing Shalin onto the ship and said in a displeased voice that she shouldn't push, she wouldn't run away. MC followed them and said that it was his first time sailing on a river. Mora walked next to him and said that she did too. They stood on the ship, were a little surprised, and said that it rocked quite well here. Gimli turned to them and said that it was like that at first, but as soon as he sat down, he would hardly feel the rocking. They started to set off, and they said that it was quite cozy under sail. The sound of river water was so calming. She started looking for something in her backpack and said that it looked like they would be there soon. She opened the map, put it on the floor. They came up to her and asked, "Is this a map made by the guild?" She said that it was generally not supposed to be shown, but she would make an exception for them. Mora said with surprise that the guild bought such information for a good price. He looked at it and said that there were some marks on it. She said with a smile that they were handmade marks. Something on this map caught his attention and he asked, "What is it?" "No way. Does it even contain information about dungeons and items?" She turned to him and said that it was exactly so. He asked in a shocked voice, how could she really show such secrets? She refused and said that it was paid information. Mora looked at this map with a very surprised expression on her face and said that it was amazing. It contained practically all the information the guild had on the nearby regions, or even more than the guild had. Shalina approached her and with a thoughtful expression said that, however, this was an old map. There were areas she hadn't seen before. She turned to her and said with a serious expression that it seemed to contain information unknown even to her. Gimli said that there were several routes to the Dark Elf village. As she had already said, they would take a roundabout, but relatively safe route. She looked at her and asked, what if she went alone? She looked at her with a smile and said that she would go straight ahead. She was surprised by this and asked how she would do it. She calmly said that she would slip past the border fortresses and outposts. They looked at her with displeasure and thought that such a thing was beyond their capabilities. Mora said that they would sail downriver to the very mouth, then transfer to another ship. Then they would cross the bay and disembark at the port opposite, after which, finally, they would go deeper into the dark forest. However, there were difficult places here, so they would have to go around them by a roundabout road. Shalina said that they should enter the Dark Elf village, not through the main entrance, but through the back. Mora was surprised and said that the route looked quite difficult on the map. Gimli smiled and said that it turned out to be so. Even after they entered the dark forest, they would have to make a long detour. However, since they would mostly be traveling by cart and ship, they wouldn't have to walk that much. She looked at her and asked, so she had already planned everything carefully? She agreed, and with a serious expression, said that this was a rare chance to lift the 1,000-year curse. She looked away and thought that for him to lift the curse, he needed to arrive safe and sound. Shalina pointed at the map and said, by the way, what is that castle in the middle of the forest in her homeland? He also looked at it and said that, indeed, there was a castle right in the forest. Gimli looked at it and said that it was the Demon King's castle. They were surprised by this and were about to say something, but she interrupted them and said that it was gone now, only ruins remained. They had taken almost everything apart and used the materials. Mora asked, so the Dark Elf village is located at the foot of the former castle of the Demon King? She confirmed this and said with a serious expression that given the long-standing ties between the Dark Elves and the Demon King, this is not surprising. He said that when he looks at the map, he realizes how huge the sea is. She turned to him and said that he was saying the obvious. Even a child knows that the sea is wide and big. He looked at the map and asked what that is in the center. She also looked at it and asked, is that a squid? Shalina asked with a joyful look, so there are squids there? Maybe they can catch them here? They can grab this as a snack with alcohol. He said that he thought he could cut up food along the way, so he took a very sharp knife with him. They were happy about this and said that it was good, because he cooked deliciously. Gimli looked at them and said that they were not mistaken, but as food with alcohol, it was not very suitable. They turned to her and asked what she was talking about. She said that it was a sign of the appearance of a kraken. They both immediately became worried and asked, is it a sea monster that sinks ships? She also studied information about monsters. He also began to get nervous and asked what they should do if they encountered it. Do they have somewhere to run? They began to become very nervous about this question and said loudly that she did not want to die. They must go back immediately. She stood up, called to them, and said that they should not panic. They approached her with a very worried look and asked if they had a way to escape. Right? She had calculated everything in advance. She took their hands away from her and said that this was a trade route. Many ships passed unharmed. They all looked at her, calmed down a little, and asked what she meant. She said that they would pray that their ship would get through too. They became angry about this and said loudly that this was just escapism. They should go back so that she could be dropped off back on land. She said with a calm smile that, however, once they boarded, it was impossible to disembark. They were all very surprised and said loudly that she had taken that into account too. They were very upset about this, and she thought with a smile that, of course, if they met the Kraken, they would not have a single chance of escape. However, only here there is no way for their group to avoid it. On the way to the Dark Elf village, their master of cursed items has the ability of avoidance, stunning luck. If they can't defeat the enemy, then they simply won't meet him. She has great hopes for him. After some time, They reached the hot springs and Gale sat in the bath with a very relaxed look. He heard someone behind the wall call his name and say that he is not allowed to peek into the women's bathhouse. He calmly agreed and said that there is a fence there. Even if he wanted to, he can't. However, this is simply heavenly pleasure. He didn't think that they would find an inn with hot springs along the way. Two guys came to him and said that he seemed to be fine. You can bathe and drink alcohol here. They also climbed into the hot spring and said that where people gather, there will be money and amenities. Mostly boatmen who transport goods along the river stop there. There are many inns along the Cactus River. There are also tents and shops, just like in a small town, right? One of them called him by name and asked, "It's him, isn't it? Where did he come from?" He looked at them and said he was from the city of Farm Edge. The guy said they were traveling merchants. He said that was understandable. He had just opened a shop under his own name. Trading is not an easy business. They asked what kind of shop he had. The protagonist said that he had a shop where you can find rare things, so to speak. He sells goods that can't be found in other shops. However, business isn't going very well yet. The merchant sympathized with him and said that not all good goods sell well. They poured alcohol, handed him a cup, and he said that it's not enough to simply acquire and prepare good goods. The main secret of trading is to be able to announce it. He took the cup and said that that's it. He will study and take their advice into account when he returns. Now his shop is being looked after alone by a woman who is not in very good health. There is not much work there, which is good for her, because she does not overexert herself. The merchants began to leave and asked, so he left his beloved wife to look after the shop while he himself was on the way to get goods? He agreed, and they said that he really went to get goods, but she is not his wife. He is grateful to them for the advice. Can he know their names? One of them waved his hand and said that they are just small traders. He hardly needs them. They went to the exit and said that he has a lot of goods that are not available anywhere else. He can already smell this amazing place, their next target. Namely, they should visit this shop in Farm Edge. MC did not even realize that he met the Walser brothers, bandits who travel from place to place, posing as merchants and stealing. He also did not know that they decided to make the shop, which Liznet is currently looking after, their next target. At the same time, in the women's section of the hot springs, Shalina said that she seriously couldn't understand her relationship with him. Mora turned to her and asked, slightly embarrassed, what was she saying all of a sudden? She said with a smirk that love stories at night are a classic for travelers. When she first met them, a guy and a girl who had escaped from the capital, she thought there was something between them. She denied it and said that it just seemed like an accident. He accidentally changed teams. Accidentally, the old team turned out to be so terrible that he ran away, and she accidentally ended up in the same carriage with him, and that's how they ended up in Farm Edge. She herself was thoughtful about her story, and with a sly smile she asked, "Can there really be so many coincidences? It seemed like they really did run away together after all." She denied it and asked with a flushed face, "He's not a bad guy, right? He's helped her out many times." Gimli approached them, sat down next to them, and asked, "They survived mortal danger and love blossomed between them?" She looked at her and asked in a displeased tone, was she really bringing this up too? Perhaps, if I were to describe the current relationship between the two of them, they would be comrades. She stood up abruptly and said in a more decisive tone that they were indeed comrades. They exchanged glances upon hearing this, and she noticed it and asked, "What are those looks they both had?" Shalina laughed and said that she caught the mood. She was sitting next to her and asked, "So, others have a chance too, right?" She asked with a smirk. "For the successors of their guild, what do you think?" Their conversation caught her attention and she asked, "What does she mean by successor?" She thought about it. She knows what it means to be the successor of the blacksmith's guild, right? She meant adoption? She called her by name and asked if she wanted to be his mother. She got angry because of this, splashed water on her and loudly asked, "Who else is a mother here?" Mora apologized and asked, "Elves and dwarves live longer than humans, right? So the age difference seems to be suitable, right?" She asked her to shut up in a displeased voice, looked away and asked what she was laughing about. She had been looking at him so openly lately. That night when they came to his shop, what did she want to do? Gimli laughed and said that she found him an attractive man, but if one of them laid claim to him, she would not object. After all, because of the 1,000-year curse, she was used to waiting. She continued to be embarrassed and said that she had said that they were just comrades. A cold wind blew, causing them to shiver. She moved aside and said that since they were in the hot springs, they should enjoy some alcohol under the moon. After that, Mora took the cup with a slightly upset and thoughtful look and thought that they were comrades unless he himself paid attention to her. Since he left on a trip, not a single customer came to the store where Lisnet remained. She stood behind the counter and said that it was too boring. She heard a loud sound that attracted her attention and loudly asked, "What was that?" She noticed that the laughing skull fell from the wall. She came over and said that it was very strange that it fell and broke on its own. It was so ominous. Whatever the case, she had a bad feeling, as if something bad was going to happen. Will it be with Gale or with her? Maybe with the two of them. At the same time, he was on a ship with the others, and they were all fishing together. Shalina, looking bored, said that they had been on the ship for 3 days, and he hadn't caught anything. He was also upset, and said that although none of the 4 of them had caught anything, including her, Gimli, with a calm expression, said that it was no big deal. If you think about it, they had avoided an encounter with the Kraken, so they were lucky. Mora agreed and said that they had food supplies too. She wasn't hungry, right? She lay on her back and said that catching, cooking, and eating it yourself was a completely different matter. He stepped aside, opened the box, and said that he too would like to try cutting up a fish with that knife if he managed to catch anything. He showed them the sword he was carrying with him, and they were surprised by what they saw. Shalina, looking happy, said that it looked like it could easily handle a large fish. They started to smell something strange and asked skeptically, could this also be a cursed artifact? It felt like she'd encountered something like this before. Could this really be a death scythe? He asked. She knows he remade it into a farming scythe, right? He made this knife from the remaining parts. Gimli, with a slightly nervous smile, said it was good that they hadn't caught anything. If he had tried to fillet a fish with this knife, it could have cut even a ship. Shalina, with a displeased expression, said that was simply unthinkable. She looked to the side and asked when this river had become so wide. They also came up to look and said that she couldn't see the shore. It looked like the sea. They should try to inhale this aroma. The three of them did it and said that it smelled like sea freshness. It was such a pleasant smell, which meant they were really getting closer to it. They turned around with displeased expressions and asked loudly, along with the slight smell of salt, is there also a distinct smell of rot? The three of them covered their noses with their hands, and he, with an incomprehensible expression, said that perhaps these were the materials from the undead that they had taken. They said loudly that he should quickly close this box. He said that it was, after all, aged material. They said loudly that he should not talk about it like alcohol. After some time, they reached the city they needed. The ringing of bells announcing the weighing of anchor could be heard in the distance. The noise of people mixed with the splashing of water, the loud voices of fish sellers and the drunken shouts of sailors ready for a fight. Gimli looked ahead and said that over there, at the huge river harbor, ships were dropping anchor. Their destination, the port, was already very close. The three of them looked at the huge gate their ship was sailing through with shocked expressions, and she laughed at them and said that they had the same expressions. They wouldn't mind waiting for her for a little while, would they? She jumped down onto the street and said that she would go look for a merchant ship to board. The port city with the cries of seabirds was Port Nan, the city that connects the inland sea with the outside world and is known as the Gate of the Kingdom. After some time, they were all sitting together in the port, and she approached them and said that fortunately, there was a merchant ship to board. Luck must be on their side. She also learned something interesting. They leaned towards her with excited looks and loudly asked what it was. She said that she heard that a kraken had recently appeared and sunk a warship of one of the countries. Shalina, looking a little worried, asked what was so interesting here. She said with a serious expression that, according to the captain of the merchant ship, the Kraken doesn't attack ships very often. After it sinks one ship, it doesn't attack for a while. Mora said that maybe this is a way for the Kraken to relieve stress from lack of movement. But for those it attacks, it's certainly a sad story. Gimli said that, however, thanks to this having chosen the right time, one merchant ship is about to set sail. She pointed to the side and said that it was that ship. They looked in that direction and saw a very old and battered ship. The captain of this ship, Nick, looked at them with a sly smile. The girls looked at him with disbelief and said that it was clear as day that he wanted to cross the sea before the Kraken appeared and make money on it. Apparently, he decided that the crisis was an opportunity to make money. The protagonist did not attach any importance to this and said that first they needed to load the luggage onto the merchant ship. He would bring it. When he left, Shalina said with a serious expression that she should stop pretending. They needed to have a serious talk. Whether they liked it or not, the only way was by sea, right? Gimli said mockingly. Surprisingly, she was, as always, on top of things. She said with a serious expression that she was also a guildmaster and knew a thing or two about logistics. Mora turned to her and said that, however, she still didn't understand the whole picture. She turned to her and said that they would have to repeat their recent conversation. If not for her, crossing the border would be impossible. However, even if you officially applied for crossing the border, it would hardly be approved, especially if the final destination is the Dark Forest, right? She looked at the many guards walking along the streets and said that, besides, the army has become very active lately. There are rumors that the royal army is also acting strangely and that the empire has also begun to act. Mora was surprised and asked, the royal army and the empire, what does this all mean? She calmly replied that it was just rumors. They said there was an assassination attempt on an important person in the capital, and that the disagreements between the empire and the kingdom were behind it all. An artifact was also at the center of all this. It was an artifact capable of shaking the entire kingdom. She didn't know which one, but it seemed to be circling somewhere. Mora laughed and, with a puzzled expression, asked, who even said something about an artifact and it was circling? Shalina looked at her and said that she should stop talking to her. She had heard that the kingdom and the empire were glaring at each other. Gimli, with a small smile, said that it seemed the sunken warship had something to do with it. She was surprised by what she heard and asked, is the situation really so serious that even the Navy had taken action? She sighed and said, to put it briefly, The kingdom and the empire wanted to prevent this leak at all costs. She said she understood everything, so they had strengthened border security and the naval presence. She agreed and said that they were trying to prevent a situation where artifacts could be transported across the sea. She looked at their ship and said that how inconvenient, so they couldn't use land routes near the border. Besides, this trading ship was a godsend for their journey, right? Shalina agreed and said that therefore, given the circumstances, the sea route was the best option now, or rather, the only real choice. It seemed that they had to cross several countries to reach the dark forest. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any obstacles to the movement of ordinary citizens. Wouldn't that stop trade? Mora thought about this and said that, however, it was strange. She had heard that relations between the Empire and the Kingdom had been stable until recently. Gimli said that what she was saying also made sense. Perhaps they just didn't show their hostility. From the outside, it would look like they were maintaining a balance. When this balance began to collapse, the artifacts began to spread simultaneously. Even the military power of the two countries, which had long been more or less equal, could now tilt in favor of one of the sides, creating a tense situation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that two entities are now trying to stand at the center of this world. One strives for rebirth and tries to control everything. It is the Demon King. The other entity is the one who is distributing the aforementioned artifacts. They said that no one knows what is on his mind. She would not want to be drawn into the problems between the countries. Gimli, with a slight smile, said that only the Demon King concerns them. Even these three, who had repeatedly seen the capabilities of his cursed artifacts, and at that moment could not connect the one they so feared as standing at the center of the world with the spellcaster, considered a failure. They did not even suspect that the person they were talking about could be him. They began to leave and said that they should go get their luggage. Indeed, they cannot force him to go back and forth so many times. They needed to load everything before the merchant ship sailed. Mora noticed something and said they should wait a minute. They were very surprised when they noticed MC walking towards them with all their luggage. They approached him and said that this was luggage for 4. Is a human capable of carrying such weight? She looked at his arm and said that he was wearing a homemade bracelet, a cursed artifact for carrying luggage. Therefore, as a person, he was a transport wagon, or a walking logistics column. She thought with a slightly worried look that, however, this time there was even more luggage. They walked on and Shalina asked, they all traveled together from morning until night, right? She was already tired of joking about him. Mora walked next to her and said that she understood her. He asked in a displeased tone why they were even going to joke about him. Gimli looked at him and thought that even ordinary cursed artifacts were so incredible. She knows perfectly well that he is considered an eccentric in society, but maybe he is the one who can change the world with his perfect cursed artifacts. He turned, called her, and asked if something happened. She started shaking her head in denial and thought that this definitely couldn't be. She went to them, apologized, and said that she was just thinking. 2 guards were walking next to them, who said that it was lousy. Yesterday's hangover still wouldn't go away. I agree, he drank too much yesterday. Standing guard under the scorching sun, it's simply unbearable. They approached them, apologized, and asked if it was possible to check their luggage before boarding the ship. She looked at them and asked, is this a document check? That's just what she needed. Shalina raised her hand and said that then they should start with her. The guard checked her tools and asked, so she is a blacksmith? He is grateful for her cooperation. The second guard pointed to Gale and said that it was his turn now. He agreed with a calm expression, opened his chest, and the surprised guard loudly asked, is this a collection of corpses? They covered their noses with their hands and asked, is he a curse caster or maybe a serial killer? Thus, his artifact was loaded onto the ship, and now the fate of the entire crew and passengers of the merchant vessel depended on his cursed artifacts. The guard said that they should remove it quickly. Just one look at him could feel the curse affecting him. He was indignant about this and loudly said that it was too rude. After that, they boarded the ship and set off. A crew member approached Gimli, greeted this young dark elf, and said that he apologized for not greeting her properly earlier. He extended his hand to her and said that he was the boatswain of this ship, pleased to meet him. This merchant ship was certainly not new, but she was a veteran, having gone through many long voyages. She shook his hand and said it was nice to meet him. He said that the sails may not look good, but they do more than just catch a tailwind. Depending on the tension, they can handle crosswinds and headwinds. She said that there looked to be quite a lot of room for cargo. He agreed and said that the weight of the cargo helps stabilize the ship even in stormy weather. She said that she also noticed a rather impressive ballista on board. She hoped that they would not need it. A crew member called him. He apologized and said that it was time for him to go. She turned and asked with a smile, it seems the ship is not as bad as it seemed at first glance, right? The girls sat on the floor and said that sea waves, unlike river waves, irritate the vestibular system. How she missed the gentle rocking of a riverboat. She called his name and asked if he was okay. The protagonist used a homemade choker to stabilize him against motion sickness. He agreed and said it was all thanks to this item. Mora said that, even if she wasn't imagining it, it looks like a woman's hands squeezing his neck. He said they were the hand bones of a sailor's wife, which he used as material. They say that every day, in wind and rain, without a single day of rest, She knelt on the cape praying for her husband's safety beyond the horizon. She imagined it and said that I understand. So this is the shape this woman's praying hands took. He denied it with a slightly sad look and said that she had been right all along. She turned to him and asked what he meant. He said that this story has a continuation. This husband was addicted to gambling in every port and ran up a lot of debt. She imagined this and said with a displeased tone that perhaps he even went to sea just to gamble. He said that, moreover, in every port he had affairs with women in bars. He heard that he had several local wives. Shalina, with a displeased expression, said that this meant he drank, gambled, and had fun. He said that when debt collectors and mistresses began visiting his wife's house, she learned the whole truth. When her husband returned home, thinking he was still cheating on her, she squeezed his neck with all her might. Mora apologized, but perhaps she shouldn't tell the whole story. She stood next to her and said that it was unclear whether this necklace was a sign of prayer or anger. Gimli approached them and said that whether it was concern for her traveling husband or anger at his actions, the seasickness stabilizing effect was definitely there. He remembered something and, looking worried, said he apologized. He'd forgotten he only had one such artifact. What a mistake, not preparing this for everyone in the group. They, with faces displeased by motion sickness, told him not to worry. Exactly, because the discomfort of seasickness seemed less terrible than the thought of putting it on. Of course, that didn't apply to him. He asked with a frustrated look why they thought so. It was the perfect cure for motion sickness, wasn't it? Shalina, with a displeased expression, loudly said he should see it for himself. Their attention was drawn by the sailors suddenly starting to discuss something, and she asked, "What's going on? Are they arriving already?" Gimli also looked at them and said that was impossible since their destination was at least 3 days away. She sighed with displeasure, looking into the distance and asked, "What's that over there?" She looked there too, saw something on the horizon, and asked, "What is it? It's not very visible yet, but is it a ship?" Mora said that this is a trade route, so it wouldn't be strange if there were other ships here. MC asked, "Maybe it's a pirate ship?" Although it was just a joke. She, with a calm expression, said that simply couldn't be. At that moment, a sailor started ringing the bell, which attracted his attention, and he asked, "Is that an alarm?" Shalina, in a displeased tone, said that her head already hurt. They should stop. The boatswain loudly announced that everyone should take their places. A huge suspicious object had been detected. Their team quickly ran to the ballistas and loaded the harpoons, after which they began to look around. The girls became worried about this and said that something was wrong with these sailors. Did the Kraken really sink a warship and now pirates are really operating here? He looked worried and said that they shouldn't joke around like that. They couldn't handle the pirates. Gimli looked into the distance with a worried look and thought that there was a report that the monsters had recently become more active. She laughed nervously and said that this was bad. The boatswain looked through the spyglass and loudly said that a suspicious object had been spotted. It was a kraken. It was confirmed that it was a kraken. The warship that had recently sunk was approaching them. Gale and the others looked at this monster with a worried look and asked loudly, "It shouldn't have attacked so soon, should it? This is not as they planned. It moves very fast." This huge monster swam up to them very quickly and emerged from under the water. Everyone looked at it in horror, and the sailors said loudly that it wasn't even just huge. It was no smaller in size than this ship, wasn't it? They wondered if the influence of the awakening Demon King was spreading not only to land monsters, but to sea monsters as well. The boatswain loudly announced that they should all gather their strength. They needed to raise all sails and prepare to escape. Nick looked at this in horror and asked, "Why was this happening so often lately? Why was the Kraken attacking ships again and again?" Gimli looked at this monster with a serious expression and thought that there was no time to think about reasons in such an emergency. This was a waste of time, which could cost lives. They needed to focus on how to deal with this. The boatswain called to the captain and said that they had to run. They couldn't handle this. He loudly agreed and gave the order, full speed ahead. They began to swim away, and the Kraken made a loud sound and sank under the water. Then the Kraken suddenly appeared in front of the ship. He said in shock that it not only caught up with them, but also overtook them. Nick said it was too fast. Gimli looked at it and thought that an octopus is one of the fastest sea creatures. It can hover in the water using its fins, so it can stop and start abruptly. The Kraken appeared in front of the merchant ship. Its huge and terrifying appearance caused all the passengers and crew to panic. The tentacles that the Kraken extended from the sea seemed endless. The Kraken wrapped its tentacle around a wooden pole and then snapped it in half. She cursed and thought that first it destroyed the mast and sail, which made the ship inoperable. He said everything was lost. Nick said that someone had to help them. Shalina shouted at them that they must not quit working no matter what happened. Mora said that the below were armed in case the ship was attacked. They need to fight and drive it away. He said it was madness. This ship's ballistae are only designed to repel sharks. It's impossible for a merchant vessel to be armed with anything against a kraken. MC looked at it. He said they needed to see if someone was jumping into the sea. Shalina said he needed to wait. He would freeze and die in the water. Gimli said he wasn't listening. He must be so panicked that he couldn't assess the situation clearly, or he'd rather die himself than be brutally killed by the Kraken. Shalina said that if that were the case, they'd have to deal with it themselves. Shalina confidently said they needed to move forward. Mora responded affirmatively. Gale replied that he understood her. Then Gimli leaped high into the air and said she would report the Kraken's movements from here. She responded affirmatively and told him he should get started. The Kraken approached her and looked her in the eye. She said in horror that his eyes were just huge. It was terrifying. Gimli told her he was attacking from the side. Mora used the strength enhancement skill, double stacking. She dodged backwards with a somersault. They both asked at the same time, double stacking? She thought it was the new evolutionary strength enhancement magic she'd gotten during the quest. The effect was twice as strong, but the magic consumption is also twice as high. They needed to do it right. Shalina told her that it was the same as always. They needed to recreate the time they defeated cockatrice. She used the weapon enhancement skill activation, scorching heat. She charged and said they should burn the octopus with that flaming hammer. She approached the monster and said it was naive. She'd crush those pesky tentacles first. She struck and wondered, what kind of skin is that? MC and Mora both asked at the same time. Did such a powerful blow damage it? She thought that the mucous membrane that covered the monster's entire body was absorbing the impact. Didn't attacks work on the Kraken at all? Shalina cursed and called him an idiot. She screamed as something lifted her upward. She screamed, her hammer! Gimli shouted at her to drop the weapon. She'd get caught. The Kraken's attacks aren't limited to just punches and grabs. They say it can swallow its enemy whole. Shalina said that she was too muscular and probably not tasty, so it shouldn't eat her, okay? She said there was nothing she could do about it. Then she let go of the weapon and started falling. She thought, damn, I'm in trouble. Gale shouted at her. Then the crew caught her with the sail. She said it was the sail that had torn earlier. It saved her. He said he was glad he could help in some way. Gimli said she'd heard of it, but this was the first time she'd seen it with her own eyes. It used all its tentacles to grab its target. It was deadly destruction. She imagined it instantly crushing its target, turning it to dust, and turning it into sea foam. If it got caught, that would be the end. She absolutely mustn't let it grab them. Mora stood there, trembling with fear. Its size surpassed that of the giant cockatrice. Not only its defense that couldn't be pierced even by Shalina's hammer, which had defeated the adult cockatrice, but also its attack power capable of crushing it to dust. And they were at sea. The advantage was completely on its side. They couldn't win. The Kraken looked straight at her. Gimli thought that the squid, in addition to its many amazing physical abilities, possessed high intelligence and the ability to learn. The fact that it had destroyed the ship's mast and sails in the first place was the result of a strategic attack driven by its high intelligence. Considering that the Kraken, having encountered them once again, realized she was a key figure on their team, Gimli shouted at her to be careful. The next moment, the Kraken grabbed her with a tentacle. Shalina said she no longer had her hammer. She thought that if she attacked barehanded, she would end up in its tentacles. She asked what she should do. At that moment, MC rushed past her and grabbed a sword. He shouted that he should let her go. Gimli said it was a knife. She thought that even such a smart Kraken couldn't foresee the move of Gale, the most unpredictable member of their team. MC chopped its tentacles in half into several pieces, and she began to fall. Gale said it was a knife he made for him. It was quite handy. The Kraken, who lived as the absolute ruler of the sea, was shocked and confused by having his tentacle cut off for the first time. MC ran up to her and asked if she was okay. She smiled and thanked him. She said she couldn't believe she'd lost it during the fight, but when he grabbed her, she came to her senses, and she'd also found a nickname based on her dinner. This knife is the blade of the world's most powerful Death Reaper. In combat, it should be able to cut through anything. Even the Kraken's tentacle, which hadn't missed a single attack, was cut off in one fell swoop. However, to attack, she had to get close enough, so she told Gimli to continue observing the Kraken's movements. She told Shalina to draw the remaining tentacle toward her. If they managed to hold off the other tentacles, Gale should have a chance to approach and attack him. She said that in turn, she would cast support magic on them. She asked, on both at the same time? Right? That's what she mastered after leveling up. She touched her finger to their foreheads and said that first, they would make it so they could run, ignoring the rocking of the ship in the water. She used the skill's simultaneous adaptation to the environment. Then she continued, and then, familiar. She used the skill simultaneous enhancement of all abilities. She told them that they should attack and retreat at the right time, driving him into a corner. MC said, right, if he cuts off the remaining 9 tentacles, he won't be able to attack. Shalina said that besides, they won't have any problems cooking squid for a long time. The Kraken came to his senses. Gimli shouted at her and said that his tentacles were attacking both of them at the same time. Gale looked back and said that it was dangerous. Shalina said that he looked very angry. She noticed him attacking her just in time, and at that moment, she used the blacksmith's kick skill. Gimli said it was incredible. She deflected the Kraken's tentacles, flexible as a whip. She wondered if casting the spell simultaneously would drain magical energy. Which would come first? Would they defeat him, or would they collapse from exhaustion? Shalina shouted at him, saying that after losing one tentacle, his movements had clearly slowed down, hadn't they? After saying that, she rushed to attack him. MC looked tired. He thought the buff was working, that Shalina was distracting him. He had just rushed in. Gimli said that, despite his desperate desire to save Mora, he was clearly hesitating. Unless the enemy was the undead he specialized in, it was inevitable. Putting him, a rearguard fighter, in the vanguard position initially was very unwise. She said that then she would also provide fire support. She aimed the slingshot at the squid's eye. She said its bulging eyes were disgusting, but they were very easy to aim at. She would destroy its sight with this. She fired the slingshot and hit it right in the eyes. She said, "What a shame," but she knew she couldn't do any damage that way. It was a smoke bomb that exploded on impact. Gale was preparing to attack. Gimli told him that now was the time. MC used the grinding skill. She thought that to allow him to attack, she needed to completely block the enemy's vision with a smoke screen. But as soon as he starts attacking, he shows what no one else can do. This man is the weakest and the strongest of them all at the same time. Another tentacle crumbled into small pieces. Shalina said that was excellent. He delivered a series of strikes. Mora said he was like a skilled chef. He has excellent knife skills. Gimli thought, now half left, 5 more pieces. The smoke screen was gradually disappearing. Gimli told him the smoke was starting to clear, and he needed to retreat to a safe distance from the tentacles. Gale said he understood and started running back. At that moment, the squid emerged even further behind MC and looked straight at him. Gale turned and looked at it. Gimli called out to it. The kraken released a large amount of ink. MC's knife flew to the side and then landed on the floor. She called out to him. Shalina said he was hit directly. MC was covered in ink. He coughed and thought, damn, ink got in his eyes. He can't see anything. Gimli thought it was a squid. It could attack with ink. Now his vision was blocked. He looked at Gale's knife. He said that he was in his place. He would raise that blade and attack. He just had to wait. He stopped him and said that he couldn't do that. It emits an unusual, terrifying energy. Maybe it was a cursed item? Gimli said it was true. Even though the user had modified it, it was originally that dreadful death scythe. So they couldn't predict the consequences if someone else picked it up. He could slash everyone here for food, indiscriminately, or even cut off his own head. He was frightened and thought, right, this is both the most powerful and the most dangerous weapon. Shalina shouted that something was happening to the kraken. It was shaking all over. The kraken was gradually sinking underwater. Everything was shaking, including its tentacles. Shalina was very surprised and asked, really? And they were back to square one. Gimli answered in the negative and said that by regenerating its limbs, the kraken had noticeably drained its strength. They had definitely cornered it. Shalina said that Gale couldn't see anything in front of him, if no one but him could use that blade. Mora continued for her and said that they no longer had the ability to weaken the kraken. The kraken's wrath, reaching its peak, is directed at MC, who has caused him so much suffering. MC rubbed his eyes and said that he was slowly beginning to see what was happening now. At that moment, he saw a tentacle in front of him that grabbed him. MC groaned in pain as the kraken squeezed him. Gimli asked, is this really such a fatal destruction? Mora covered her mouth and said that the same thing would happen to MC as with that hammer. Shalina rushed forward and grabbing the kraken's tentacles, said that he should let go of Gale. The next moment, the kraken raised its tentacles and struck Shalina. Gimli thought, why did she bring him here? Why did she drag him, an outsider, into the problems of the Dark Elf clan? If she hadn't invited him, he wouldn't have met his death here. He would have continued to live peacefully in his store. With a look of regret on her face, she asked him for forgiveness. Mora said that couldn't be right. Not that, because she hadn't told him anything yet. She called him. MC used the deadly destruction skill. Everyone was very surprised by this. Then Gale used the reverse deadly destruction skill. Everyone was even more shocked. Gimli asked, reverse? Mora said that the kraken instantly shattered into pieces. Shalina, surprised, said that it just happened. She called him. Gale landed on the ship. He said that it was all thanks to this. He pointed to his hand, which was wearing a necklace. The necklace shattered into pieces. Mora exclaimed, it's that cursed necklace. MC said that when he receives a constricting attack, the damage from that attack doubles and is reflected back at the enemy once, a special effect along with his wife's. The girls were shocked. Shalina said it was true, but it was the artifact itself. The kraken regenerated its limbs and drained its strength, then regained its deadly technique twice as much. No wonder it shattered into pieces. No matter how many ships it sank, it's ironic that in the end, it became fish food itself. Did he plan this? Gale denied it and said he was completely focused on fulfilling his unusual role in such a critical situation. He hadn't even considered it. If the kraken's attack had been a beating or devouring attack, rather than a crushing one, this effect wouldn't have worked. Mora said she was very glad everything worked out. Then she ran up to MC and hugged him. Gale said she'd get ink on her. She replied that it didn't matter. The kraken's tentacles had been squeezing him so badly, and she wanted to overwrite that memory with her hug. MC stood there a little shocked, unsure what to do. Gale looked a little awkward, raised his hand and placed it on her head. Shalina stood there smiling and watched. Gimli came down, approached her, and laughed. She said that the kraken was the main boss in this area, and now no more krakens would appear on this trade route. It seemed that the MC's evasion skill and luck would benefit everyone who used this trade route in the future. The entire crew began to crawl out of their safe spots. She said that she didn't quite understand why the kraken exploded on its own. He said that it didn't matter why, they were saved. That's what mattered. She thought that, unfortunately, it looked like he wouldn't praise them for it. Nick noticed a sound and asked, is the kraken still alive? The girls simultaneously asked in surprise, what? The 3 of them looked overboard, and there were 3 sailors there. He told them to take them on board too. Shalina said that the sailors had jumped into the sea. Nick ordered a lifeboat to be lowered for them. Once they finished repairing the ship, the case would be closed. He apologized and said there was some bad news. The blade that had cut the kraken was nowhere to be found. He had to leave it on deck, as it was unknown what curse it might have had if he had picked it up. During the explosion, it looks like it was blown off the deck into the sea. Nothing can be done. Even the mast that the giant squid broke is nowhere to be seen. At least it's better than losing your life. Gale agreed with him and said he had nothing to apologize for. As for the blade, the materials for it were fairly easy to obtain. When he returned to the shop, he could make a new one. Besides, the curse on those materials was 99% neutralized, so they could use it without any problems. He was too busy trying to wash the ink out of his eyes to hear their conversation. He was very surprised by this. Shalina, disappointed, said that Reaper items were easy to obtain. Mora also expressed disappointment and said that the Reaper's curse was 99% neutralized. Shalina grabbed MC and said she was already exhausted. He shouldn't tire her out with more jokes. Gale panicked and said he wasn't joking. Gimli thought that was true. This man exceeded all her expectations. She turned and looked into the distance. She said that soon she would be able to introduce MC to them, a unique genius. Sitting on a rock, she caught a butterfly. Minerva, the head of the Dark Elf clan. She looked at the butterfly and said, "That's it. They say misfortunes never come alone." At that moment, even Gimli couldn't imagine that a new sea threat was approaching the ship they were sailing on. Gale crouched down next to the shards of his necklace and said that he had loved this unique artifact so much, and now it was shattered. Shalina told him he shouldn't be so upset. Mora said that at least they defeated the Kraken. MC turned to them and said, "Yeah, well, that's a whole different story. Why doesn't anyone understand this cool design?" At that moment, Gale realized something and said that something too artistic won't necessarily be understood by everyone. MC found a convenient explanation. Gale said that his taste in cursed objects was ultimately only understood by that girl. He wondered how she was doing. Vivian called Kara and said that she would also go with her to explore Farm Edge. Kara asked her if they couldn't do without her. She replied that they couldn't. The guys continued sailing. At this time, Shalina was repairing the ship after an encounter with the Kraken. He apologized to her and said that although she was technically a passenger, she helped them with the repairs. Shalina jumped onto the deck and said that while she might not be a professional shipwright, as a blacksmith she would do the best she could. They'd averted the sinking for now, he said, but the main mast, broken by the Kraken and sunk into the sea, was beyond what they could repair here. Gimli said that meant the ship was completely impossible to steer, meaning they were stuck here. MC was cleaning the deck and said it was more like a large floating vessel now than a ship. Mora said that, considering the horror they'd been through, he should at least be glad the ship hadn't sunk. Gimli thought that was true for now, but the feeling of being trapped in the middle of the sea would be compounded by hunger, as the food supplies dwindled with each passing day. The passengers and crew of this ship could gradually lose their minds, even to the point of rioting over the remaining meager food supplies. She hoped the situation would improve before that happened. Nick said it looked like they could avoid sinking. Now it was time to show him, the captain, who loved the sea and was loved by the sea. She asked how. Was it really possible to steer the ship in such a state? The captain replied that they would see. They decided to light a fire, and he said it was signal smoke, and that a passing ship would rescue them any minute. It all depended on luck. Mora said he shouldn't show off by lighting signal fires. Shalina asked what the chances were that another ship would appear right now in the middle of this vast sea. Gimli looked at the signal smoke and said the only consolation was that the calm meant there was little rolling, but since they couldn't set the sails properly, if a storm came, they'd just have to endure it. Shalina said discontentedly that, besides, repairing the leak was only a temporary measure. If a storm damaged the ship, there was no telling where the water would come from. Mora said that indeed, the sky was changing suspiciously. Gale looked to the side and noticed something. Then he said it was a ship. A ship was sailing towards them. Mora exclaimed joyfully. Shalina told the captain that the ship had appeared so quickly. The sea truly loved it. They started shouting for the ship to help them. Everyone was overjoyed, seeing a ship that could theoretically help them all. Mora looked happily at first, but then she asked in surprise, "Isn't that approaching sound somehow muffled?" Shalina looked into the distance and said that this ship was much more battered than theirs, wasn't it? Gimli looked at it and said that, despite this, the driving force with which it was clearly heading toward them was impossible for such a dilapidated ship. It must be some special force. Then she realized something and said that it was a ghost ship. They say that if someone encounters a mysterious ship at sea that continues to exist despite serious damage to the hull, then it's trouble. MC looked at it and asked, "Isn't that a ghost ship?" The girls hugged each other and stood there, trembling with fear. The sailor gave the signal and said it was a ghost ship. After the Kraken, an ominous ghost ship was chasing them. Gimli looked at the flag on the ship and wondered if that was the flag of the Imperial Army. She remembered telling the boys that someone was saying the Kraken had recently appeared and sunk some warship. Suddenly, she realized and said that the warship attacked by the Kraken was Imperial, and it had turned into a ghost ship. The captain looked at the bow of the ship and said, "That bow of the ship? That movement? Surely it wasn't going to ram their vessel?" The sailor said it was an attack when a ship rams the enemy at full speed with its horn-like bow. Mora asked again, "Is that a strange attack?" He said that firing ballistas and catapults, along with boarding, was a well-known naval tactic. The captain said that if they were rammed, a huge hole would inevitably appear in the ship's side. Gimli continued to stare at the ship and said that now the ghost ship was trying to sink their merchant vessel. The saying, "tiger in front, wolf behind," kept running through her head. She thought that on this uncontrollable ship, they had no chance of escape, and after the fight with the Kraken, they had no strength left to fight. Her hammer is destroyed, and MC's knife is missing. Gimli told them that the only remaining option was to somehow negotiate a halt to the attack. If you think about it, if the ghosts on the ship were the ones who had been mauled by the Kraken, then they had avenged them, so they had no reason to attack them. The captain was very agitated and told her to stop talking nonsense. It was impossible to communicate with them. He told her to take a good look. Those on the ship were ghosts, their consciousness gone, having met a terrible end. They find pleasure only in plunging others into misery, sadness, and failure. They were the drowned dead. The captain said, "Who would have thought they would encounter the undead at sea?" Suddenly it started raining and everyone stood in shock, staring at the ghost ship. He said that the time before the collision was the last mercy granted by God. He should write a letter to his wife and daughter, who remained in the port, put it in a bottle, and throw it into the sea. He would pray that it reached them with good luck. He went to the table and picked up a pen. He wanted to start writing, but his whole body was shaking. He thought his hands were shaking so much that the letters were illegible. Shalina said that since there was nothing she could do, maybe she should have a drink. It would probably be her last. Gimli stood in the rain, looking up at the sky. She mentally addressed Minerva. They were in a hopeless situation. Mora said that they were driven only by envy of the living, drowned undead, impossible to reason with, but they should wait. She turned around and said that there was someone here who could speak with the undead. Everyone simultaneously turned to MC. He said that who would have thought they would encounter the undead at sea. Gimli said that everyone had said the same thing, but only one person saw the situation differently. Shalina, holding bottles of alcohol, asked him if he could even speak with the undead. Mora called Gale and said that if everyone on that ghost ship was undead, then maybe, like before, he should speak with the undead and lift the curse. She looked at him hopefully. MC smiled and said that wasn't a bad idea. Gimli said thoughtfully, "She's at sea, against so many opponents. Everything will be completely different from in the dungeon. Does he have a plan?" Gale looked at her and answered positively. Then he said that, fortunately, he still had time to install the magical artifacts. He installed the artifact and was pleased with his work. He approached the captain. He explained that when ramming, not only the ship being attacked suffers damage, but the attacker also suffers considerable damage. In the worst case, they could sink along with the enemy ship. The captain said that ships are very expensive, so such crude methods of combat gradually fell into disuse. But a ghost ship doesn't care about such things. MC told him, but this ramming attack or something similar would actually be beneficial. If the ghost ship made contact, that's when it would be able to transfer the maximum enhanced effect of the magical artifacts. Mora asked him if he wanted to do the same thing he usually does with the undead, only this time with the entire ship. MC happily answered yes and said he would lift the curse from the entire ship and the entire undead crew. Gimli, puzzled, asked if that was possible. Gale replied that theoretically it was, but they wouldn't know until they tried. Gimli looked up and said that if he failed, this place would become their unmarked graves, meaning death or lifting the curse. The captain, surprised, repeated after her, "Death or lifting the curse." Shalina said they could only rely on him. Mora called Gale and used her adapt to the environment skill. She said that now, when the ghost ship approached, even if the merchant vessel was tossed by the waves and wind, it would be able to maintain its balance. Gale thanked her. She said death or lifting the curse. The leader was surprised, but then agreed. He turned and started walking away from her. She thought it was because she still hadn't spent enough time with Gale. MC jumped higher and saw skeletons. Gimli thought, as expected of an imperial ship, it was much larger than this merchant ship. She said if it hit them, they would be finished. Shalina said, and it seems the crew is as difficult to communicate with as a giant squid. He shouted that there was a collision now. Everyone should brace for impact. Gale stood in front of the imperial ship, then used the skill ultimate curse lift. Mora thought that MC should save them, the people on this ship and the people on the ghost ship. Gale stood opposite the captain of the ghost ship. Before his very eyes, the undead transformed into a human. MC smiled contentedly at this. Gimli asked what it was. The ghost ship stopped just short of the merchant vessel. The captain said it looked as if they had carefully moored side by side. They both simultaneously said that this meant the inevitable had been averted so early, at the last moment. Gimli, relieved, said they were saved. Mora said, and not only that, the squall had turned into a gentle breeze. Shalina said the storm waves had become ripples. The gloomy sky was brightening before their eyes. A sailor emerged from the cabin where he was writing a letter to his wife and daughter and saw the imperial ship. Gale shouted for the entire crew to salute. Then he put his hand to his head. Everyone else followed suit. The captain of the imperial vessel also saluted him. He drew his sword and Gimli said, "It's an incredible sight, isn't it?" Mora answered affirmatively and said she still couldn't believe her eyes. She asked MC if these were the souls of all the undead from the ghost ship, correct? Gale replied in the negative. At that moment, the girls assumed a fighting stance. They simultaneously asked if there were any more left. MC turned and awkwardly said that, on the contrary, the impulse had been so strong that even the lost ghosts from 1C had been freed. She thought this was too much. Gimli said that even if the undead were banished, the merchant ships still couldn't move, leaving them at a dead end. Mora looked at the seagull and said she envied them. Gale said they should transfer then. The girls asked again. Transfer? Mora asked. To what? Gimli said. Isn't that really possible? They had no other choice. MC answered positively and pointed to the Imperial ship. He smiled contentedly and said that if they transferred to the ghost ship, they could continue their voyage. Gale thanked them for defeating the Kraken. They said they would give them this as thanks. MC and his crew got a ghost ship. The girls asked, is he serious? He asked, do they really have to transfer to such a creepy ship? Shalina said that the ghost should disappear. She said they'd made temporary repairs, but the damage was too severe. The merchant ship would inevitably sink soon. Gale said he understood now. The sailors said they had no choice. They needed to reload their belongings immediately. The next day, he said everything had been moved. The merchant ship was slowly sinking, as if saying its service here was over. The sailors said the weight of the cargo had increased the ship's draft, which also helped ensure its stability. Mora loudly thanked them for everything. After that, they grabbed the railing, and their faces immediately changed. She said there were shellfish and seaweed here. Indeed, this was a new ship, a ghost ship. Mora said, well, it seemed that all the difficulties of sea travel were finally behind them. Gimli said that the ghost ship attacking their stranded merchant ship, MC, had single-handedly solved these major problems at once. Even experienced heroes couldn't handle such a thing. Only someone who had mastered the cursed weapon could. Shalina laughed and said she'd found a lot of good stuff, a military crossbow and an imperial battle axe. They'd been drenched in seawater, but if they were cleaned, they'd still be useful. Gale excitedly remarked on the abundance of items, lots of fresh materials from the undead. Mora loudly protested. How fresh can it be if it's undead? Everything was rotten, and it smelled unpleasant, he said. And so, thanks to MC and the others, they can get back on track. Gale awkwardly said with a smile that while they'd been transferring cargo all night, he'd cast enhancement magic on the ghost ship, and now they'd get there faster than any other ship. Mora covered her face with her hands and said that getting a ghost ship was unheard of. Gimli also covered her face with her hands and said, and turning it into a magical artifact, that's completely unprecedented. And yet, in addition to the ghost ship, they were also given these abandoned gold bars. Can they really take all of that? Gimli said sure, but in exchange, they were obligated to call at the ports they indicated, and they needed to do so with priority. The sailor said that if this was their way of thanking them, it would be nothing. The captain said he'd already explained to everyone who had helped them obtain the ghost ship and defeat the Kraken. No one on this ship would object to the Savior's request. MC thoughtfully said that, as its creator, he would now tell them about the characteristics of this magical artifact, created from a wild ghost ship. They should prepare to hear about its extraordinary capabilities. They were all a little surprised and wondered what its characteristics were. Mora said it was starting again. Shalina said he performed an incredible feat yesterday, so it was no big deal. MC explained that it was originally a large Imperial ship, and after being transformed into an undead vessel, it now possesses incredible powers, speed, and unsinkability. The sailor said it was a sailor's dream come true. MC said the ship would be safe even if attacked. There it is, a powerful catapult. By the way, the projectiles are skulls. He said there's even protection against pirates. Gimli said they'd simply turn a blind eye to this terrible taste. Gale said, and finally, the controls. They need to experience the unimaginable, beyond common sense. It's automatic. Mora said it was incredible. Then she looked closer and asked, what? She saw a shadow near the wheel and said it wasn't an autopilot, it was a ghost pilot. MC said she needed to tell the ghost ship a destination, and it would go there itself. She just needed to point the direction. Nick said it was incredible. Well, that meant the call was theirs. Gimli looked at him and said that then, without further ado, they needed to set a course to the northeast. She pointed her finger in the direction and said that they needed to go to that forest. The ghost ship moved towards the dark forest. Nick said in surprise that it moved. Gale said, ah, right. And lastly, Mora and Shalina said suspiciously, is that so? MC, very happily, with a smile, said that of course it is cursed. The girls said that they knew it. The sailor asked, cursed? The captain said, what kind of curse? Gale enthusiastically said that once they get on this ship, they will never be able to get off it. They all asked at the same time, is it impossible to get off? Gimli, disappointed, said that even if they reach their destination, they will not be able to get off the ship. And then what will they do? MC said that this can be solved by lifting the curse. Mora said that only he can do that. It is so arrogant, as if he is saying that if there is no bread, then they must eat cakes. His words sound just as arrogant. MC said they needed to get this. It was a curse-removing talisman. If they needed more, they needed to go to Gale's magic item shop. The shop was in Farm Edge. Oh right, and the catapult skulls were consumables. They both said they couldn't do without them. Shalina said he seemed to be starting to understand the trade. Right? Gimli thought Gale's magic item shop was in Farm Edge. She called them over and said she'd been meaning to say this the whole time, but she apologized. MC, surprised, asked, why so suddenly? Gimli said the Kraken attack, the ghost ship chase, they'd been forced to face death time and time again, and she'd put them all in danger. If only she hadn't gotten them involved in the Dark Elf clan's troubles. She wanted to apologize again, but Mora interrupted her and said that if that was the case, she didn't need to say anything more. Gale said that somehow it had been resolved. Besides, everyone was here. They had agreed to follow them. And anyway, steering a ghost ship was something that couldn't be experienced if you stayed on land. True, it might be difficult for you, but he was looking forward to this journey. Shalina said that was true, and if the Demon Lord was completely revived, it wouldn't just be a problem for the Dark Elf clan. She wouldn't want to end up in a situation where she couldn't even have a drink in peace. They all looked at Gimli with smiles. She said the salty wind was stinging her eyes. Gimli called Mora and asked if she hadn't told MC anything yet, right? Had she forgotten? She awkwardly replied that she hadn't had a single good moment to say anything to that eternally insensitive guy. Gimli said, "So what? She's just going to keep quiet?" Then she just tricked them. Maybe she should retrain as a con artist? She sheepishly said that she shouldn't mock her. He's either collecting undead materials or conjuring artifacts all night long. Does she know what that looks like? 2 a.m. Mora said that Gale would never be the first to say either "I love you" or "I hate you." He's only interested in obsessions and curses. Gimli mockingly said that her skill is avoiding love. She asked her to stop mocking her already. She'll stop making excuses and admit it. She's afraid of rejection. Even now, just being around MC makes her feel happy in her own way. If she searches for more happiness and suddenly nothing comes of it, what if she loses everything? Shalina told him that he made something again from the materials he collected. Gale said that he prepared something that can be used in the forest. Mora said that maybe they would become so awkward that she wouldn't be able to be on the same team with him anymore. Gimli thoughtfully said that now she understood. Everyone thinks differently, but while she was thinking like that, some other woman might win MC's heart. She was upset, she said. Oh well. Gimli said that, by the way, she was one of those women too. She said that all she did was tease her. Just as Gale and his crew were coming to an end of their voyage, the two reached the agricultural town of Farm Edge. He read the sign that said, MC's Cursed Item Master. Then he asked, "Is this an artifact shop? They haven't heard of it. What will they do?" He said that they've come all this way. They have no choice but to act. They went into the shop. Liznet greeted them. Then her expression changed and said they were clearly not customers. He said she seemed to notice. He told him that they always only had one option. Luckily, there were no witnesses here. They could calmly conduct a quick inspection of the goods after they got rid of her. Liznet went into battle mode. He used the skill, Hail of Throwing Knives. Liznet flipped the table and used the skill, Reflect with the tabletop. He asked what to use against their brotherly combination, the countertop as a shield. Liznet said they were dirty robbers. Good thing she had prepared a trap for such an eventuality. He said she had good reflexes and speed. He said that an ordinary person would be left in a sieve. Liznet smiled madly and said, but unfortunately, she is no ordinary person. She is a person of darkness. She called them pathetic and said that if she were in shape, she would have caught at least one of the knives and thrown it back, finishing them off. He got angry and told her not to get cocky. There were two of them, and she was alone. Liznet said that was fine. And besides, in her sick state, she had no chance of winning. They began closing in on her for the attack. She said that close combat was her thing. She jumped over one of them and stopped the second brother's strike. She delivered a sharp roundhouse kick, but he dodged the attack, and she immediately grabbed his head with both hands. She delivered a very powerful flying knee to his face, and he began coughing up blood. The second robber ran towards her and tried to grab her, but she delivered a spinning elbow strike to his face. She said that knees and elbows are durable parts of the body, regardless of physical shape or build. They can be called natural weapons of a living body. Attacking her, a martial artist without a weapon, is ridiculous. What happened to them? Are they out of weapons? These throwing knives with their meager trajectory, no matter how many they throw, won't even touch her. One of them grabbed a sword hanging on the wall, grinned, and said that now he has a weapon. The curse began to take effect. He lowered it, and his brother asked, "Wait, is this sword really cursed?" He turned sharply towards it and slashed at it. He was very surprised by this and asked, "What is he doing?" He was fighting in the wrong direction. He tried to stop his hand with the sword and said loudly that his body was not obeying it and he could not throw it away either. Liznet looked at them with a sly and sinister grin and said that when a person loses their composure, they make mistakes that are unthinkable in normal times. For example, grabbing a cursed object without thinking. They lost the ability to think clearly. She had been provoking them all this time to throw them off balance and gain a psychological advantage. She remembered the past and thought that this was why she, confused in the face of a horde of undead, was defeated by Gale, who remained calm. She looked at them and said that, by the way, he chose a good thing and picked up a bloody sword. It has the lifesteal effect and converts the damage dealt into restored health for the owner. It is a masterpiece that allows you to attack and heal at the same time. She remembered how earlier, when he was creating this sword, he called her and asked if she knew how lifesteal works, right? She agreed and said that this ability allows you to heal at the expense of damage dealt. That's how it works. He agreed with this and said that this sword has lifesteal with the highest coefficient. She thought about it and said that a high coefficient, even 20%, would be impressive. But he wouldn't say that it is 50%, would he? He chuckled because of this and said that it is not even close. She said with a smile that she thought so. He said with a joyful expression on his face that it is 100%. Liznet was very surprised by this, ran up to him and said loudly that this is impossible. Seriously, such things don't happen. He calmly said that it is all about the material. That's the beauty of cursed artifacts. This is a bloody sacred sword. In one country, during a struggle for succession, a man personally killed his own brothers. He heard that he killed them with this very sword. He hung this sword on the wall, and she said that this sword itself already carries a dark history. However, if it falls into the hands of a first-class master of cursed items, then even the most absurd enchantment effects can become reality. He agreed and said that besides, the sword originally had one special feature. It cuts through everyone nearby, regardless of the will of the owner. She asked how to use it in general. He said that, for example, it would be suitable for solo quests. She thought for a moment and said that if alone, then she wouldn't have to worry about it attacking allies. Although, solo quests sometimes make you feel lonely, but in battle, such an effect can be seen as a way to boost morale. He asked thoughtfully, or say, when organizing a rebellion. In moments like these, when nerves can fail, this sword will help you complete your mission without hesitation. She looked at her hand and said that among assassins, it often happens that a trembling hand leads to a miss and the failure of a mission. However, this sword will complete the task regardless of its owner's doubts. She thought that this was a unique ability that even the best artifacts did not possess. These are the properties that distinguish cursed items belonging to the darkness. Cursed items are much deeper than they appear at first glance. It is not surprising that he is so fascinated by it. Currently, Liznet said that this sword seems to be particularly attracted to the blood of siblings. Once equipped, this can no longer be removed. Even if the strength is exhausted, it will force the owner to continue fighting. He will swing this sword until his death. They were very frightened because of this, and she said in a calm voice that she could calmly watch this spectacle. But cleaning up the blood from the floor was too much of a hassle. As a bonus for his first visit, she would give him an amulet to remove the curse. If they hurried with the treatment, they might still survive. Now they must leave here immediately. They ran out of the shop with a very frightened look and loudly apologized for what happened. She looked at the open door and with a serious expression said that she would not flinch in front of pathetic robbers. In the past, she had been through many deadly battles. Her heart had long been tempered and, moreover, the power of the Demon King himself flowed within it. She looked at the sword lying on the floor and said that even without being here, he could deal with such freaks. He was simply incredible. Even from a distance, he protected his home. She would also protect his shop until he returned. Thinking about him, Liznet made an oath to herself. Meanwhile, his crew was approaching their goal. From the ghost ship, they transferred to a small boat. In complete silence, their boat moved forward. The girls looked ahead with displeasure and asked, automatic control, right? Honestly, it's convenient, but still creepy. Gimli looked ahead and said that it looked like they were almost there. The protagonist looked back, asked to stop, and they became even more worried because he was talking to a ghost. She jumped into the water and said that she would go first. The others also went ashore and said that they finally reached the dark forest. How creepy it was. Once they entered it, it would be a completely different world. They entered the forest, and he said that here, wherever he looked, there was dense thicket. Mora walked next to him and said that it seemed like the goal was not so far away. However, walking through this untouched wilderness would not be easy. Shalina sighed and said that she would clear the paths, and she should lead them. They should keep up. She cut through the bushes in their path with her axe, heard some sound and said that there were an incredible number of living creatures here. She was walking behind her and said that they cannot relax. She looked up and said that it was good that she managed to get this first-class battle axe on the ghost ship. She opened her eyes and was very surprised when she noticed a monster flying above them. She asked in a surprised tone, "Isn't that a wyvern?" MC noticed another huge monster walking nearby and asked if it was really a troll. Gimli knocked them to the ground and said that they should be quiet. This monster began to look around, but did not see them because of the trees. She quietly said, with a serious expression, that they must not make noise and attract their attention. Luckily, they are too small for them and are difficult to notice. If they do not stick their heads out, they will not be touched. Mora, with a slightly frightened expression, said that compared to the sea where there was nowhere to run, the forest was probably safer. She added that, however, one still shouldn't let one's guard down. Moving in a straight line through the forest or mountains would seem like such a simple thing. However, people unconsciously choose the most convenient route due to the shift in their center of gravity, the leading foot, and other individual habits. As a result, one can imperceptibly begin to move in circles. It seems as if they are heading straight for their goal, but in fact, they are simply wandering through the same area. This is called circular wandering. She was surprised by what she heard and said that she shouldn't have been so careless about this forest. With a calm smile, she said that everyone makes mistakes, even she. Shalina approached her and asked what she was getting at. They were all very surprised when she said that she was lost. They were about to ask something loudly, but she shut their mouths. They calmed down and said more quietly that she was a local after all. She said with a slightly worried expression that she just hadn't been here for a long time. She looked up and asked what they should do now. The forest was already plunging into complete darkness. Gimli said that in a dark forest, it gets dark earlier. They needed to set up camp. They were worried by what they heard. Shalina grabbed her by the shoulders and asked in a nervous tone, "Is everything really okay with this forest? Something doesn't like it." She looked at her calmly and asked, "Did she not trust her?" He approached them and said that they should stop arguing. They needed to find a suitable place for a camp. She was still unhappy and said that he was right. He said with a calm expression that then he would go first and they should follow him. She asked if he really knew the way. He walked on and said that this was not entirely true, but he was used to the darkness. They followed him, and Gimli said that the dense thickets and uneven ground did not hinder him at all. She walked in front of her and asked if it seemed like he was used to walking on uneven terrain. They could barely keep up with him. Mora walked alongside, agreed, and said that he was an expert in exploring ruins, cemeteries, and places teeming with undead. She walked next to her and said that the darkness and monotonous landscape around him were familiar to him. In such places, bones were everywhere. From his point of view, exploring the dark forest is just another version of his usual adventures, right? They walked a little more. MC noticed something and said that they should come here. It seemed like there should be a pond here. Shalina turned around and asked, "Is that true?" Gimli, looking a little worried, said that she had no idea how to navigate this area. She was angry about this and said that she couldn't be trusted at all. Mora was more forgiving and said that she couldn't possibly know the entire dark forest from start to finish. She laughed, agreed in a nervous tone, and said that it was her fault. If they had come to some familiar place, she would have immediately understood where they were. Shalina turned to her and said in a displeased voice that, however, they got lost precisely because they couldn't find such a place. She was very worried about what was happening and apologized for it. They approached him, and he turned to them and said that they should listen. There were a lot of plants with fruits here, so it seemed to him that there was a source of water nearby. They began to listen, and said with surprise that she could hear the sound of running water. Amazing. He is simply a master. Gimli came to the cliff and said that she saw a small stream. In some places, it goes underground, forming underground streams. Gale went further, looked out from behind a bush, and with a joyful expression on his face, said that he had found it. He saw a rather spacious lawn and looked around. The girls came up to him and were very surprised when they saw this place. He asked with a joyful voice, "How do they like this place?" She said that there is sandy soil. It is an excellent place for a camp. The other girls also agreed that it was an excellent place for a camp. He asked then, "Is it a unanimous decision? They can set up camp here." They all agreed, put their things on the floor, and Shalina said that they should do everything as agreed. At her signal, everyone threw down their things. Gimli went to explore the surrounding area to find familiar landmarks. She didn't go too far so as not to get lost. Shalina was busy collecting firewood. The rest went to look for food nearby. They came to a pond, and Mora said that they didn't know how long they would have to stay there, so it was a matter of life and death. He looked at the water and said that there was a lot here. Clear water is a good sign. He opened his backpack and asked if maybe they could make a simple fishing rod. She came up to him and asked how he would do it. He said that this forest was full of insects that would be suitable as bait. "You can use a bone as a hook." She said in a slightly nervous tone that it was only he who always carried all sorts of bones with him. He broke one bone and said that she should look at it. If you take a dried thick bone, there is fibrous marrow inside it. If you extract it, it is so strong and sharp that it can replace a fishhook. You need to tie the fishing line and bait, and also hide the bent hook. He cast the bait into the pond, and pretty quickly the first fish bit. He caught a fish and asked, "Well, how is it?" She was surprised that it worked, and asked. He threw the bait, and in just a few seconds, the protagonist calmly said that in the depths of the forest, fish are much dumber than in the sea or river. She said that even his survival skills are incredible. He really goes beyond all limits. After that, he cast the bait again and quickly caught the second fish. She looked at him with admiration and said that it was amazing. He turned to her, called her, and asked if she wanted to try. Mora was very embarrassed by the surprise and asked if she could. She took the fishing rod and asked, confused, how she should do it. He said that she should just put a worm on the hook and cast. If there was a bite, she should wait a little. The hook is fragile, so it's better to let the fish swallow it. It's easier to pull it out that way. She cast the bait and said with surprise that she caught something. He looked at it and said that it was great. She should just wait. He gave her a signal. She was confused because of this, pulled it out. But as it turned out, the hook broke, and he said so. She was shaking with anger and said that it was very annoying. He started to make the hook again and said that it was normal for the first time. He handed her the hook with bait and said that she could take it. She was surprised by this and said that it was just in the way. MC said in a calm tone that everything was fine. She shouldn't worry. She should try again. As soon as the fish bit, Mora pulled the rod and was able to catch her first fish. She was surprised by this. He caught the fish in his hands and said with surprise that it was such a big fish. His attention was caught by the fact that she quietly said something. She grabbed him and started screaming loudly and joyfully and said that she caught it. Shalina peeked out from behind a bush and said that when she heard a loud scream, she thought something had happened and she came running here. She saw them hugging and said that they were just enjoying fishing. She started to leave and said with a smirk that she would not disturb them. They were a little embarrassed about this, agreed, and said goodbye. Later they came to the camp, started cooking the fish over the fire, and he said with a happy expression that it was time to eat. Mora also looked at it and happily said that it smelled so appetizing. Shalina bit into the cooked fish and said in a satisfied voice that it was delicious. A simple baked fish, but juicy. It was simply wonderful. Gimli also started eating it, agreed, and said that it was very tasty. He said there was still a little time left. They could eat and not be shy. Mora called her and asked how the surveillance had gone. She, looking a little upset, said that she didn't even know. The general direction was clear, but pinpointing the exact location was still difficult, especially in this darkness. He calmly said that there was nothing they could do. After finishing dinner, they should make camp. Shalina agreed and said that they should distribute the watches. Mora said that was right. It would be hard for one to stand guard. Gimli said that even if they were full, everyone was tired after the long journey. He approached the backpack, turned to them and asked if they should just set traps. He set up numerous instantly set magical traps with a paralysis spell based on the effect of the ghost ship, a freezing spell using the low temperature of the seabed. Gale stood in place with a smug smile, and they loudly asked, "What camp?" He said that these traps would detect hostile monsters if they came close and would activate immediately, paralyzing them. Of course, he enchanted them hastily, so it would only last for one night. So, thanks to him, they were able to spend the night without being attacked by monsters. However, finding themselves among the creepy effigies of skulls, the night passed strangely. After that, they pitched a tent and all went to bed together. They had a dream in which they met an elf sitting on stones, who said that they were welcome to the village of the Dark Elves. Mora looked at her with a surprised expression on her face and thought that she had a feeling of being welcomed. What a majestic place this was. She looked at her and said that she had the same eyes, hair, and skin color as Gimli, even the shape of her ears. The next morning, they gathered around the fire, and she said that she had a dream. A woman with eyes, hair, skin, and ears like hers. She was incredibly beautiful and noble and smiled tenderly at her. The others said they had also dreamed this dream. She said with a smile that this man was their leader, Lady Minerva. She turned to her and said that now it was clear where such grace came from. She said that this place is called the Hill of Promise. When travelers arrive in the dark forest, they receive a greeting in a dream. Shalina drank from the cup and said that this was what it meant to be a chieftain, that even such things were within her power. She agreed, adding that they were also very close to the lady. She looked at her and asked, "However, she's not only great, but also very considerate, right? If they reached this Hill of Promise, they could meet her in reality." Mora asked, "So that's true?" It wasn't necessary for her to come to them in dreams. Gimli also drank and said that, in general, it was true. After that, they set off again. She climbed a tree branch and looked around from above. Mora walked along the ground and thought that provisions were running low, and her fatigue was only growing. Even though the campsite was comfortable, it was clear it was time to move on, even if they still didn't know if they were going the right way. After some time, they made another stop, and Shalina, with a dissatisfied expression, said that 3 days had already passed. Gimli, looking tired, said she couldn't stand grilled fish anymore. She agreed with a very disgruntled expression and said that they were indeed sick of fish. But that wasn't the worst thing. She fell to her knees in front of the empty bottles and said very loudly that they were out of alcohol. Mora said she understood that she was irritated, but there was no need to shout like that. The protagonist said that they needed to sort out the situation. Since they had set up camp, they had tried to find their way several times. However, she said she didn't recognize this place. They were going in circles and always ending up back where they started. Mora said they had no problems with the camp, but they hadn't made any progress. Shalina turned to them and loudly said that they were completely lost in this forest. Gimli took out a map and said that they should have stuck to the original route. They had tried to take a shortcut, but it had been in vain. He calmly said that there was nothing to worry about. No one was blaming her. She approached her and asked how one could get lost in her native forest. She said with a worried expression that she had simply taken into account how big the dark forest was. He looked away and said that they had enough water, but what about food? The fish in the stream were not endless. That meant they needed to move on. She agreed and said that she could not rest forever. He agreed and said that she was, after all, the master of the blacksmith's guild. He could not leave all the work to listen at. At the same time, she had not had customers for so long that she was already sleeping peacefully in the shop. He said that they needed to pack up and go. After some time, they walked through the forest and Gimli said that it would be great if someone could show them the way. Shalina walked alongside and asked where in such a wilderness she would find a guide. MC looked to the side, noticed someone in a hood and said that they should wait. He saw someone's shadow over there. Mora looked in the same direction and said that even in the daytime it was dim here and the sky was covered with clouds. He sees well in the dark. This could help them. They immediately ran there and said that they should go there. He became worried about this and said that they should wait, because running was a waste of energy. They found a group of hooded people. Gimli approached one of them, apologized, and said that they were lost. Mora stood nearby, looked at the man's legs, noticed bones, and with a worried expression said that she should wait. The skeleton turned around, removed his hood. They were very surprised by this and asked loudly, "Are these undead?" They looked at these skeletons and said that judging by their appearance, they belonged to the disbanded royal company. If that's the case, then we're talking about something else. They should retreat. Shalina turned around, very scared when she saw another skeleton, and said that they were surrounded. There are dozens of scarlet and ominous skeletons here, or maybe even more. There are more and more of them. They're coming out of the ground. An undead creature on a skeleton horse jumped towards Gimli, who didn't expect it, and was very scared when she noticed. At the last moment, Gale came up to her, grabbed her by the shoulders, and used the curse dispel skill. Her legs gave way, she fell to the ground, and he asked if she was okay. She agreed, and said that everything was fine. She was a little embarrassed by what happened, looked at him, and tried to put her thoughts together, but couldn't because she was nervous. He looked at the crowd of monsters and said that this was so rare. These are cursed skeletons, right? He began to fight these monsters, and she watched from the side and thought that the purified souls he had freed were rising into the sky in the form of shining light. Mora also watched and said that she had seen this several times, but it was still amazing. Shalina stood next to her and said that he was so calm and as if dancing a waltz among the enemies. After some time, the protagonist defeated all the monsters. He said that the undead most often sleep during the day. However, in this dense forest, in the damp soil soaked in magic and with such a cloudy sky, this was an exception. They looked at him and said that he looked like he was happy about it. He held two objects in his hand with a wide smile and asked what else she wanted. Mora noticed this and asked what it was. He said that the cursed skeleton left behind an undead core. It is a clot of curse in a concentrated form and is extremely rare to obtain. Shalina looked at this, called Gimli, and asked if she had heard of such a thing. She declined, saying it was the first time she had seen such a thing. Usually, materials from the undead aren't particularly popular. Perhaps they use something in alchemy, so the guild sometimes buys it. However, it is much cheaper on the market than materials from ordinary monsters. However, she had never heard of the core. He said that it is used to enchant various items, such as equipment or scrolls. For example, it can even be embedded in ordinary weapons or armor. It allows you to strengthen an item, turning it into a magical artifact. Although, of course, externally it is no different, just ordinary material. However, with this, he will be able to strengthen their equipment later. Mora, with a worried expression, asked, "Most likely, it is cursed, right?" He agreed and said that, however, he can control the curse. They looked at him in disbelief, and he said that, for example, he can take the curse on himself. However, if he goes too far, it will immediately return. Shalina was surprised and asked, "Could the curse return?" Horrible. What dangerous things can he create? Mora stood next to her and said, "That's it." So that's how he strengthened the equipment of Cash and the others. Now it makes sense why they didn't even know it was cursed. Gimli said that it looks like this is all they could get, although for him, it's rare. MC said that in fact, another rare item dropped. They remember what he said, that the undead appear because of unfulfilled wishes in life. They tried to get out of the dark forest many times but died in despair and became prisoners of this place. This went on for hundreds of years. However, if they wandered in the forest for so long, she should give him a map. He put it on the ground, pointed to a certain place, and said that they were here now. This find could also show them the way. He raised his hand with the pendulum of the watch over the map and said that it should lead to the dark elf village. The pendulum began to move, and Shalina said with surprise that something was swaying along with the sound of muffled crying. They looked to the side and said that they needed to go in that direction. It's incredible. If they have this, they can get out of this forest. What kind of object is this? Besides, if you take into account those war horses. Mora, with a joyful expression on her face, said that now they can save their strength. Gimli, with a small smile, thought that she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now they would reach the village without any problem. They were disappointed when they saw the bone horses, and she wondered, they can do it, right? They mounted the horses, Mora sitting behind him, and asked, "There is an expression for horse bones, but what does bone horse even mean?" She called him with a serious expression and told him to hold on tight. Suddenly, an earthquake began, which surprised them all. It ended quickly, and they galloped forward and asked, by the way, why the royal army was in such a remote place. Gimli said that after the destruction of the demon lord's seal, the kingdom tried to take control of the forest and sent troops here. However, they were attacked by an ancient dragon and became its prey. They had discussed this in the carriage. Shalina, with a slightly surprised expression, asked, "So that's what happened? Wait. If they are in the place where the remnants of the royal army are in the form of undead." Suddenly, the earth began to shake again, which surprised them greatly. They heard a loud sound and they loudly asked what that roar was that made the very atmosphere shake. Gimli, with a worried expression, said that she had relaxed too much, sensing safety. They entered the territory of the ancient dragon. At that moment, a huge dragon landed behind them. its mouth wide open. Gale watched from behind and loudly declared that he had noticed them. She noticed that the ancient dragon's throat began to glow with blue flame, and she asked loudly, "Is it about to breathe something?" Mora was very worried about this and loudly declared that it was the dragon's breath. Gimli, with a very worried expression, loudly declared that they needed to run. They managed to jump aside at the last moment, but the dragon's breath burned the warhorses. She, with a frightened expression, said that fortunately, the beam of fire missed them slightly. Mora, sitting next to her, said that the damage was still enormous. The dragon flew next to them and surrounded them with its breath in fire. Shalina, with a worried expression, said they couldn't die here. She loudly said that it was true. They must prepare their weapons. Gimli thought that even the dragon's deadly breath, capable of incinerating everything in an instant, wasn't what made the ancient dragon the true master of this dangerous forest. Mora said his true strength lay in the thick scaly armor covering his entire body. At full power, they must all give it their all for one blow. She used the boost to all abilities on the girls. Shalina ran toward the monster and said she would strike it with all her might. She leaped on the monster's head, dealing a very powerful blow to the head, but didn't pierce its skin, and it threw her back. Gimli watched with a worried expression and thought that even with an imperial weapon, normal attacks wouldn't work. Then she would use an orichalcum dagger, made by the Dark Elves. She ran forward very quickly and said loudly that she hoped it would work. She plunged the dagger into the monster's body and thought it had stuck as expected. It was the highest quality material. However, unfortunately, it was too short. The dragon tried to attack her, but she managed to jump back and thought that it had only pierced the thick scales, but a fatal wound was still far away. Mora looked at what was happening with a tired look and thought that she had completely expended her strength and magical energy. She said that so many buffs at once, the expenditure of magic was too great. Gimli jumped high, called out to him loudly and said that she was okay. He should take care of the both of them. The monster let out a very loud roar and she said that ancient dragons are incredibly proud and do not tolerate invasion of their territory. That is why the royal company was destroyed. They literally touched his reverse scales. They all need to focus. They cannot let him choose one target. They scattered in different directions, and she thought that even the ancient dragon couldn't pursue the four of them at once. They needed to use this situation to their advantage. However, surrounded by fire, even such a maneuver was only a temporary solution. Shalina looked to the side, called out to them, and said that the fire on the ground there had just died down. Mora was glad when she saw this and said that this was excellent. They should run there. He agreed. The three of them ran there. Gimli remained standing and wondered, however, why she had a bad feeling. An ancient dragon, a creature not only hot-tempered, but also cold-blooded. Wouldn't he have noticed such an obvious detail? She looked at this monster and wondered, did he really set all this up? It looked like a trap for driven fishing. She guessed everything and loudly said that they should stop. The ancient dragon intends to destroy them all with one blast of its dragon breath, while they are running in a straight line. She extended her hand towards them with a very worried look, thinking that they will all die. At that moment, a hooded man ran up to them, loudly calling for the princess. He fired a modified bolt at the dragon, and it exploded when it hit the monster's head. Because of this, the dragon was unable to finish the attack. They looked on with shocked expressions and asked, they were saved, but why? Something exploded there. A squad of hooded men quickly ran up to them, looking at them with worried looks. Elves armed with crossbows stood around them and said that the crossbow with incendiary bombs itself is not capable of causing serious damage to the ancient dragon. However, if it reflexively twitches, avoiding the explosion, it will be sufficiently confused and stop the breath attack. As soon as one of the elves gave the order to open fire, they all started firing their crossbows. The protagonist watched what was happening and said that he didn't quite understand what was going on. Mora asked with a confused look, however, it seems they are on their side? Shalina looked at these people and said that they were dressed in the clothes of assassins, reminiscent of Gimli. She was about to say something about this, when one of the elves turned to her and asked the princess if she was unharmed. They looked at him in surprise and said that they were dark elves. She called him Asgate and said that she was fine. He bowed to her and said that he apologized for arriving late. She asked, however, how did they find them? He began to turn towards the dragon and said that he humbly bowed his head, but they should talk after this. He aimed his crossbow and hit the dragon's eyes with a well-aimed shot. He took out a small ball and said that they should all retreat now. He threw it down and created a smoke screen. Thanks to this, they all managed to escape. The dragon came to his senses and let out a very loud howl when he realized that they had escaped. They fled to a safe distance, and MC said that they somehow managed to escape. Mora said that she could hear his furious roar. He was clearly furious. Gimli sighed with relief and said that it was good that they had a smokescreen. She used it all up during the battle with the Kraken. Asgate, along with the rest of the elves, knelt before her and said that he saw unknown flashes of light, was scared, and thought that something strange was happening, so he hurried here. However, He did not expect to find the princess in such a situation. She was surprised by what she heard and thought that he then dispelled the curse cast on the undead of the royal company. Those flashes of light, unknowingly, also served as a beacon for their allies. She said that once again this unusual person had saved them. Shalina pointed her finger at them and asked, "This group, these are her allies, right?" Mora said that besides, they always call her princess. Gale, with a shocked expression, asked, "Is she really a princess?" She was also surprised and asked, "Is she really a princess?" She didn't even know that. Shalina, with a confused look, asked, "Are there really such strange princesses?" At that moment, a similar scream was heard from another place. Kara, with a happy expression on her face, looked out the window and said that the fresh air was so nice. Vivian, with a displeased expression on her face, loudly said that she should close the curtains. She closed the curtains herself and said that if they found out on the way who exactly was driving here, there would be big trouble. After all, she had already survived an attempt on her life. She looked at her with a displeased expression on her face and said that she could relax a little. She politely said that she was asking her to take this seriously. All plans change at the last minute. They have to act in haste. Even gathering security was difficult, and the housing situation isn't yet sorted out. Besides, suddenly announcing that they're going to an agricultural city, can she even imagine how much trouble that would cause? Such a visit requires a huge expenditure of people and money. She turned away with a displeased expression and said that she did say she didn't have to go. She said with a serious expression that she couldn't just abandon her duties. Two merchants were walking in front of their carriage on the road. They noticed them and asked what that was over there. That gold embroidery, a flag with the royal family's coat of arms? Could that really be royalty? A knight on horseback stopped next to them and asked, "Farm Edge is further down the road, right?" They both bowed to them, and the merchant said that he wasn't allowed to look them in the eye. Meeting aristocrats is always trouble. They rode on, and the merchants looked at them and asked if members of the royal family had really come here in person. Was it somehow connected to the smell of war at the border? Vivian wondered if this absolutely insane schedule had made it difficult to assemble a guard. Some knights of the guard were missing, so they had to urgently recruit others. However, for the church to get involved in this matter was unexpected. It seems they want to strengthen ties with the royal family. They learned of the situation out of nowhere and offered their temple knights for protection. Formally, the relationship between the kingdom and the church is neutral. No one answers to anyone. That is, the guards and the temple knights have different commands. She said that, however, in a situation where help was needed, even from a cat, they accepted it. She thought that now everything was under her command. Joint protection of the princess, which no one had planned. She hoped that with these straightforward people, everything would go smoothly on the road. Suddenly, the carriage stopped, which greatly surprised Kara, and she loudly called out for the princess. She caught her and loudly asked what happened. She looked at her with concern and asked if something had happened up ahead. Vivian, with a serious expression on her face, asked, however, stopping the motorcade without warning, "Did a monster really appear there?" A guard approached the carriage with a report and said that the knights of the guard and the temple knights in front were engaged in a fight. She thought that it was worth it to worry, and then this happened. She said that she would resolve this situation. She got out of the carriage, called the princess, and said that she was asking her to stay here. She walked further, saw the fighting knights, and said that this sight was much more disgusting than any monster. She approached them and said that someone should explain what was going on. The head of the temple knights, Justin, turned to her and loudly said that it was dangerous here. They needed to immediately request the priests from the church. She called him with a serious expression and asked what was going on here. They understand that because of the princess's visit, they cannot turn back. She does not understand anything. He said that, however, this is still a cursed city. Doesn't she see those ominous lanterns? She must look more closely. She saw many of these lanterns, and he said that these scenes could not be a product of this world. She, with a slightly confused look, said that it was amazingly creepy. He, with a very worried expression on his face, said that no matter how you look at it, this place is cursed. The closer they get to the city, He did not have time to finish because Vivian sighed with a serious look and said that the situation was becoming more and more alarming. Even she saw rotten bodies crucified on poles in the streets. However, be that as it may, they must go to the city. If they want to retreat, then they will not stop them. It's much more dangerous for them to stand like this in the open and keep everyone in place. All troops must go forward. They will advance straight to the agricultural city. Justin loudly called her and asked if she was even in her right mind. This is very dangerous. She did not answer and simply left. He was unhappy with this and said that the paladins of the temple knights are also moving forward. She opened the carriage door and told the princess that she apologized for the delay. She had arrived back. She sat down in her seat and saw a gleam in her eyes, which worried her greatly. She thought that before her eyes she saw a city decorated with street lamps in the shape of skulls, which the protagonist had created. The temple knights, including Justin, hesitated, not daring to enter. The knights of the guard, however, continued on their way without hesitation. She called out to the princess and was about to say something, but suddenly Kara ran out of the carriage and ran into the city. She stopped in front of one of the lanterns and asked what it was. She said with a very joyful expression that it was simply amazing. This landscape seemed out of this world. At the same time, Shalina, with a serious expression on her face, called out to her and asked, "So she's a princess?" No one had told her about this. Gimli, looking worried, asked, "So she's revealed herself?" She was very angry about this and said loudly that she didn't just reveal herself. Such things should be said right away. She approached the other elves and said that, be that as it may, after all these twists and turns, they finally arrived in her homeland, in the village of the Dark Elves. She pointed her hand at the village behind her, and they were very surprised when they saw it. The girls looked at this and said that after a very long journey, they finally reached their destination. MC looked to the side and said, "That's how it is." He thought that the trees had withered, the grass and flowers had turned black. This is dead land. The bones of numerous monsters are scattered in these fetid depths. The ruins of an ancient city, saturated with a gloomy atmosphere. The stench here is simply incredible. Mora, with a worried look, said that it was not for nothing that they say that the castle of the Lord of Darkness, defeated by the hero, was once located here. He opened his bag and said that if the castle of the Lord of Darkness was here, he took out the item he had created from the Demon King's heart and said that it meant they had finally reached one of the locations where an item from the Dark Lord series was kept. Shalina, looking worried, pointed to his hand and asked if he was shaking. He looked at it and said that it seemed to resonate with this land. Mora approached him and said that she had been wondering where it was kept, and he had it. He turned to her and said that it was, after all, his pride. Gimli said that she had asked him to deliver it here, so he did. Asgate was very surprised when he saw it, grabbed him by the clothes and loudly asked where he got it. She approached him, called his name, and told him that he should calm down. He turned to her, apologized to the princess, and said that he simply could not contain his emotions. She said that those gathered before him were their long-standing dream. The heart of the demon lord, as they see, it is now here. The elves were surprised by this and asked if it was real. She said that, however, as they saw, it was only a fragment. That's why it was so small. They became worried about this and asked, "Then, where are the other pieces? Who did this anyway?" She sighed with a serious expression and said that it was obvious. Of course, it was the Empire. They said with displeasure that this was impossible, which meant they were still here. He said that this was such blasphemy. He had a hunch. He called the princess and said that this was strange. That heart of the demon lord, which they could not take from the Empire. Even if it was a fragment, why was it now here, with them? Gimli pointed at it with her hand and said that in short, this man removed the seal from it. Asgate was very surprised by what he heard, and said that a man could not remove the seal from an artifact from the Lord of Darkness series. Could this really be a fake? She looked at him seriously and asked if he thought she wouldn't have recognized it as a fake. He was frightened by this and said that he was asking for forgiveness. He was about to say something else, but other elves approached them. One of them called him and said that he should stop. They knelt before him and he called him elder. With a friendly smile, he called out to the travelers from the outside world and said that they had come to be the salvation of their people. Welcome. He was grateful that they had made it this far. Shalina, with a slightly worried expression, said that it was true that on the way they had accidentally angered an ancient dragon and burned down the forest. She asked for forgiveness, but he didn't pay attention to it and said that in a couple of decades, everything would be restored as if nothing had happened. After all, they sometimes burn forests for their own survival. This is not something that young people should worry about. He looked at him and thought, this is what he understands, an elder of the Dark Elves. He doesn't attach importance to decades. He approached him and said that he must be Gale. He agreed with this, and he said that Gimli and the others had already spoken of him. He had heard that he was a talented master of artifacts. He was glad to hear this and said that he even felt a little awkward from such words. She approached him and said with a smile that, however, it was true. The elder said that, however, as they say, seeing is better than seeing. Even with the artifacts of the Lord of Darkness in his hands, he remains so calm. Asgate called them with a worried look and said that they must wait. This is the savior of the people, the master of artifacts? No one had told him about this. She said that all of this required secret preparation and a carefully calculated plan. With his hot head, if they told everything, he would have ruined everything before he even got here. He was very upset by her words and said that it was not fair. She patted him on the head and said that, however, he saved them when they were attacked by an ancient dragon. She respected him for his determination. She thanked him, and he was very touched by this. He loudly said his name and said that he was ready to give his life for his people. She approached the elder and said that they should go. He agreed and said that he would lead them deeper into the village. It was still not safe here. They looked up and noticed many dragons flying nearby. Mora, looking worried, said that indeed, the elder's words were confirmed. Shalina asked, can they hear that? The roar of that ancient dragon can still be heard. An hour later, they reached a large building in the center of the village and said that she thought it would be closer. However, everything turned out to be so huge that she lost all sense of distance. They entered this building, and she said with surprise that here it is, the ruins of the legendary castle of the Dark Lord. Gimli asked, "Is it impressive, isn't it?" They looked around, agreed, and Shalina asked, "Is it a hard but light material?" She had never seen anything like it. Mora noticed that the elves were looking at them, and said that they should stop. She was ashamed. She turned to her and said that they were just looking. There was nothing wrong with it. He said that they were just looking and not really touching anything. She called them possessed with a displeased expression. Gimli said that blacksmithing using these materials was their main source of income. Since the materials are rare, they release it to the market little by little. You can also do alchemy using ancient ruins. Shalina turned to her and said, "Wait," she said, "rare materials." She laughed at this and asked, "She noticed that, right?" She was very surprised by this and asked, "Wait, she means to say that this is orichalcum?" She immediately grabbed a column made of this material, and Mora asked, "What is she even doing?" She did not turn around and said that this whole castle is made of orichalcum. She will take some for herself. She looked at this with a displeased look, and then called the protagonist by name. He picked up a huge skull with a happy expression and said that this is a troll bone. She pulled the two of them away and with a displeased expression asked, "What's wrong with them? Everyone is looking at them after all." The elder approached them with a child, laughed, and said that the noise is good. She turned to him and said worriedly that, although noise was an exaggeration, he looked at the child standing next to him with a slightly sad expression and said that there was no entertainment at all in their village. They were simply curious without malicious intent. They should not hold a grudge. She approached the child and with a friendly smile said that they apologized for making a fuss. After that, they all came into the hall together, sat opposite the elder. She looked around and thought that indeed, the atmosphere in the village was heavy. Many looked emaciated as if sick, and some were wrapped in bandages. Clumps of black corruption were still visible here and there. He said that although they say, compared to the past, this is still normal. 1,000 years ago, immediately after the death of the Lord of Darkness, it was terrible here. The land, originally saturated with corruption, was contained by the Lord of Darkness himself. For him, corruption is like air, a source of life force. However, after the hero and his allies sealed it, no one remained to contain the streams of corruption erupting from beneath the earth. The land began to decay under its influence. Mora asked, who would have thought that after defeating the Dark Lord, they would begin to be tormented by the threat of corruption? He said that artifacts that were once part of the Dark Lord, the so-called Overlord series, were placed here to contain it. He said that it is said that the Overlord series was scattered throughout the world to prevent its revival. However, some of it was left on this land for this very reason. The more such artifacts in one place, the more the corruption is contained. Therefore, they gradually collect Overlord series from all over the world in the ruins of his castle. As a side effect of this, their information spread to all corners of the world. Thus, the Dark Elves' intelligence network was created. That's why Gimli, even though she's a princess of the Dark Elves too, he didn't get to finish because she agreed and said she'd become a guildmaster in Farm Edge. He said that, however, as he'd already mentioned, this was also part of the Dark Lord's plan for rebirth. That is, if they didn't collect the Overlord series, the corruption flooding the land would consume them, the Dark Elves. However, if they did collect it, the Dark Lord would be able to rise again, and then they would be forced to live as his servants again. Mora said that this was the situation they were in, as she'd explained to them before starting this journey, the choice between serving the Dark Lord or being destroyed. Gimli agreed, and said that as long as the Dark Elves continued to collect the Overlord series for their own salvation, they would simultaneously remain victims of the curse emanating from these artifacts and slowly become corrupted. Using only the power of the artifacts and ridding herself of their negative effects was the only way her people could be saved. Even if this method was full of internal contradictions, deep down she understood it. The elder said that, however, now finally face to face with them, sir, he feels that he has the power to break this ancient curse that binds them. He was the only person in this world capable of such a thing. Mora said with a sad look that indeed, despite all this corruption, they did not feel it on themselves, as if it did not touch them. Shalina asked, perhaps it was because he had this? It suppresses the corruption, right? The elves standing around looked at them and began to quietly discuss it. The elders said that they would also like to know something about this item. However, first of all, he paused, which made them tense up and stare at him. He smiled and said that they should allow them to hold a gala reception on behalf of the entire village. MC was surprised and asked if that was really possible. Shalina was delighted and asked, will there be alcohol? He agreed. Mora looked at him with a smile and thought it was somehow nice to see him acknowledged. She even felt happy herself. The elder approached the large door, opened it, and said he asked them to come this way. Shalina walked with the others, recalling the dream she had had on her first night in the forest, and thinking that, by the way, they never met Minerva. When the allies entered the room, Shalina exclaimed in surprise at the magnificent food. Mora exclaimed, what is this? A variety of dishes lay on the floor, served by elven servants. Several elves sat around the table, including Gimli. Elder Pat invited the surprised allies to sit wherever they liked. When everyone was seated and wine was poured, the elder said, well, First, let's raise our glasses. The servants began pouring drinks, and Shalina, with a joyful smile, thanked them for such service. She looked into the glass and, swallowing, thought, this is the first sip of alcohol in a long time. She couldn't hold back any longer. After downing the entire glass in one gulp, she exclaimed admiringly, it's very delicious. Everyone laughed and Pat remarked, what a wonderful way to drink. Shalina said sheepishly, this elven sock goes down so nicely. The elder expressed his pleasure at her satisfaction. He turned to Gimli and suggested that, since everyone was gathered at the table, she should allow him to introduce their people once again. The guild administrator spoke with an air of importance. Of course, she started with Asgate, adding that he was, so to speak, a childhood friend and an outstanding warrior even by the standards of their race. Then the elf pointed to the elder, mentioned his name, and declared, he's another representative worthy of formal introduction. And then she noted, he's supposedly second in command, right? Pat smiled and admonished her, suggesting she might have expressed herself a little more politely. Mora, surprised, asked the girl why she was even speaking in a questioning tone. Shalina pointed out, she's supposed to be the princess of the village. Gimli laughed and replied that she simply hadn't been back in a while. The elder, puzzled, said, well, all right, but she deserves a little attention too. He turned to her and told her heartfeltly that it was good to have her back. She had done a great job. The elf sheepishly thanked him for such kind words. Mora asked permission to introduce herself. She gave her name and added that she was a support mage, and almost Gimli's sister. Shalina also gave her name and said that she was the guildmaster of the blacksmith's guild in the agricultural town. The girl added that she and Gimli were bound by a common fate. Pat turned to the girls and thanked them for coming from afar. Gimli spoke, and now looked at the protagonist. Gale stood and said, it seems they have already heard of him. He is a master of artifacts. Now he lives in the same town where Gimli became guildmaster. He opened a shop there and makes a living crafting artifacts. In addition to creating, he also repairs and improves. He also knows how to cast spells. Even the blacksmith's guildmaster praised his skill. He laughed sheepishly at this, and Shalina added, true, he has no talent. She turned to Gimli and asked her if the elder was second in rank, so the most important person was Minerva, who had appeared to them in their dreams. The elves looked at her with interest. The guildmaster replied that it was so. Shalina continued, she'd been wanting to ask for a long time. Was she really in the palace? The protagonist was also curious if they could meet her. Gimli said, a little sheepishly, yes, she is here in this palace. Mora eagerly asked, where exactly? MC added, if they could take them to her, that would be wonderful. Gimli said, in the underground dungeon, in its deepest level. She'd been there for hundreds of years, completely alone. She bore the brunt of the Lord's series, assembled for the greater good. To prevent the spread of evil, she was isolated and sacrificed herself. Only through this did the village maintain relative balance. The protagonist, Mora, and Shalina looked at her in amazement. Gimli added, and this sacrifice can only be endured by Minerva, the strongest of all the line. Shalina, surprised, said, so she didn't just come to her in a dream, she could only come like this. Gimli added, the hill they saw in that dream, Minerva created it as an imaginary place where one could shelter one's soul from the Lord of Darkness's influence. Shalina responded irritably, such things should be said immediately. She looked at the dejected elder and guildmaster and added more gently, although it's certainly hard to say such harsh things directly, may she forgive her. The protagonist spoke in complete silence. So that's how it is. Now it's clear. But still, he'd repeat, can they meet her? Could she lead them to this place? Pat and Gimli looked at him, confused. Mora said yes, they should introduce themselves to Lady Minerva too. Gimli looked at her allies in surprise and smiled. Then they'll rest tonight and leave in the morning. After a while, the girls enjoyed their baths. Mora said admiringly, good, this is the first time in a long time she's felt so relaxed in a bath. Shalina said, the food is delicious, and the sake is excellent too, and the water is so pleasant. Gimli remarked, and the beds are soft. Mora and Shalina both exclaimed, pure bliss. The blacksmith's guildmaster remarked, they've only slept in camp for the last few days. It must be heaven on earth. Mora replied that tomorrow they would face the demon lord's influence. They needed to recuperate, but they couldn't relax either. They looked at a sad Gimli. Shalina said, yes, but still, the whole story with this series of demon lords is complex and convoluted. If the artifacts remain scattered, at least it would be possible to prevent the demon lord's full resurrection, right? Mora said, yes, but at the same time, they could fall into the hands of some ruler. And as strategic weapon-level artifacts, who knows how they'll be used? That's a serious threat. Gimli said quietly, and it wasn't an exaggeration. The Empire, for example, recognized the demon lord's heart as a national treasure and hid it in the very depths of its treasury. Shalina noted that if someone were to gain such power, capable of changing the fate of an entire state, and use it for evil, the world would plunge into chaos. The elven princess said, perhaps that's why the dark elves began collecting them first. They had a place where they could be safely hidden, and all this could happen again. The girls looked at her thoughtfully. Gimli stood up and told them they'd gotten carried away, lingering in the bath for too long. Mora agreed with her. Yes, it was time for them to leave. As they were leaving, they saw the protagonist. Shalina apologized for keeping him waiting. Let him go to the bath too. He remained silent in response. It was clear he was preoccupied with something. The girls approached him and glanced over his shoulder in surprise. The protagonist told them there were materials here, and he'd like to make a magical artifact. He added that he'd never seen this phantom tree before. Gimli replied, "Good choice." Even the wyverns in the forest were losing their way because of it. Mora said they'd had a wonderful time here, and for Gale, it was also an opportunity to find valuable materials. The MC agreed with her and added that he'd deal with that later. Gimli brought them back to their previous conversation. Speaking as the guildmaster, even the hero and his team couldn't fully overcome it. This applies to absolutely everyone in this world. For 1,000 years, no one has been able to pass this test. That's the whole threat of the Demon Lord series. Mora wondered if the protagonist would be able to remove the influence from the Demon Lord series worn by Minerva. Shalina remarked, "After all, it's an influence that couldn't be dispelled for 1,000 years. Even if he failed, no one would blame him." Gimli pointed out that he'd already removed the influence from a shard of the Demon Lord's heart, and even modified it. That was a tremendous achievement. But on the other hand, he'd only removed the influence from one part of the series, and that was just a shard, and the one worn by Minerva was untouched. The left arm, the wings, the torso, and finally the head, 4 parts in total. The girls asked in surprise, 4 parts? Gimli continued, even if they added the Demon King's heart, the Demon Lord still wouldn't be complete. Shalina pointed out that it made sense, since he still needed the right arm and all that. The elf said it, but even these 4 parts are dangerous on their own. And it's not just 4 times more difficult. The synergy makes them dozens of times more dangerous than they would be individually. In fact, it's not even a given that they'll even be able to get close to Minerva, clad in the Demon King's armor. The Demon King's wings specialize in long-range attacks, and the left arm is a medium-range attack. Even if she manages to dodge, she'll still get a close-range blow from the head. Shalina said with concern, "Ranged, medium, close, not a single opening." Gimli added, "And then there's the torso, renowned for its impenetrable defense, invulnerable to both physical and magical attacks." However, all this is just rumor. Shalina asked the protagonist, "Did he hear? They say she has 4 parts." The protagonist apologized to her and said he'd been busy, focused on creating artifacts, and hadn't heard. Mora clutched her head and repeated to him, "Minerva, they say there are already 4 artifacts from the Demon King series," MC exclaimed in delight. "Wow, 4? The support mage noted he was positively overjoyed, as if they were going into battle for treasure. Gimli said, "That's why even the same words sound different to him. He's not like the others after all." She looked at him and thought, it seems like he is the last hope for the survival of their kind. He's the only one they can rely on. The next day, the allies were preparing to leave. Shalina spoke, the very thought sending shivers down her spine. Pat expressed his deepest gratitude for their cooperation and added that they, the Dark Elves, would guide them to the dungeon of the Demon King's castle. Sometime later, the comrades arrived at their destination. The door leading to the dungeon swung open with a terrible creak, and from behind it came sounds like the echoes of 1,000 years' worth of pent-up influences, and the Demon King's breath still stirring below, like a joyful sigh of the first breath of air in a long time, and the approach of prey. They set out into the darkness, illuminating their way only by the tiny lights of their lanterns. The protagonist's party led the way, with the Dark Elves' elder, Gimli, and at the rear came Asgate, acting as guard. Pat told them that, as they could see, this dungeon had once been part of the Demon King's, but now most of it had collapsed, leaving only a small portion remaining. Before they reached Minerva, they should allow him to tell them something of their ancient history, something they had kept silent about until now. The allies entered a large chamber with tall columns. Pat said it all began one day, when a gate to another dimension suddenly opened in the peaceful land of the Dark Elves, leading to the demon world. After his story, Shalina remarked, "The place is still impressive, both in size and scale." Gimli said, though she hadn't seen it in its original form. "They say that on the day the Demon King was defeated 1,000 years ago, this underground part and the above-ground fortress collapsed simultaneously." Mora asked her in surprise, "So that means the Demon King's castle used to be even larger?" Shalina added, "How could anyone even build something like that?" Gimli replied, "That's only according to legend. The entire space was held together by the Demon King's containment of the excess stench of mana. In other words, everything existed only because of him. So it's no surprise that everything collapsed with his fall." The girls stared thoughtfully at the ruins. The protagonist looked around. Pat said, although in essence, the Demon Lord couldn't be completely destroyed, and this space, most likely, hadn't completely collapsed either. Shalina made a logical observation. Without some mysterious forces, if such a colossus stood both above and below the ground, it simply wouldn't have held up and would have collapsed. She was a blacksmith after all. She understood such things. This, in fact, defies the laws of physics, and the further they went, the stronger the stench became. Gimli said that if the protagonist hadn't had the Demon King's heart with them, they would all have been consumed by this infection by now, both minds and bodies. Speaking was becoming increasingly difficult, and so was walking forward. It would only get harder from here. Mora clung to the protagonist just in case and clutched the amulet. MC said, a gateway to another world. Pat said, yes. From behind the demonic gates, dubbed the Gates to Another World, monsters led by the Demon King emerged in an instant, and in a flash, a thick, poisonous air blanketed the entire thriving forest. A hellish slaughter began, with all creatures without resistance to corruption instantly dying. From the remains of these victims, a palace was built, and then an expansion into the rest of the world began. Of course, there were those who fought, the Dark Elves, but they were simply swept away, unable to resist. The only way to survive was to join the demons and serve their king. They say those gates still lurk somewhere deep underground, and the Demon King's malice, having emerged from them, has not yet faded. Mora apprehensively asked him if it was possible that where they were going, not only Minerva, but also the gates to another world awaited them. Gimli answered that it was so. The Demon King, defeated by the heroes, has not completely perished. He continues to influence the world. He's attempting to revive himself, collecting the Demon King's artifacts. The only one who could stop this was Minerva, who had once, against her will, been the king's right hand. She realized that his remnants were preparing to rise again and decided to take the influence upon herself to restrain the artifacts' rampage. For the sake of saving them, the Dark Elves, and the people of this world, as atonement, so as not to once again hide from the fear of the Demon King. Her allies listened silently, hanging on her every word in amazement. As the elf continued, Minerva took upon herself all the artifacts she had collected and voluntarily added one more. Gradually, her vision blurred, her hearing weakened, and her body finally felt heavy, as if filled with lead. To prevent the influence from spreading to the other villagers, she voluntarily went to an isolated underground space, still wearing the Demon Lord series. Shalina asked her, what do they really think about this? Do they really believe Gale can pull off a Demon Lord series? The elves considered this for a moment, then Gimli said, it's about 50-50, she thinks. Mora noted with concern. Yes, she was definitely embellishing. Shalina said, yes, it is. Definitely not 50-50 in the current situation. The protagonist smiled and said he was pleased, of course, that his allies were so worried about him. But he knew from the start what he was getting into when he heard about the Demon Lord series. Whatever the odds, it didn't change anything. He would do what he had to. Shalina said, for sure, if nothing changes, there's no point in racking your brains and suffering. You'd think the dwarves would be accustomed to mines and dungeons, but in this strange, eerie place, everyone would inevitably grow gloomy. They have to hold on. Mora tried to calm herself down, thinking there were 4 artifacts from the Demon Lord series. If something went wrong, the consequences would be catastrophic, that's for sure. Usually, failure to remove the effect means it's reflected. That is, the person trying to remove the effect takes it entirely upon themselves. It had tormented the elves for centuries, and if all this influence from the series fell upon him, it would be the end. She turned to the MC and asked him not to overexert himself. Hearing silence in response, she exclaimed, let him listen for a moment. The protagonist answered her, let her come here. He's here. The girl sighed regretfully and approached him. The protagonist stood before a pedestal on which the monster sat. The protagonist asked if it was a devilish statue. Shalina answered, well, yes. She added, honestly, it's a terrible face. After examining it, she continued, that design with the wings is creepy, but it's meticulously crafted, to be sure. Suddenly, the monster grimaced and let out a terrifying roar. Shalina screamed too, in fear and surprise. She shouted to her allies, this isn't a statue, this is a living creature. At that moment, as if on command, several creatures appeared. Pat said in surprise, the Demon King's minions. It looks like a flock of gargoyles. They usually look like stone statues with bat wings, but when intruders appear, they attack them in a flock. They all rose into the air at once. Shalina asked him, so, they can't get any further? The elder remarked, that's what guards are for. He ordered Asgate to attack. The elf rushed to obey, exclaiming, I'll run them through with that orichalcum falchion. In his hand was a weapon resembling a machete. The boy struck the first enemy and cried out in surprise. Did his weapon pass through? The enemy slid off his falchion and retreated. Gimli shouted, gargoyles are complex undead creatures without a corporeal shell. Physical attacks are useless. In that case, just run past them. The monsters circled around them, preventing them from moving. Shalina was surprised by how agile they were. They were easily outflanked, cutting off their path. The protagonist heard a spell and saw the monster about to attack Shalin. He cast a dispel effect on the girl and stopped the creature. She thanked him for saving her. Gimli said, almost all demonic and undead creatures are affected by the effect. Mora was surprised. Gale can remove effects not only from the undead, but even from demons? He answered her. Well, he already explained. Shalina asked him, perplexed. Was he even talking to demons? In that case, they had a chance to break through. She asked Mora to cast a buff on her so she could draw all the gargoyles toward herself. While she held them off, the protagonist would remove their influence. The protagonist enthusiastically declared that he understood. Gimli said that if that's the case, she'll join the team too. they'll show them how to work together. Mora buffed both girls, and they surged forward. Shalina activated Blacksmith's dash and soared upward. Pat exclaimed in amazement, "This is simply incredible. She's faster than even those swiftly flying gargoyles." Asgate also watched in bewilderment. The blacksmith shouted to the protagonist that they were counting on him. Gale assured her she could leave it to him. He activated Dispel Effect. The creature disintegrated before his eyes. MC told his ally, "Excellent. They need to keep up the good work." She agreed. Time after time, Shalina drew them to the protagonist, and he destroyed them with Dispel Effect. Asgate exclaimed in amazement. He couldn't even lay a finger on them, Pat added, and they're dealing with them so deftly. It's so impressive. When the enemies were dispatched, Shalina happily remarked, "They were originally just a makeshift team." Mora laughed and replied, "But now they've truly gelled." The master blacksmith smiled and suggested that perhaps when they returned, they'd come up with a name for themselves. Gimli smiled and said it only worked because Gale had managed to remove the creature's influence. Asgate, hearing this, thought darkly that the princess seemed to care more about the protagonist than about him. The elf added thoughtfully that their enemies were likely the last guardians. Shalina guessed, like a mini-boss before the final boss. The allies advanced further, and finally, Gimli said, "They finally arrived." They stood before a large, tall door. The elf continued, "This is where the forbidden part of the Demon King's palace begins, a place in the dungeon that could be called a true forbidden zone. Once, the Demon King himself sat here, and now, their mother, their progenitor, their leader resides here." All the elves bowed respectfully. The enormous gates began to open, responding to the bows of Gimli and the other dark elves, raising clouds of dust and shaking the earth. When all the dust cleared, the allies saw darkness before them. Mora thought with apprehension. The darkness was blacker than anything they had known before, and the air is completely saturated with poisonous corruption, and the sensation of its influence became almost suffocating. Shalina cautiously inquired if anyone could possibly be alive here. Mora thought she was about to choke on this corruption. Gimli told them that they should endure it, if only for a short time. The protagonist said, in other words, that they could only remain in this corruption for a very short time. The guildmaster answered him that it was true, that if not for the depth of this dungeon, their people would have long since fallen victim to its influence. Pat added that even they, the Dark Elves, with their resistance, wouldn't last long here. Mora thought about it, and yet, this was where Minerva had come and spent so many years. She imagined how she might look now, gray-haired and emaciated, even if it was for the sake of saving her people, even as atonement. In such darkness, she had sacrificed herself so. The girl turned to the protagonist and told him that it was impossible, simply unbearable. Being imprisoned alone in such depths was terrifying enough. But then there was this unimaginable corruption and all those Demon King installments. Shalina remarked that if this wasn't hell, then what was? Gimli said sadly, however, if she hadn't done this, the world would once again have been trampled by the Demon King. The allies stepped inside. In the semi-darkness, they saw the outline of a woman with horns sitting on a throne. The protagonist gasped in amazement. "Is that Minerva?" Blue-black flames flared up one after another. Gimli replied that they were ghostly fires, fueled by influences. The principle was the same as the skull-adorned street lamps he'd made. A black web stretched across the floor. The flames illuminated the space, and their allies as well. Finally, they saw Minerva's figure clearly. Mora exclaimed in utter amazement that she'd seemed so beautiful in her dreams that she thought she'd never seen anyone more beautiful. Shalina also noted with bewilderment. She thought the same thing, but still, right now she looks just like the Demon King himself. Asgate declared that when Minerva dons all the parts of the Demon King series, he will be fully resurrected, using her body as a vessel. Mora asked him with a shudder, "She's still alive, isn't she?" Gimli glanced at Minerva, thinking, while the floor and walls pulsated as if alive. She sat in the depths of the throne room, immersed in a mass of tentacles and growths. Out loud, she answered, "Yes, she's alive." Shalina suddenly bent over, feeling ill. Mora turned to her with concern. The blacksmith spoke as a master. She could more accurately understand the effects of these effects. Even from here, the effects revealed as simply innumerable torturous properties. Severe pain and bleeding, rotting, and yet automatic healing, she thought, and beyond that, there are many other effects that degrade human dignity. She understood this, but she didn't dare say it out loud. Finally, she said, "This isn't the work of human hands. It's simply a tool to torment as long as possible, reveling in the victim's suffering." She was almost screaming indignantly, "This is madness. This isn't even equipment. This is a clot of pure malice." The girl slammed her fist against the wall in anger and screamed, "Damn it all." Everyone fell into a dejected silence. Finally, Gimli spoke up. The Demon King's series, like a part of the demon itself, affects by its mere presence, defiles by its very existence, causes harm simply by being near. Therefore, they were scrambling to find a way to remove the Demon King's influence, to find someone capable of doing it. She turned pleadingly to the protagonist, asking him to save Minerva. The protagonist seemed frozen in place. Gimli called out to him again. Gale mused, "So that's the state she's in." At that moment, Minerva stood up. Mora exclaimed in panic. She stood up. She noticed them. Shalina noticed warily, but she couldn't say she was happy to see them. At that moment, Asgate surged forward, calling out to Minerva and rushing toward her, exclaiming, "How terrible!" He looked at her with compassion, Her entire form radiated malice. She activated the Demon King's wings, and the boy was simply swept away. Everyone else barely managed to stay on their feet, saved by the distance. Shalina wondered in amazement. A shockwave from the monstrous air pressure? Gimli asked in fear. Where is Asgate? The elf was slammed against the wall, crushed into it, the impact causing cracks to appear. Tentacles reached out from Minerva and enveloped him. Gimli spoke in bewilderment. He was thrown into the wall in an instant, and the hovering force was destroying him. Mora exclaimed in confusion, such is the power of the Demon King's series. It's simply overwhelming. Minerva, meanwhile, raised one of her wings, and Gimli realized she was about to attack from her right wing. She's coming towards them. Pat was caught in Minerva's tentacles and exhaled heavily. Shalina realized with horror that even knowing the attack was coming, there was no way to defend herself. Mora shouted a warning. She was attacking with both wings. A powerful gust of wind arose again, and the protagonist opened his cloak and shouted to his allies that it would shield them from the wind. Let them stand right behind him. The girls managed to do so just in time. Without the protagonist, they would have certainly been caught in the powerful air current. When everything died down, MC thought he had survived. In that brief moment when he deflected the Demon King's wings with his cloak, Mora and the others saw numerous powerful artifacts hidden beneath his cloak. These numerous artifacts enhanced resistance not only to fire, water, air, and earth, but also to light and darkness. They also protected against poison, fatigue, fear, hallucinations, pain, instant death from all possible negative effects. Shalina asked him in amazement, "He did all this last night?" Mora answered, "No, it wasn't overnight. Gale had been creating and wearing it all day, day after day." Gimli thought in surprise, perhaps even more dangerous than the Demon King series itself. He assumed a fighting stance as he saw the Demon King's left arm detach from Minerva's body. The protagonist deftly parried her blow, earning the admiration of his allies. At that moment, Minerva bowed her head and activated her horns, or rather, the Demon King's head. He thought in surprise, right in the center. She struck him, and he barely managed to stay on his feet. Gimli cried out in alarm. The attack had two different trajectories, impossible to dodge. The protagonist rubbed his head. It hurt, but it was a pain he could bear. He took a few more steps forward. Shalina exclaimed in surprise. It worked. Mora said with relief. Finally, he'd reached where Minerva was. He'd made it. Gimli said warily. It's one thing to resist the influence, and quite another to be able to dispel it. The Demon King's body is very dangerous. As she'd explained the night before, the Demon King's body neutralizes all physical and magical attacks. It's as if a painted picture were completely covered in black paint. Mora spoke with alarm. What Gale was about to do was extremely dangerous, but she believed in him. He'd succeed. It wasn't a physical attack, and it wasn't magic. It wasn't even an attack. The protagonist, step by step, approached Minerva and looked at her intently. Gimli noted warily that she wasn't exactly welcoming them, but the attacks had stopped. That was a fact. Perhaps it was because Gale had come so close. The hope that protected Minerva and the despair inspired by the Demon King seemed to war within her. Or was it simply naive self-delusion? But Minerva remained motionless. The protagonist extended his hand toward her and said, "I'll start with the head." He summoned a dispel effect, but at that very moment it was swallowed by darkness and dissipated. Gimli spoke in bewilderment. It can't be true. Even Gale can't handle this. Couldn't he really save Minerva? Shalina wondered the same thing. Mora spoke with fear. Besides, if the dispel failed, then the effect would return to him. A black mist began to emanate from Minerva, hanging over the protagonist. He spoke in frustration. It didn't work after all. This was unexpected. At that moment, she attacked him with her dark, powerful force. The allies simply froze in place in horror and ignorance. What had happened to him? Meanwhile, the black shroud fell and crumbled. The protagonist stood in place, only slightly ruffled. The allies were in a state of shock. Mora exclaimed in amazement. The counterattack didn't work? Shalina couldn't believe it either. The Demon King's influence had no effect on him? Gimli muttered in bewilderment. So it seemed. However, he still couldn't dispel the king's influence, meaning it was a draw. MC and Minerva glared at each other. Gimli added, "And that means their clan has lost." Her despair was hard to watch. The protagonist, looking at his hand, muttered, "A simple dispel still won't work. It worked with parts. He thought it would work here too. But parts are one thing, and the essence of evil is quite another." The girls looked at him with anxiety and anticipation upon hearing his words. Gimli asked him in confusion, "So it wasn't a regular dispel that was needed?" He answered that it was. What he used on the ship was a great dispel. It works broadly, dispelling the entire effect. But there is another. A dispel capable of penetrating ancient and deep influences. Its name is Super Dispel. It requires much more strength than a regular dispel. He would prefer to do without it, but now he will fight seriously. The protagonist raised his hands with all his might, closed his eyes, and summoned a Super Dispel. A huge magic circle formed above him and Minerva, emitting a bright light. Gale thought it penetrated even the depths of despair and calmed souls. This was the highest level of dispel, accessible only to those who had perfected the art of artifacts with influence. His hands, which he had placed on Minerva's shoulders, slowly began to move toward her head, intending to remove her helmet. His allies froze tensely in place, disbelieving their eyes. He carefully touched the helmet, grasped it with his hands, and gently pulled it upward. The tension from his allies simply rang in the air. Finally, The protagonist pulled off the helmet, revealing Minerva's beautiful face beneath it, standing with her eyes closed, somewhat stupefied. He was greatly surprised. Mora exclaimed in delight. He had managed to remove the influence from the Demon King's head. Gimli spoke in confusion, apparently still a little clouded. Shalina spoke, but it seemed Minerva's life was in no danger. Even she herself was likely surprised that the effect had been lifted. The protagonist admiringly exclaimed, "Minerva, she's incredibly beautiful." He'd seen her in a dream, but she's even more beautiful in reality. Shalina zealously declared, so that's why he was surprised. Mora, who thought she was going crazy, said, "Perform 3 more super dispels in a row, and considering how much each one drains him, what's that? How can he do that?" Gimli agreed with her. Even saving Minerva, something would happen to him, and it would be a huge disaster for them. Shalina, perplexed, asked the MC what they should do. He told her he'd dispel them. Of course he would. If he had an artifact with an effect, he had to do it. After all, he was a master of artifacts with an effect. The protagonist carefully took Minerva's hand and cast super dispersion again. The iron hand fell away. The protagonist applied his skill to the remaining parts one by one, and finally, the effect on Minerva was completely removed. Gale collapsed to the floor, exhaled heavily, and muttered, "Yes, 4 consecutive super dispersions are tiring." Shalina, refusing to believe what was happening, asked him in amazement, "What does this mean? Does that mean the 1,000-year-old effect is now lifted?" Gimli, not believing her eyes, hesitantly answered, "Yes." Mora, completely perplexed, said, "A 1,000-year-old effect in an instant, all by herself, is simply incredible." Finally, Minerva opened her eyes and thanked the protagonist with a weak smile. He smiled back and replied, "You're welcome." Minerva said in surprise, "To talk to someone, it's been so long she can barely even speak." Gimli looked at her with tears in her eyes. She extended her hand and begged her to come to her. The elf tearfully uttered her name and rushed toward her. They embraced tightly and sat like that for a while. Then Minerva, almost in tears, said to Gimli, "The Hill of Promises." Previously, they could only meet there for brief moments in dreams. They couldn't even have a normal conversation. Gimli, clinging to her, spoke. But now it was no longer a dream. Mora, watching the meeting of her loved ones, burst into tears. Shalina simply glowed with joy. The protagonist smiled silently. Suddenly, Minerva began to collapse. Everyone became alarmed, but she reassured her saviors and told them that she was too exhausted now to let her sleep a little, and not to worry, this was most likely some kind of positive reaction. After these words, freed from the millennia-long influence, Minerva, her face flushed, fell helplessly into sleep. Gimli, still crying, carefully lowered her to the floor. Shalina joyfully told the protagonist that, as expected of him, she hadn't bet on him for nothing. They gave each other a friendly fist bump. Then the blacksmith looked at the crying Mora and asked her, "How long will she continue crying?" MC defended her by saying, "Well, this isn't just Gimli's joy, it's theirs, right?" Mora, touching his hand, told him, "Yes, but it's not just that. Is he all right?" After all, it was the first time anyone had ever cast 4 super dispels in a row. Gale looked at her hand in surprise, then at her. Shalina, watching this, sighed regretfully. Mora asked the protagonist again, "Is everything all right with his body?" Surprised by her behavior, he said, "Well, I must admit, he's dead tired, but it's a pleasant tiredness, so he's fine." Mora smiled warmly at him and said, "Okay." Suddenly, she hugged him and thought, "How good, really?" The protagonist was stunned for a moment and then addressed her by name in bewilderment. He added that they still needed to remove the effect from the Long Liver and Asgate, who were still pinned to the wall, so she didn't need to restrain him. Sometime later, when the protagonist had settled the remaining matters, Pat asked him how he could thank him. The protagonist resolutely retorted, "No thanks. Moreover, if they could use these de-enchanted relics of the Demon King, they could suppress the scourge in their village." The elder squeezed his hand and exclaimed, "Truly, he is the true savior of his people." MC said matter-of-factly, "In that case, we need to analyze everything." The girls realized he was definitely fine. He continued, "They'll analyze, improve, and copy." Mora added, "And install it to keep the corruption under control." The protagonist added, "They'll decorate it too." Shalina pointed out that decorating wasn't necessary. Suddenly, Gale exclaimed enthusiastically, "Mass production!" The girls couldn't take it anymore, so they all shouted no. Shalina complained, "That's it, she can't follow his logic anymore." Mora couldn't cope either. Gimli, watching them, burst out laughing and remarked, "Just like Gale." The protagonist approached the wall Asgate was imprinted into and apologized for the wait. The boy asked him to act faster. The protagonist summoned dispersion and freed him from the stone prison. The warrior thought ruefully, what they'd been unable to remove their entire lives from the influence, Gale had just dispelled as if it were nothing. Mora remarked that it was best not to linger in such a terrifying place. Gimli said that now that the spell had been lifted, no one would ever come here, to these depths. Pat ordered Asgate to carry Lady Minerva. The boy stood there, completely dejected. The elder asked him what had happened to him. Asgate became embarrassed, turned around, and without looking at Pat, said, "No, it's just that such an opportunity is rare. Since they've come down here, he'd like to explore the place a little." The elder said, "I see. A commendable endeavor. Just let him not overdo it." Shalina looked at the warrior disapprovingly. The protagonist expressed a desire to carry Minerva. Pat asked him in surprise, "Is he sure about that?" "He's completely exhausted," Mora said. "Gale is incredibly strong. Carrying one woman is no problem for him." Shalina crouched before the artifacts and asked her allies, What about the Demon King's relics? She can take them too now. They're no longer under the influence, so she can carry them herself. The protagonist spread out the sheet, placed the items on it, and said, "No, he'll take those too." Throwing the bag over his back, he carefully picked up Minerva and stepped forward. Pat exclaimed admiringly, carrying a bundle with the 4 Demon King's relics on his back, and also holding Minerva in his arms. He always simply amazes them. When they return to the surface, they will immediately gather the people and hold a feast. In honor of the Dark Elves freeing themselves from the Demon King's 1,000-year-old influence, in honor of the feat of the 3 heroes who removed that influence, they will thank and glorify them for a whole 1,000 years. Shelina even licked her lips upon hearing the word feast. Mora smiled, filled with peace. Shelina exclaimed, "It's already evening." She frankly had been so nervous all this time that her throat was dry. She wanted to soak it with elven wine as soon as possible. She asked the protagonist if he had some kind of artifact that could instantly teleport them to the village. MC laughed and told her he definitely didn't have one. Minerva, in a light sleep, felt the warmth of the young man's arms holding her, and in her dreams she saw memories associated with this sensation. Once the hero who defeated the Demon King had held her in his arms like this, exhausted, carrying her to her home village. She grabbed his arms, but the hero managed to raise his hands and released a very powerful energy, which threw her aside. With this attack, he defeated the Demon King, and she fell to the ground and was badly hurt. She said that thanks to the hero's aura, he does not take any physical or magical attacks. To remove the Demon King's protection, literally, the Demon King's ambitions just crumbled to pieces. She must admit it was worthy, even though he is an enemy. She, the one who fed the Demon King with her magic all this time, now does not even have the strength to get up. The young man in shining armor, who is called the hero, must kill her. She saw how he sheathed his sword and asked why he did not deliver the fatal blow to her. He scratched his head and asked why on earth he had to do that. She was surprised and angry because of this, and asked loudly, "Is he asking her this? They are demons, and the one who crumbled to pieces is the Demon King. So it's natural to kill her, and even if her body is put on display after death, she won't be able to complain." The hero approached her and took her in his arms with a small smile. His comrades looked at them with smiles, and she asked in a worried tone, what was he planning? Did he want to abuse her first? Now it was clear what was going on. She started laughing, and he refused and said that he wasn't going to do anything with her. Before coming here, he visited the Dark Elf village and questioned their people. She was surprised by what she heard and asked if he had listened to the voice of her people. He said that simply fighting monsters is not enough to be called a first-class adventurer. A true hero, when he comes to a new village or town, always talks to all the inhabitants. Sometimes the information they receive there protects better than any armor and opens new paths better than any weapon. So he knows that she helped the Demon King only out of necessity for the sake of protecting her people. Now there's no need for that anymore. They must go back to the Dark Elf village. Minerva thought that this was definitely her first and last conversation with the young man they called a hero. Then she only heard out of the corner of her ear that he had passed away early. However, when she looks at the young artifact maker, his face reminds her of that very hero in the present. Mora looked at her and said that she looked happy. Gimli also looked at her and with a joyful expression said that she was probably seeing a good dream. They left the hall where Asgate remained, watching them from afar. He went to the throne and said that it was better to remain alone, immersed in filth, than to continue sharing the same air with them. He remembered what happened recently, began kicking the throne and angrily said that absolutely everything went to this scale. This is simply unbearable. If some man freed her, it would be better if she remained cursed forever. He calmed down a bit and asked, what the hell is he talking about? He noticed a small crack and asked, what is it? He pulled the huge throne aside and saw what was hidden behind it and asked, is this really the gate to another world? He had heard that something like this existed somewhere in the Demon King's castle, but he didn't think that the entrance would be here. Come to think of it, she, while carrying the curses of the Demon King series, was simultaneously blocking the way to the gate to another world. This explains a lot. A large flying eye flew out from there, which surprised him greatly. This creature said, okay. He was able to open the gate to another world and woke him up from his sleep. He fell to the ground out of fright and asked, who is he? The creature looked at him and said that he was the Triune Demon King. He was surprised by this and said that it turns out that one of the Demon King series was hidden behind the gate to another world. The eye said that when the heroes destroyed the Demon King's body, only the Triune Eye managed to be sent inside the gate before it closed. He took advantage of the second when the heroes were distracted by conversations with Minerva. He, filled with hatred and resentment, was perfect. He asked with a worried look, what kind of nonsense was he talking about? The creature said that he must accept the Triune Eye of the Demon King into himself. Then it will grant him colossal power of darkness. At the same time, Shelina walked through the hall and said that, as the elder said on the way here, the dungeons of the Demon King's castle will not collapse. He walked alongside and said that after some time, gargoyles will begin to appear there again. It's like in a humid forest. Mold and mushrooms grow endlessly. Mora called the protagonist and asked His load must be very heavy, right? He turned to her, agreed, and said that it was a little heavy. Shalina approached them and asked if she could carry something. She said that she had also taken at least one thing. He thanked them with a kind smile and said that everything was fine. She said that he shouldn't be shy. They were partners after all. He said that everything was fine. It was just something else. This weight reminded him that he had 4 artifacts of the Demon King at once. The heaviness gave him a certain feeling of calm. They looked at him with displeasure as he joyfully said that it was like being hugged. It was wonderful. They looked at him with displeasure and said that it would be better to carry it himself. After some time, all the people gathered together, began to celebrate and set off fireworks. The girls looked at it with surprised and happy faces and said that it was very beautiful. Gimli, dressed in a dress, approached them and said that she was glad they liked it. They were very surprised when they saw her clothes and said that she looked just like a real princess. It was very cute. She thanked them, looked up and said that these were fire flowers. They were created by the dark elves instead of magic, as a means of survival and a weapon of war. Initially, this technique was invented to take lives and drive away monsters. However, today they use it to decorate the Liberation Festival. They called them fire flowers. Mora said that it was a beautiful name. She turned to them with a smile and said that this was probably the first time this technique was used for something other than battle. She looked to the side and said that Minerva, of course, cannot fully recover right away, but she will be fine. They all looked to the side and smirked, said that there is their hero. They should see what condition he is in. MC was sitting on the floor surrounded by elves and said that if they draw up a plan, take measurements and analyze the materials, they will be able to improve it. Mora said she'd known he was special before, but to lift even the Demon King's curse. Gimli said that frankly, even though she'd asked him, she was still amazed. Shalina called her and said that now she was finally free. After all, since childhood, she'd only thought about freeing her people. Now she could live the way she wanted. She thought about it, looked down, and asked, did she say live the way she wanted? She didn't even know when people said that. She just got confused. She laughed and said that was a luxurious problem. Mora smiled and said that if she couldn't think of something, she could just live as usual until she figured it out herself. She sat next to her, agreed, and said, for example, she could continue to be the master of her useless guild and churn out fake quests. She agreed and asked, wait, are they kidding me now? They denied it, after which they looked at each other for a few seconds and started laughing. Shalina, her expression joyful, raised her glass, called everyone over, and said they should all drink together. He should stop fiddling with his artifacts. He should go to them after all. He was the main guest of the evening. Gale turned to them and asked if he could finish, since he was almost done. After some time, Gimli sat alone on the stairs, smiling as he talked with the others. Minerva walked toward her, called her over, and said that, as she saw, the feast was in full swing. She was surprised, called her over, and Minerva came closer, touched her face, and said that she didn't need to bow, she could relax. She sat down next to her and said how clean the air was here and how pleasant the wind was. They watched the others having fun, and she asked her forgiveness. Gimli smiled and said that there was no need. After all, she had suffered the most. She looked at her and said that she had told her so. She didn't need to be so respectful. She was about to object, which caused Minerva to chuckle and say that she was a wonderful daughter. So when they were alone, she could just call her mom. She looked at her with a very happy expression on her face, agreed, and called her mom. She clung to her, began to cry, and said that she was born a princess of a cursed family. She hugged her with a kind smile and said that she took on the curse of the Demon King series just to endure the impurity. Despite everything, she was able to give life to many children. She called her by name and said that she was the most stubborn and at the same time the most caring. Now their people can finally live freely and enjoy warm, calm nights. So now she should live the way she wants. She agreed with her mother and said that she just hadn't decided how exactly yet. Unexpectedly for her, she immediately said carefree that then she should live with the one she loves. She loves this guy Hamilton, doesn't she? Her face turned very red from embarrassment, and she loudly denied it in a dumbfounded tone. She looked at her with a sly smile, laughed and said she couldn't deceive her. Besides, everyone could see it anyway. Gimli looked away with a confused look and said embarrassedly that however, he was a man and would die quickly. Minerva looked at her with a small smile and said that that was why they, the Dark Elves, lived for centuries. The Demon King and the series are also bound by the same laws of eternity. The 1,000-year curse has been lifted, but the fear of the Demon King will not disappear. She looked at the sky and said that however, human life is very short, it is only a moment. Even he, a master who could remove a series of curses, would not be able to withstand human mortality. Therefore, she understands how important it is to preserve his knowledge for posterity, right? She agreed with this, but suddenly her mother said that this is why she must bear his child. She became even more confused by this and asked in a confused voice, what did she just say? She said with a happy look that she must give birth to a very cute child. She asked in an embarrassed tone, what was she saying? This is too abrupt a turn. They looked at the protagonist sitting with the others, and she said that she can look at his surroundings. Does she see what is happening around him? She agreed and said that now she understands. Gimli said that she did talk about this, although Shalina, of course, is an isolated incident. As she saw it, Mara was also a difficult rival. Minerva said that, however, she saw nothing wrong with a man having 2 or 3 wives. Is there anything shameful about that? She called her mother with a slightly displeased look and said that times have changed. Even hundreds of years ago, people were much more modest. Although, of course, even then, there were exceptions. Besides, there was another girl in the city who clearly had her eye on him. She had also heard that they were talking about him in other places too. She looked at her with a small smile and asked, however, despite everything, she couldn't say that she didn't like him at all, right? She looked away shyly and said that she couldn't say that she didn't like him. Out of embarrassment, she buried her face in her knees and she stroked her head to calm her down. At the same time, the eye looked at Asgate and asked what was troubling his heart. He looked at it with a tense expression and thought that he understood that this monster was something sinister. However, why then was he drawn to open up to him? He said that he had always loved the princess. He remembered childhood when they first met. His father called him by name and said that he was about the same age as the princess. He wanted him to become a good friend to her, someone who could understand her. She ran up to him, took his hands and said that she was very happy they should be friends. After that, they spent time together, and he thought that he knew that his love was hopeless, and that because of his position, she could never be near. However, as long as the princess did not belong to anyone, he could remain calm, because seeing her smile was the greatest happiness for him. When he grew up, after another victory in a duel, the elves watching this said that now he has no equal in martial arts. It is amazing. He thought that all these years he lived, remembering her smile. However, when he saw her again, he remembered what had happened earlier and said loudly in a very angry voice that this damned man was from the human race. He came as if nothing had happened and just happened to be next to the princess. How dare he speak to her so familiarly? This freak should know his place. When he saw her smiling at him, it hurt for the first time. It was because this smile was not meant for him, but for this upstart, a man of another race. He could not bear that he was taking her away from him. However, when he looked at them together, he realized that for him the princess was happiness, but his existence had no meaning to her. He was just an observer, a stone by the road that no one would look at. He knelt down and said in a loud, angry voice that he envied him to the point of pain. The eye flew to him and said that if he took her, then he should just take her back. Asgate thought about it and said, but this guy was able to dispel even 4 of the Demon King's relics. He hovered nearby and said that he couldn't be defeated in battle, so there was only one thing left. He needed to force him to step into the trap. Behind the throne was the real part of the Demon King's castle. It was there that the power of the Demon King series was fully revealed. It was a power incomparable to anything in the human world. He began to reach for his face with a trembling hand and said that if he put on the Demon King's 3rd eye and lured him into the gate of another world, then he could destroy him. After that, he stood up and the eye asked, so, has he made up his mind? He extended his hand towards him and said that he understood that he shouldn't do this. But the more he realized this, the more the dark, evil feeling he had kept locked away for so long awakened within him. Her smile was always directed not at him, but only at this person. He wants to tear that smile from her face by force. Let her look at him, let her face contort in pain, just for him, and not for this freak. The eye agreed and said that Minerva said that her people were forced to serve him, but that was a lie. He asked with a puzzled expression what he meant. The eye said that when he and his demons swept through this forest, their ancestors, the Dark Elves, who knew nothing beyond their world, saw true destruction for the first time and were initially overcome with horror. However, this fear eventually turned into admiration, into a taste of power over the weak, into the pleasure of destruction and fire. Many of them, of their own free will, became demons. They emerged from the forest with him and brought chaos across the world. His blood remembers this. The same thirst and the same madness live in him as in them. He took the eye and said that he is the stream of those who enjoyed the slaughter, so it is natural for him to accept its power. He remembered Gimli smiling at him and saying he was tired of this feeling, constantly loving but receiving nothing in return. The eye said it understood him. His sincere, pure love, his efforts that led to bloodshed, all this in a world where injustice reigns. Shouldn't he change that? He must fix everything and restore order. He must do as it should be. He has the power to do it. He put on the 3rd eye of the Demon King, his eyes filled with dark energy. He saw spirits and began to scream loudly. At the same time, Lisnet prayed and said how painful it was. All she could do was look in the direction where he was every day and pray for him to return alive. She had to go with him. It was too empty here without him. She felt worse and said that he was right after all. Until the effects of the Demon King's heart wore off, she would only hinder them. However, what she felt when she installed the heart, The power there was simply unimaginable. Not even several times, perhaps tens of times more than before. She couldn't fully comprehend what was happening to it. It was something beyond human comprehension. Along with this power, madness grew within. What's even more frightening is that the heart she wore was only one of 6 fragments of a whole. If someone ever appears who consciously decides to use the Demon King series, what kind of power will the Demon King series bring to him then? At the same time, Asgate was breathing heavily due to fatigue, and the eye said that it was magnificent. For most beings, attempting to don the Demon King's third eye would end in death. However, his years of rigorous training had tempered his body and spirit so much that he could withstand its presence. He said with a wide smile that being acknowledged even by the incarnation of the Demon King is not so bad. However, he wants to know why he needs it. He asked, he wonders what he will get if he grants him power? This conversation is meaningless and rude in itself, for from the moment he accepted it, they became one and inseparable. Soon, he would understand this not with his mind but with his heart. A third eye opened on his forehead, and he said that power overwhelmed him. He had never felt such omnipotence. All the years he had dedicated to training, everything he had never been able to achieve with his own hands, was now revealed to him in a single moment. Here it is, the true power of the Demon King series. He used the flameline skill and created an explosion on the ceiling. He began to laugh loudly and said that this is such an incomprehensible absolute power. It is now his. He went to sit on the throne and said that the Demon King himself once sat on this throne, and that Minerva kept herself imprisoned here for many years. However, now he must sit on this throne. Indeed, this throne is his. After he checks how comfortable it is, it's time to explore his new domain, the world beyond the gates of another world. Sometime later, MC was working in the workshop. Shalina came to him and said that it seems like he is trying harder than ever. He called her by name and said that the blacksmith from the Dark Elf village allowed them to use his workshop. She, with a happy expression on her face, said that they would have to share one room though. Unexpectedly for her, he said in a calm voice that this suited him perfectly. She moved away from him, lowered her head, and her face turned red. She started remembering the past and thought that it seemed like it was time to admit it herself. She didn't even really understand when everything turned out like this, but it seemed like she really fell in love with him. He came up to her and asked how she felt. She was confused by this and said that she was fine. She calmed down, threw him something and told him that he should look at it. He caught this ore and said with surprise that it was so light. She said in a joyful voice that it was orichalcum. More precisely, this was a failed version. It couldn't be done overnight. He asked with a puzzled expression what that meant. She said that when she tried it, she understood one thing. Half the work. This is essentially his specialty. He didn't understand her and asked what he and orichalcum had to do with it. She said that it wasn't surprising that it was from the demon world. Only tiny amounts can be extracted from the walls of the demonic castle, and alchemy only gives a tiny yield. She also tried to make a tool out of it. He looked at the hammer she had made, and she hit the table with it, and it shattered. She said that, as he saw, it was completely incompatible with other materials. Need, heat, cool, and it still almost didn't budge. Honestly, she didn't know what to do with it anymore. She asked the Dark Elf blacksmiths how they processed it. They said that you need to immerse it in a cluster of corruption, then it softens. She doesn't understand how it works at all. He asked with a joyful expression. Corruption processing. Was she serious? She should let him see. They came to the place where the orichalcum was, and he said that he would try to do it right there. He looked at the bucket of ore and said with surprise that it really was. She looked at it with surprise and said that everything was so easy for him. However, it was cursed now, right? He agreed, and she asked loudly in a displeased tone, "Is he kidding me?" She had come to terms with his cursed things, but she needed regular orichalcum. Nothing was working, and she didn't know what to do. He sat down next to her, stroked her head and said that he could help with the processing. He would try to do it without curses. She was embarrassed when she saw his face and said that she would be glad, but she didn't want to constantly bother him either. Gale calmly said that she didn't need to worry so much. It wasn't difficult for him. She raised her head with a flushed face, refused and said that she also had pride, like a blacksmith. Besides, she heard a story. The legends say that one dwarf master was able to create real orichalcum himself with his own strength. If it was possible, she should do it herself, without his help. He started to get to his feet and said that he was sorry that he couldn't help properly. She turned to him and said that it was not so. Sometimes just talking it out already helps. He said with a small smile that if so, then he was glad. Shalina thought about something for a few seconds, called him and said that she wanted to tell him something. They looked at each other silently for a few seconds, and he asked if she wanted to tell him something. She was confused and said that, although in different fields, they were both artisans. She suddenly realized that she madly enjoyed talking to him about work like this. He began to glow with joy, thanked her and said that he liked it too. She said that, to be honest, Mora had still communicated with him the longest. Besides, after all this, Gimli now completely trusts him, and there is also Listenet. However, she still thinks that they are very well suited for each other. When they are in the same room, and she sees how he is enthusiastically making his cursed things, she herself has a desire to develop and try even harder. That's why she thinks they could become people who inspire each other. He apologized with a confused expression and said that he stopped understanding her halfway through. She was very unhappy with his stupidity, started to leave, and said that he could forget about it, but she didn't say anything. That's it, time to get back to work. She sighed with displeasure and thought that this was her whole personality, always hiding serious feelings behind jokes. They returned to the workshop and Shalina asked, by the way, how things were going for him. The protagonist turned to her and, with a thoughtful look, said that he was a little stuck. She was a little surprised by this and said that it was rare. He said that it could be done. The problem was in the material. Until he made it safe, the effects were too dangerous. There were already too many effects here, but some were completely harmful to everything around. She approached him, looked at the materials, and said that it was understandable that lifting the curse wouldn't be difficult for him, but it was still the Demon King series. He agreed and said that he was currently trying to figure it out. He had some supplies at home but none here. She thought about it and, looking a little worried, asked if he had materials at home that could be used to work with the Demon King series. That in itself was scary. Then she also needed to move forward with the smelting as soon as possible. Would he be completely unable to handle it without the materials? He said that they could return home, but it would take time. Although, if he worked on it for a long time, it could be done here. She was surprised by this and asked where he was so confident. Did he seriously think he could do something with equipment made from Demon King materials? It turned out that he could finish both at home and right here, and it would take about the same time, which was a shame. He agreed and said that things weren't looking so great. She started biting her finger and said with a serious expression that this really hurt her pride as a craftsman. She was trying her best here, and he already had a clear solution. He said with a slightly dissatisfied expression that he just felt like something was still missing. They could, of course, take materials from the gargoyles in the dungeon, but he wanted something better. Shalina sighed and said that she didn't understand him at all. Not at all. He picked up his cloak and said that he was already pretty tired of this himself. She noticed this and asked what he was doing. He shouldn't be revealing the Demon King's wings. She walked up to it, looked at it, and said that it seemed alive and even pulsated. Was he sure it was safe to drag this to the farm? Their attention was drawn to Asgate, entering the workshop and asking if he needed something. She called his name, and he said with a serious expression that he didn't need the dwarf, but him. MC, with a puzzled expression, pointed at himself and asked, was he talking about him? He agreed and asked, he had heard that he needed materials. Is this true? He agreed. And he said that if the materials he had were suitable, he could share them, since he was the savior of their kind. He was surprised by this and asked with a joyful voice, could he really take this? He took things out of his bag, put them on the table and asked, how about this? If he went down into the dungeon, he could get even better things. Did he want to go there? If he needed something specific, he could show him the right places. He approached him with a very inspired look and asked to be led there. Shalina, with a worried expression on her face, asked him to wait, but they left the workshop. She sighed with displeasure and thought he was too simple. You just have to lure him with materials for the cursed artifacts, and he immediately goes. For some reason, she had a feeling that guy was up to something. However, the idiot still calmly followed him. Mora entered the workshop, called her over, and asked why she was frowning so much. She turned to her and noticed that Gimli had arrived with her. They came closer and said they weren't alone. Minerva followed them in and said that after she came to her senses, she had to deal with the family's affairs. Shalina seemed a little taken aback by this and said that the fact that the head was personally paying attention was already a great honor. However, just now, a young dark elf had taken Gale away. The three of them were surprised by this and asked who it was. She said with a slightly confused voice that it was Asgate. Gimli was very surprised by this and asked what she had just said. She looked at the table with materials and said that if such materials were shown, no one would resist. Minerva was very worried when she saw this and said that the places where one could get such things were very limited. They all looked at her and asked where exactly it was. She said that it was on the other side of the gates to another world. She called her daughter and said that after they rescued her, he left with everyone else. She denied it and said that he stayed there for some time, examining the place. She said with a thoughtful look that this is how it is. Perhaps the gates to another world are there. He, one of the most gifted warriors of their kind, and at the same time, incredibly proud. Of all those who rejoiced at her return, he alone had not appeared, which made her wary. He had dedicated himself for many years to searching for the Demon King series. Perhaps he perceived what had happened as if his achievements had been taken away by an outsider. She had another theory. A long-standing memory surfaced in her mind. Back then, while conversing with the heroes who had defeated the Demon King, she had felt something very fleeting, as if a fragment of the Demon King's torn body was slipping away towards the gates of another world. However, back then, her body and mind were exhausted to the limit, and the hero's care gave her a feeling of relief. Ironically, it was precisely this that made her decide that this feeling was merely a figment of her imagination. Currently, with a worried expression, she asked if some part of the Demon King series had survived and had been behind the gates of another world all this time. Gimli, too, was troubled by this and called her by name. Minerva immediately called the three of them by name and said that she thought they were about to face a trial far more terrible than even the one when the curse was lifted from her.